I haven't had a proper look at it for today, to be honest.
So we're on track. There will be both done.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yes. You think maybe we should
Who was the map in there? I don't know how that is. Yeah.
All right, we'll get underway. So welcome everybody today for campaign 69 hearings. Housekeeping, just in terms of the wastewater plant discussions.
Yes, I think we probably do have an update to Mr. Boyce.
Yep.
Yes. Or actually, I might get Jeremy to outline what, so the applicant's going to propose an amendment to what it's seeking. And I understand that when Mr. England gives evidence, he's going to confirm that he's happy with what's proposed. The only thing I just did want to emphasise is that this is a decision that's been made by the applicant as a matter of pragmatism. It is not to imply that the experts necessarily agree that what we've come up with is the right number and that the number couldn't be less. And I'll record that in my reply. So this is a decision that Mr. Carter's made out of pragmatism rather than it being the outcome of any expert work. So Jeremy, do you just want to outline what the amendment would be?
Yeah, fundamentally it would be a 100 metre setback dwellings from the pond edge, which is understood to better reflect the nature of the operations at the Lincoln plant, both now and potentially in the future. And a no complaints covenant for the residential allotments between 100 metres and 150 metres in the pond.
There'll also be, and I'm happy to say it out loud in a bit, but it'll be done by side agreement, not to be recorded in the plan change, that the applicant will provide written approval to any necessary applications that have been made or need to be made to the Regional Council in respect of consenting.
And that's by website.
That's by way of side agreement, but you can record that. Is that your understanding, Mr. Boyce? Yes.
Correct. Yep.
All right, so that's probably sufficient for the.
So I guess just raise the issue about the odour evidence.
Mm.
Because obviously the end is scheduled for tomorrow.
Yes, and Ms. Woodhouse scheduled for this afternoon.
Yes, and that's why I made the comment that this isn't necessarily based on expert evidence in terms of Mr. England's happy, that the other experts are happy with it, but she in particular thinks that the number could have been less. I don't know what Mr. Bender's view is, but that would be an argument for another day in a resource consent hearing. We just didn't want to get hoisted by some argument that that was what the expert evidence was here.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. We'll see how it pans out through the course of the day. So, Mr. Page, are you there?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. I can't see you.
How's that?
Very good. Thank you.
Good.
All right. Well, welcome, Mr. Page.
Thank you.
Now, I've read your submission, and the issues are reasonably clear at that. But you just talk me through what your issues are. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good morning, Mr. Commissioner, and thank you for the opportunity to make this submission this morning. I just need to do a quick personal introduction, I think, given to frame up where I fit into the picture. I'm David Page. I'm an owner at 84 Verdeco Boulevard. I have a BE Civil Honours from Canterbury University, but I'm not a practicing engineer, and I'm not purporting to speak today as an engineer nor an engineering expert. But just as a layperson and owner, and one having had previous working experience in water, civil design and construction, reinforced concrete technology and petroleum engineering. I just pick up on the initial discussion this morning that given the multiple daily changes in the submissions and the challenging ability to keep track as an individual of the changes, any errors in my submission this morning, I will need to retract. And boy, I just done my best to keep up with everything, but it's been quite challenging with daily changes and quite considerable updates. My comments this morning are made in good faith. I don't have any intention to criticise any person or company. It's not inferred or intended. My observations and comments are made to provide a perspective to understand if the proposal preserves the safety and well-being of the whole community. My 4 points that I made in my submission were about preserving the safety and well-being of the community. So I'd just like to go through that this morning, if that's possible, in the next 10 or so minutes.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. My concerns are largely not addressed in the documents. These are centred around road safety for vehicles, pedestrians and cyclists, the impact of constrained road design and the adjoining subdivisions in terms of width, vehicle volumes and sub-base design, with additional loadings from PC 69 which are not addressed in the application. Secondly, the assumptions for reduced traffic design compared to Rolleston I don't understand. I'm concerned that despite the recommendations to accept the proposal, many of the expert submissions include requiring further future modelling, testing, etc. of soil, groundwater, flood modelling, post the plan approval process to confirm. I believe future demand cannot be evidenced just by doubling in real estate sale prices and real estate demand, especially given what we've learnt this week from the Reserve Bank of New Zealand and the market calling measures they've introduced. I haven't had sufficient time to study the updated submissions of the last 2 days, but they do not seem to change the materiality of my concern. I just make a note that my submission references about 9 separate expert papers. So it's been quite a challenge to go through. So my first point is road safety, road design and road maintenance.
Okay. Now, I may just slow you down at different times as you're speaking, just because I'm making notes.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that.
That's right. No problem.
Just trying to make sure I get through it all. Okay. Even in the new data provided, the Vedeco-Shands intersection has an E rating in Table 3. E being previously explained in the submission at being at capacity.
That Vedeco-Shands Road, is it?
Vedeco-Shands, yes. There's an E rating, and E is being explained in the submission being at capacity. I'm unclear whether in the new data the university is still at F over capacity. Regardless, both seem a risk to safety, given no remediation works are proposed. With this level of volume, I'm also concerned about the reputation of the university may be impacted, given roading challenges to get there and walk and cycle safely in the near area. The data updates do not seem to provide the key raw assumptions, so I assume there are no material changes. Specifically, the update gives two-way road data, but one-way data is material to my discussion. I calculated in the order of 6.4 times increase in one-way traffic at the Vedeco intersection to 904 vehicles per hour at peak, or one vehicle every 4 seconds. I do not understand how the analysis can say no remedial action is required at this intersection, given this high volume of through traffic, nor how cyclists nor pedestrians can be safe at such volumes. The raw data shows that there is an increase from 6 to only 16 vehicles using the connection into Vedeco from PC 69, turning one way into Shands, but the wait time is high and only some 4 or so seconds different to the Shands-Ellesmere intersection, or roundabout, which is noted for remediation, but Vedeco intersection is instead recommended as satisfactory as is no remediation. I don't understand this. In the submissions, there is a statement that the Vedeco connection is desirable, not essential. On the modelling data uplift of 10 vehicles, it does not seem viable nor valid, but I remain concerned with the proposal, as with such large volumes on Shands, people may well look to shortcut through both Vedeco and Te Whāriki if these connections are made to roads that don't appear to be designed nor yet proven safe for communities with extra volume. If in the transport paper, it states that the connection to Vedeco will be moved to the east, please can we have advice what east position is proposed? What are the assumptions, the impacts on people? It is unclear to me what the implications of this statement means. PC 69 Shands intersection is noted to have traffic light or roundabout control due to right turning traffic into Shands and safety. Given that volumes will increase going north up Shands Road, I assume that all intersections will therefore need to be controlled to ensure safety and wait times as called out by the applicant. And yet the Vidico intersection continues to be said to be satisfactory. I remain concerned at this difference and do not understand how this can be satisfactory. Traffic demand. Looking at the data and a fast review of the revised data, demand assumptions seem to be a 28%, approximately 28% discount to Rolleston, i.e. 0.7 versus 0.9. Having lived in the UK, I'm concerned at the relevance that UK villages are used as a proxy, given the more mature public transport networks and train and bus modes in the UK. I tried to do some research about the basis. I don't have access to the TRICS database or anything like that. I reviewed the definition of a UK village from designbuildings.co.uk, which states a village, as villages are referred to in the submission, a village is 500 to 2,500 people. PC 69 has 2,000 houses and thousands of people in addition to this village number. So I'm unsure how the UK assessment to design volumes can be applied without more significant factoring up. Further, the 28% traffic assumption discount has been based on work from home as a component. This is a concern at this point as there is no knowledge of the demographics of the occupiers of PC 69, the percentage of working people, where they will work, nor whether work from home is an option for them at their place of work. Various experts have proposed different connections to Vidico and to Whikariki, which is confusing to me. Both subdivisions appear to have road design limitations, and concern for safety and well-being of those communities do not seem to be addressed in the proposal either. Heading to Te Whariki for 2 comments. Mr. Reid says that the roads in Te Whariki are only for originally intended design loads, so it's unclear whether they can take the PC 69 loads. It's unclear to me about any safety and well-being concerns. If I recall correctly, additional granular fill was required to resolve construction issues. Would this be the same at PC 69? In the discussion about Te Whariki road construction issues, mention is made that this was due to winter conditions and difficulties. I wonder if it's important to also validate that it wasn't also a high water table issue. I'm moving on to road and water. In several of the submissions, a 600mm granular road subbase is mentioned. There's mitigation for no groundwater tracking. I would like to ask a council expert pavement engineering review, as this depth correlates to quite a low California bearing ratio. And a small shift in number can mean quite a bit of a change in pavement design. I'm not a pavement engineer, I'm out of practice on any of this stuff, but I think that's worthy of looking at, particularly as this high water table. Just on water table, Mr. Vendrick, I hope I've pronounced the name correctly, mentioned that the water table is at 0.2 to 1.0 metres, which may be challenging during construction. And I think that's something else that needs an opinion on how to stop pipes floating. And macerator pumping systems and things like that. That would seem on 2,000 sections quite a challenge, but I'd leave that over to the experts. I did have a question whether the soil conditions and roadway design may be why the application has traffic rerouted through adjacent subdivisions to reduce design loads. But given there's only 10 cars in the assessment going through Vidico, I'm not sure about that. Finally, on this section, in the Tonkin and Taylor paper, it's noted that dewatering may be required as part of construction. My concern is that in low permeable soil, settlement may be a follow-on issue. Is this an issue? There's evidently cases in Waikato in the past of houses having settlement issues on peat soil. Further design initial assumptions. For such a large-scale development, I'm concerned that design parameters are not confirmed and published for major infrastructure works at this point to fully understand the viability of the proposal. In my reading, I noted recommendations for further testing, modelling, etc. seem to be included in the papers of Mr. McLeod, flood modelling and stormwater, Mr. McLeod, piezometer, or I'm assuming that's for water table, Mr. O'Neill, flood modelling, Mr. McLeod to resolve water supply at the subdivision stating that current flows are adequate but additional wells are recommended. I wonder, will that include water testing? Mr. McLeod for road subbase design, Mr. Thompson for geotechnical design, Mr. Vendrick for piezometer installation, and Mr. Reid on a side on Te Whariki groundwater monitoring post-construction road maintenance. The applicant has disclosed that pressure storage systems will be required on some sites, which does address a point I raised in my submission that some purchasers will have additional costs for these. Flood concerns are not finally addressed as these are subject to further modelling, but only once this application is approved. And I note that the plan requires significant water, wastewater and power reticulation development, which is a concern for the council to manage. I've already covered off the concern about demand. I think demand is driven by multiple factors, so it's not just about historic real estate pricing and sales. The intent of my submission is, the intent of my submission is not to get in the way of subdivision development, but to ensure the safety and well-being of the whole community is preserved. I'm not convinced that the application adequately addresses these points at this stage. I remain very concerned that the proposal is silent on road safety at the Eco intersection, and also the plausibility of connections in this subdivision and Tiwhariki subdivision don't appear to be fully worked. Also, the multiple connection positions presented in various papers make it all a bit unclear. I think that until there's more clarity on assumptions and impacts, and also that expert opinions appear to require obtaining additional data, and particularly the lack of clarity on the impacts of safety and wellbeing of existing communities at PC 69 in its current form not proceed. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, thank you. I think I've managed to get most of that down. So in your submission, you talked about road safety, and you've covered that again. Were there amenity concerns as well that you had in terms of or related to traffic?
I mean, my fundamental concern is that the lifestyle and the well-being of the community and things which were set up for both of those subdivisions is potentially impacted by any connections. That wasn't intended when those subdivisions were provided. Normally people in good faith bought the sections. And so there is that element that needs to be considered in the submission. That can all be worked through with if it can all handle, and I'm not someone that's standing in the road in the way of progress, but I'm concerned that it's unclear how narrow roads and the roading design can take extra traffic. And you know, the data on a one-way traffic, 1 car every 4 seconds, if I've calculated it correctly, seems quite large and a major change to the area, and I think needs to be understood in its entirety. The other thing is, my comment before is that it's quite difficult as a responder layperson to pull all of the submissions together to get an overall picture. So I guess that's your job, Mr. Commissioner, in terms of understanding all of the various bits. And I call out, like, you have a separate soil, you have a separate roading and a separate soil and a separate hydrology. And in actual fact, the land's only one, it's only one thing. And so that were the concerns that I had. I have talked about floodwater in my submission. It's unclear to me because further design work is still required, so I can't comment on that.
And you understand this is a plan change hearing, and that if this was to be approved, there would be the subdivision consenting process that would have to go through subsequently.
So I'm aware of that, but once something like this, for example, a connection was approved, you can't turn back the clock. And so therefore, if that connection's made and there are significant safety and wellbeing issues, it's too late. So that's why I'm asking that this be considered at this stage in the process. I mean, because it's about the well-being of the whole community, including the PC9 occupiers, as well as the existing subdivision.
What's the traffic like at the moment?
I'm actually in Auckland in lockdown, so I can't adequately comment on that.
I didn't mean right at the moment. I meant, so have you? You do reside in?
At the moment, I'm still up in lockdown. We're moving down shortly, as soon as we can sort out, probably in the new year now, because the lockdown has delayed our plans.
Okay. Yeah. All right. The lockdown's delayed a few plans, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you haven't lived there yet. You've bought it.
We live there on weekends when we can, but we haven't been able to get down because of lockdown. So we've been commuting down. but obviously not for the 100 days that we've been in lockdown or whatever it is. But I do have, when we're there, the subdivision is quiet. There's obviously development going on, and the traffic is not bad at all. But we are moving down, and going to be occupiers in there, and I'm concerned about safety when I'm actually a resident at the moment. I disclose the situation.
Concerned about safety, road users for one, in terms of, and cyclists and pedestrians across the board.
I'm sorry, that cut out a little bit. Would you mind saying that again, please?
Your concerns about the safety of other road users and including cyclists and pedestrians and.
Absolutely, both in the subdivisions and on the main road. I mean, 1 car every 4 seconds at peak is quite a high volume. If you just count that out as you're going through, I mean, probably in the time I've done this sentence, 2 cars have gone past that. I mean, you have to work it out mathematically, but that sort of volume, I think, needs significant design. So as I said to you, I'm not against progress. I just want to make sure that this is a safe and well-being is maintained for all of the communities. And at the current thing with the gaps that I perceive, I can't get that reassurance.
All right, that's been very thorough and helpful. Thank you for that. Appreciate you taking time to do it.
No problem. It's an important thing that we get everything right. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Redford. Welcome to the hearing. Yeah, you have prepared a statement, which I have had a read through, but it would be helpful for me if you're comfortable with taking me through that.
Sure, that would be my pleasure. Thank you. So my name's Anita Redford. I held a PhD in agricultural economics from Lincoln University, a master's degree in applied science and natural resource management, and a bachelor's degree in the same, both from Massey University. And I'm currently an associate professor at the Agribusiness and Economics Research Unit at Lincoln University. So my research is focused on the social and economic responses to climate change. I'm a lead author on 2 intergovernmental panel on climate change, the IPCC reports. So one was a special report on climate change and land, which came out in 2019. And I'm currently an author on the Australasia chapter of the Impacts, Adaptation and Vulnerability report that will come out next year. So I was also an author on New Zealand's first National Climate Change Risk Assessment, which was released in 2019. I have over 20 years research experience, both in New Zealand and internationally, and I've carried out work for the EU Commission, the OECD, the UK and Scottish governments, as well as many organisations in New Zealand. So my personal submission is informed by my expertise in the area of climate change and motivated by my understanding of the urgency with which climate change must be addressed and the implications of this development for New Zealand's response to climate change. So just a little bit of context, if you don't mind. So the world is facing a climate emergency, which is a truly existential threat. With our current global policies, the world is on track for temperature increases of 2.4 degrees above pre-industrial temperatures. And we're already observing the effects of climate change here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and in Canterbury. For example, through increasing frequency and intensity of floods and drought that are directly attributable to climate change, and are already presenting costs to the economy that will increase substantially as the climate changes further. So there is an urgent need to reduce emissions to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. And this needs to start now in our local government decisions. Avoiding dangerous levels of warming and its associated implications for our communities and systems requires transformational change. So in its final advice to government earlier this year, the Climate Change Commission recommended that action is taken to reduce emissions from existing and new urban areas and improve understanding of how changes to urban form and function can reduce emissions, and to make sure all government decisions support the transition to low emissions, and to drive system transformation by supporting behaviour change. They also state that elected officials need to make changes to legislation and structures to make it easier for people and industry to make low emissions choices. So it's in this context that I'm making this submission, because I'm concerned that the proposed development, which covers a large area and houses a large number of residents, is not fit for the purpose of transforming or even transitioning our communities to a low carbon future and addressing climate change. So two main objections to this development in the context of climate change. So one is the location of the development, and the second one is the nature of the development. So just firstly talking about the location, similar to many others in this area, it means that most of the residents will commute into Christchurch for work. So transport generates approximately 20% of our total greenhouse gas emissions.
Sorry, it's 17.6 there, was that?
Yeah, sorry, I did change that. I found some updated numbers yesterday. Apologies for that.
Okay, so that should be 20%.
Yes. And 43% of our total carbon dioxide emissions, which is a slight difference as well. And so committing thousands more people to dependency on private cars will create future costs, both for these individuals as well as the region as a whole, who in future will be likely to be required to account for and reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. The government's recent consultation on addressing climate change states that there are major opportunities in planning and investing for a more compact, mixed-use urban form oriented around public and active transport. In my opinion, this proposed development currently does not take advantage of such opportunities. The government has indicated it will require transport emissions impact assessments to be provided for urban developments and factor these into planning decisions, with requirements to avoid, minimise and mitigate transport emissions impacts. For such a significant development to proceed without this assessment at this critical time for climate action would be irresponsible. The current provision of public transport for Lincoln into Christchurch City is barely viable for most people, who would often need to take at least 2 buses to their final destination. And the provision of improvements to these services is speculative and really uncertain. So I read the evidence provided by Mr. Paul Farrelly on future behaviour regarding a number of factors: the uptake of electric vehicles, the future employment options in Lincoln, the frequency of commuting based on future working from home, and the future provision of public transport. And I found them to be highly speculative, without specific commitments from ECAN regarding public transport. It fails to convince me that the development will not contribute greatly to the region's greenhouse gas emissions and therefore to global climate change. And it seems to me there's land available in locations such as Hornby, Templeton, Wollaston that is closer to Christchurch and has better access to public transport, which would seem to be more suitable for housing development and the other issues of lower quality soils that we heard about yesterday from Professor Keith Cameron and Associate Professor Pete Armand. So Mr. Farrelly also identifies methane reductions resulting from the conversion of dairy land to urban land as a positive contribution of this development to addressing climate change. And I have a number of issues with this, which if you're interested we can talk about afterwards. And just as a conclusion, I suppose, if this argument was taken to its logical conclusion, we'd be converting all our dairy farms to urban spaces and lose a vast amount of productive land, as well as a considerable contribution to our national local economy. So the nature of the development. So I am generally supportive of a greater range of housing densities in Lincoln, and so I do value and welcome the mixed density options. But there are limited provisions for low carbon design, water efficiency, biodiversity preservation, and flood resilience, for example, in a development. Notwithstanding the issues created by the distance from the main employment centre, the development could have taken a more innovative, forward-thinking approach to urban design. Instead, it's locking a large population into a development based on what was acceptable in the past, and has contributed to the problems we face today. Not only climate change, but also problems such as traffic congestion, air quality, and construction waste. The applicant's expert evidence on greenhouse gas emissions are also highly speculative regarding future actions that may reduce the development's contribution to climate change, particularly regarding the uptake of passive houses. And I think without requirements from the developer for sustainability requirements in the building design and constructions, these speculations can't really form an accurate picture of the future emissions associated with residents in the development. So I have focused this submission on the contribution of the proposed development to climate change, like its contribution to climate change. But I also note there are significant concerns regarding the impact of climate change on flood risks to the area. And I urge this to be taken into consideration to avoid future costs and liabilities to homeowners as well as the Selwyn District Council. And I'd also just add that in the Resource Management Act of 1991, Section 7, in achieving the purpose of this Act, all persons exercising functions and powers under it in relation to managing the use, development and protection of natural and physical resources shall have particular regard to, I, the effects of climate change. And we know that floods will become more frequent and more intense in a changing climate. I also have concerns regarding statements from some of the applicants' experts that the impact of this development would be comparable to similar ones in the region. And I think this is concerning as it implies that if poor standards are in place elsewhere, they're also acceptable here. And furthermore, it provides no requirement or impetus for transformation in the way development occurs in New Zealand, which, as I've already mentioned, is essential if we should tackle the climate crisis. And just a small point, I'd like to draw attention to the evidence on urban design by Nicola Lauenstein, who states that the development links Lincoln Township with the university. And so this is actually inaccurate. The current development already links the Lincoln Township with the university, and the proposed development is situated to the south. So it doesn't add anything to the connections. And finally, the New Zealand's first National Climate Change Risk Assessment identified as one of the priority risks for New Zealand, one of the top 10 risks, is the risk that climate change impacts across all domains will be exacerbated because current institutional arrangements are not fit for climate change adaptation. So these include legislative and decision-making frameworks, coordination within and across levels of government, and funding mechanisms. And I'm highly concerned that if this development was allowed to proceed, it would be an example of this type of institutional failure. In conclusion, the proposed development will lock the future residents of Selwyn and the Selwyn District Council into a high emissions future and make reducing emissions and addressing the climate crisis very difficult for a large number of individuals as well as the council itself. And the proposal will be in conflict with the government's emissions reductions aims and the advice from the Climate Change Commission.
Thank you. The 2.6 degrees increase that you've talked about in paragraph 4, is that still the recent conference
Yes.
that there's been?
So that's, yeah, I mean, so that is what we would be on track to do with, and almost in the best case of our current policies, but that is still a bad outcome for the climate. We should be aiming to keep increases in temperature below 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial times, but that is almost becoming out of reach. And clearly, as the greater the temperature increases, the greater the impact.
Right, and you commented that we could talk about perhaps Mr. Farrelly's methane reductions. Yeah, so that would be helpful if you talk me through.
Well, I was surprised that he used the conversion of a dairy farm to urban form as a positive outcome for reducing emissions. So there are other ways to reduce emissions from dairy farms, and without taking away the future potential to grow food on the productive land. So there are ways that dairy farms themselves can reduce emissions to a certain extent. There's the opportunity to diversify some or all of the farm, planting trees. There are technologies in the pipeline. And as I say, if this was an argument, then we would be losing a lot of our productive land in New Zealand, and that forms the basis of our economy at the moment. So I don't think it's a reasonable justification.
Methane is a particularly important or dangerous greenhouse gas.
Yes, well, it has a higher, a greater impact than carbon dioxide in the short term, but you might be aware that New Zealand actually treats methane differently from carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide, and we have lower emissions reduction targets for methane than we do for the other gases in New Zealand. So we have an aim of net zero for carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide by 2050, but we only have to reduce methane by 10% by 2030 and between 24 and 48% by 2050.
And what was it between what?
24 and 48.
And is that based on effects, or is it based on concern about the economy?
It's a it's a little, so it is based on the science, so the way that methane works in the atmosphere. But I think, it's fair to say that it is challenging for New Zealand to reduce methane because of our reliance on agriculture. But agriculture is very broad, so it's not to say that, there's a lot of different types of food that we can produce in New Zealand on this kind of land. And I guess the other point to make is that in the high quality soils, you can produce more from them with fewer inputs. So if we cover these kind of soils up with houses, then the production would move to lower quality soils, which require more inputs like fertiliser, which would then generate more greenhouse gases.
I won't talk about the soils with you. It's not, that's
I'm
not.
not an expert in the soils.
I'm not. Do you live in Lincoln?
I do, yes.
And I'm not sure how long you've lived here, but that's not necessarily relevant. But in terms of Lincoln's identified as a key activity centre in the statutory planning framework. And there has been discussion and evidence about in this and other hearings in terms of Rolleston becoming a centre of employment and Lincoln increasingly so. Do you see that in your experience here?
Most of the people that I know work in Christchurch. I don't know anyone who goes to Rolleston to work currently. And some people work at like in Lincoln at the university, but I would say the majority of people I know go into Christchurch. And that's not saying it's a barrier to living in Lincoln at all.
And it's done by private car.
Generally.
What sort of things are you, if you are, what sort of things are you looking at in terms of design of, from that greenhouse gas perspective,
Well,
design of subdivisions, design of housing?
Yes, so I mean, you do hear occasionally of, I think there was something recently in Auckland where a developer was promoting an area that didn't have garages, for example. You can have, I guess you could have requirements to reuse your grey water, store water from your roof, drinking water requirements for the sustainability of your construction materials, potentially solar panels and things like that in the design of the houses. If you are going to be located in this area, which, you know, as I've stated, I think is a problem in the first place. But then yes, there are kind of exciting, innovative ways to design developments that wouldn't be quite so have such a high impact on the environment.
Finally, just the institutional failure that you talked about in your paragraph 22.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to understand that a little more, but it's when I look at the words above that, it's talks about coordination within and across all levels of government funding mechanisms.
Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously, I guess some of these issues are bigger than what we can handle here. But
Yeah. All right, I think that's all I had in terms of questions, but that's very helpful. Appreciate it.
thank you for your time.
Thank you. Right, next up we have Robin and David Painter. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Welcome to-
Yes, David Painter. Just background, professionally a water resources engineering consultant and former university academic with bachelor's and doctoral degrees from the University of Canterbury. But our submission today, my wife Robin behind me, is as a former resident of Lincoln, possibly a future resident of Lincoln, currently living about 2 kilometres southeast of the development area, and we've been in this area for more than 50 years. And the one-liner is just that our submission is that this request for a plan change should be denied in its entirety. And I just want to pick out 3 points really from our written submission, as I understand that you've read the lot. Congratulations. And that's first the unacceptable use of the highly productive agricultural land, and secondly the effects on Lincoln Township livability from such a major addition. And then thirdly, the disruption of local planning, in particular Selwyn District and Environment Canterbury, by some of the changes from Wellington. So just the first point to emphasise from some aspect that we raised in our submission is that the National Policy Statement on Urban Development 2020, which recently took effect, but the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land, as you will know, is due 2022. And so this application comes with the benefit of one and not the foresight of the other. As it happens, that could be regarded as just fortunate for the applicant. And I think the more general point that I would like to make now is that, well, in two parts. Firstly, you'll be aware, I think, that both Selwyn District Council and the Regional Council opposed the draft policy that became Policy 8 in the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. And so the more general point that arises from that is just that the territorial local authority and regional council decisions are, of course, in part being overridden as a result of consideration of this application in the light of the NPS on urban development. And again, as I'm sure you're aware, we're currently in a situation with some central government, I think, enthusiasm for making reforms, some of which appear to override local knowledge. And that's the context in which you, of course, are working on this application. I recently came across some interesting information that wasn't available to us at the time we made our submission in June. And this came from Ministry for Environment just last month with some updated figures on their website. And I just pick out two things. Only 15% of New Zealand's land is highly productive. And secondly, the area of urban land in New Zealand increased by 15% from 1996 to 2018. And of that, nearly 83% of the increase was from converting exotic grassland into urban use. I think those are very telling figures.
I'll just get you to repeat those figures. If you
Yes, certainly. And it does, as I say, it comes from updated figures on the Ministry for Environment website. 15% of New Zealand's total land area is highly productive. And the area of urban land in New Zealand increased by 15% from 1996 to 2018. And there's a rider to that. Nearly 83% of the increase was from converting exotic grassland into urban use.
Okay.
The point I'm making, I think, is that Selwyn District is not an island. Selwyn District is part of our national area, and that this productive land is absolutely essential to the way we earn our living and the way we enjoy a quality of life in New Zealand. And so the relevance to this application is, as you will have heard, I'm sure, from my former colleague, Professor Cameron, these are precious, versatile soils, and there are alternatives. I did note from the Section 42 report, which again wasn't available to us in June, that for slightly different reasons, Mr. Boyes came to the conclusion that this application does not meet Policy 8. And that refers to the Canterbury Regional Policy statement, the Our Space document, and the Operative District Plan. And the recommendation was that it should not proceed. I note that that was on the evidence of flooding in springs, mostly, rather than versatile soil. There is a concern that I would mention, although I immediately point out that I'm not claiming expertise in urban planning. And we put this in our submission, that the land use recovery plan version of this says that service infrastructure and road access must be in place before greenfield land can be used for housing or business. And the application points out things like, quote, existing roads will be upgraded where necessary, and, quote, development contributions will assist council in delivering upgrades. In my opinion, these statements are just not sufficiently clear or precise or enforceable. Moving on to the livability. The documentation that we have refers to 2,900 houses in Lincoln. We drive through Lincoln 2 or 3 times a week. I'd say that number must have gone up by now. But in any case, adding 2,000 homes to that obviously is not a small issue. The point I'd particularly like to draw attention to relates to clause 54, and this is relevant to clause 7 of schedule 4 of the RMA, which says what has to be taken into account for an assessment of environmental effects. I think in the application, these measures to address that don't take account adequately the livability issues for the existing Lincoln residents. And the short form of my comment is just that it does not follow that because Lincoln is a desirable place to live, adding a large additional area with similar subdivision properties and infrastructure, it's not clear that that maintains the new entity as a desirable town to live in. The last point that I'd like to emphasise really comes from my reading of documents like Our Space 2018 to 2048, and that, of course, was a follow-up to the Greater Christchurch Urban Development Strategy in 2016. But just this quote, Lincoln develops while retaining its village and university character. And end of quote. But the university character really is an essential part of Lincoln's character. And just again, a quotation from the Lincoln University website. It's a specialist land-based university with the mission to provide knowledge and education to help feed the world, protect the future, and live well. What I would add to that is the presence in Lincoln of the Crown Research Institutes that are relevant to this. Ag Research, Land Care Research, Manaki Whenua, and Plant and Food Research, Rangahoa and Marakai. Put these together with the university, and this is a formidable assembly of higher education and research focused on primary production, and it includes climate change, adaptation and mitigation, kahiangatanga, and wise use of natural resources. And so what I come to from this is that to grant this application to cover a high proportion of an area of highly productive soils with roads and houses is not in the interest of Lincoln and its university character. Now that would have been the end of my submission, but I listened with interest to Ms. Refford's submission just now, and if I may, I'll just make a comment on that.
Yes, just give me half a minute, I'll just note the last part of the discussion.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
No, if you just give me half a minute, I'll just
yes.
make a note of the last part of the
Certainly.
discussion we had. So the last part is discussing the importance of the primary production and the various entities that are
That's right.
based
The
here.
university and research character of Lincoln is a very important part of Lincoln Township. And it does seem a great irony that right on its doorstep, we would be covering productive soils, versatile soils with more housing.
Right, thank you.
And yes, just to comment on Ms. Rifford's climate change input, certainly a lot of this I would support, and I'm sure Robin would as well. There is one technical point. She did mention the flood planning, and this is part of my expertise, and I would just comment that it has become very, very difficult in the light of climate change to talk of things like 1 in 200 year floods, 0.05% annual exceedance probability, which is in the expert evidence supporting the application. The techniques for deriving those derive or rely on the future being like the past. It's a statistical set of procedures. That is no longer the case. It's very difficult now to come up with a forecast of a 1 in 200 year flood. What we do know is that they are very likely going to be bigger. So I'll conclude, if I may now, just by saying that Robin and I do acknowledge the need for additional houses to be built in New Zealand and including in Canterbury. But for many of the reasons that we and other submitters have outlined and the advice provided in the Section 42 report, we believe that this particular plan change application should be rejected.
You've addressed the disruption of local planning issue. Have you addressed the disruption of local planning issue and your concerns in relation to that?
I don't know about addressed. I've certainly raised those. Yes.
And you're happy that you've raised that?
And to a certain extent, that's outside the scope of the hearing in some ways, because there is a political issue here about local democracy, and whether or not it's been appropriate that the national policy statement provision should have been applied in the way that they might be in response to applications like this.
Okay. Well, just double check. I had a couple of questions from your original written submission, which was very comprehensive, so I appreciate that. And I won't identify the precise point that you raised in your submission, but there was one part there where you indicated that in terms of the OD, of the outline development plan, you indicated that there were some provisions of that that were not objectionable or reviewed. What were they?
The general tenor of the development in terms of the provision of amenity and the incorporation of open space. I think those are the two I would perhaps pick out and say these are in line with other similar developments that I'm aware of. Perhaps I can illustrate that by saying that I understand the applicant has also got a plan change application for a site in Rolleston. If I was looking at this proposal on Rolleston gravels, there'd be a lot of it that wasn't objectionable.
And you're saying you drive through Lincoln 2 or 3 times a week. And is Lincoln where you go for your to meet your daily needs with your shopping and those sorts of things, or do you tend to go into grocery?
Both, but in terms of supermarket and such need as we have for the petrol bowser, which isn't much because we have an electric vehicle, and the pharmacy and the medical centre, yes, Lincoln.
Have you noted, I mean, you're a former resident, maybe a future resident, and you live a couple of kilometres outside at the moment. Yeah, I mean, have you noticed much of a change in Lincoln over the last few years?
Bear in mind that I said we've been in the area for 50 years, so yes. But your question related to the last few years, yes, traffic volumes in Lincoln are not an expert, but they're already pretty bad. And one of the features, of course, is that they didn't do the bypass, and so we have heavy trucks going through the centre of Lincoln regularly. I personally never do more than 40 kilometres per hour through Lincoln because of the current volumes of traffic, and that includes pedestrian and cycling traffic. I think in the last few years, I personally have witnessed probably 4 or 5 car versus bicycle accidents.
So you would support the provision of the off-road cycleways to
Oh,
separate
absolutely. The present main cycleway to Little River goes past our property. And although I didn't highlight it in this 15 minutes, the Moyers Lane part of that looks to be threatened by the access out onto Ellesmere Junction Road, Ellesmere Road. I don't know the technical ways of getting around that, but certainly that cycleway is a very important amenity.
Are your concerns, which you've expressed in here and you've talked about now in terms of livability, are your concerns basically as a product of scale, if you like? Is it just that
The effects of scale on other aspects of livability, yes. And as I attempted to point out a few minutes ago, it does not follow for me that the present scale, amenities, walking distances, etc., when you have 3,000 perhaps homes, 2,900, it doesn't follow that if you add 2,000 to that, that you have the same kind of livability, walking distances, amenity, etc. In spite of my answer about Lincoln, yes, we do travel quite regularly in and out to Christchurch, so we are aware of what Mr. Page was talking about in terms of the difficulties with the roundabouts and connections and the roads.
All right, well, thank you very much for that. It's been helpful. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sam Bridgman Smith. Right, thank you, Mr. Bridgman Smith.
Thanks for having me. Yes, so my name is Sam Bridgman Smith. I've spent most of my life living in Lincoln, apart from approximately 10 years overseas. I'm a full-time market gardener, and I'm privileged to earn a modest living using Lincoln soil, located approximately a kilometre away, as the crow flies, from the proposed development. I have a background as a research technician at Lincoln Uni, frontline police work in Christchurch, and have worked on market gardens, not only in New Zealand, but in France too. There are 3 points I want to get across today. Firstly, I'm here primarily because I fear that as a society, we've forgotten just how crucial soil quality is to prosperity. This prosperity has been recognised since the ancient Sumerians through modern day growers from Martians. Right from the beginning, my primary issue I have with PC 69 is the permanent loss of some of the finest soils in the country. If Lincoln soil was of poor quality, then I would not be at this hearing, nor would I be living in Lincoln, given what I do for work. Among others, my designated expert consultant, Professor David Montgomery, inspired me through his online lectures and book, Dirt and the Erosion of Civilizations, to pursue a living through market gardening while actually improving the environment and the soil. It's a worthy challenge. Reading his work also brings me here to this hearing to emphasise the loss of soil worldwide and how that negatively impacts society. Writing to him, Professor Montgomery, he kindly offered a signed statement for this hearing. Now, have you read it? Do I need to read it aloud?
No, I have read it, but if there are particular points in that you'd like to refer me to, that would be fine.
No, but to be very brief, his career's work has shown that societies who do not value and look after their soils impoverish themselves. This is what history teaches us, and we in New Zealand are not special. We are no exception to this rule. We ignore these lessons at our own peril. My second point that I wish to stress is the need for permanent legislative decisions and leadership from the Council. I would like to imagine a future where growers can invest long-term, such as fruit and nut trees, drainage, shelter, and other land-based assets, knowing they won't be crowded out by urban sprawl in the future. At the moment, there is reluctance to do so, given the ongoing significant loss of productive soils around Lincoln and the uncertainty it entails. I offered an alternative solution to this urban sprawl in my submission based on overseas examples, so let's not delude ourselves into thinking that it is somehow written into the stars that we have no choice but to build over these productive soils. The third and final point I wish to make as a grower is just how outstanding this soil really is. According to Selwyn's Versatile Soils map, I'm on class 2 soil. If I dig a hole, it is black for about 40 centimetres until you reach the subsoil. There is barely a stone to contend with, and the plants grow like a dream with minimal inputs. This soil, if taken care of, is an asset that will provide long into the future. As Dr. Roisin Woods stated in her submission, Quote, access to highly productive land is essential to continue food production for the domestic market and for export. And the government has set a target for the primary industries to increase export earnings by a further $44 billion in the next decade to support economic recovery after the COVID pandemic. Why undermine that goal? We deceive ourselves if we think that we have an abundance of such rich soil. Travel north of Lincoln for a mere 20 minutes and you're in Horswell, where urbanisation is eating into the last remaining market gardens. Travel east for 20 minutes and you're into Fort Hills, where intensive agriculture becomes impractical. You will go through Taitake as you get there, and they too are losing land now to more urban sprawl. Travel south for 20 minutes and you're already in Lake Ellesmere. If you travel west for 20 minutes, you reach an area called Ashley Dean, where I've dug holes for research. The soil is shingly with some hard pans similar to concrete. It would break my heart if I attempted to grow there. Yesterday it was stated by scientists, and I'm sorry to be repetitive, the area of highly productive land that was unavailable for agriculture, because it had a house on it, increased by 54%. Now, in my submission, I stated that statistic is staggering and a disgrace to anyone who desires a sustainable and prosperous future. I stand by what I say, and that if PC 69 does go through, then we will be putting ourselves on the wrong side of history by contributing to the loss of some of the finest soils in the country. We will be compromising future generations' prospects. That 54% loss of land has occurred in half my lifetime, which is a blink of the eye when it puts into perspective, when put into perspective against human history. What will future generations think of us? Thanks.
Right, can you tell me just a little bit about your market garden, how it operates? I think it's all directly soil based, not.
Oh yes, I've worked in hydroponics as well, and there's a huge difference in the taste of leafy greens. I concentrate on mostly leafy salad greens as they can grow through winter to a degree. That's my bread and butter. I also concentrate on seasonal produce to a lesser degree. I practice minimal tillage. I suppose when I remove a crop, I hoe it, so that counts as tillage. However, due to the nature of the soil, I want to improve it to improve drainage and to get better results. So it's mostly no-till.
What's the water table like in your area?
The farmer who leases out the land next to us told me that when he was pulling up fence posts, there was water visible at the bottom of the hole. Me personally, I've never dug a hole deep enough to reach the water table, so I can't tell you much more.
No. But is your land, is it free draining, or is it free draining, your land?
We have I have a ditch adjacent to the market garden and a couple of drainage pipes that lead to it. As I said before, drainage, I try and improve it by concentrating on soil structure through minimal tilling.
Okay. Do you have residential neighbours?
What do you define as residential
Well,
neighbours?
yeah. In terms of I haven't seen your site, so I don't know where it fits in with the development of, if you like, and in Lincoln, do you have subdivisions near or adjacent to?
So my location is Moores Lane.
Yes.
The nearest household would be approximately 100 metres to the west. Do you see where I am?
Yes, I do.
Okay, cool.
I appreciate you're in Moores Lane. I just wasn't quite sure about what surrounds you. Okay, so you've got, what is the subdivision to the north of where you are?
Is what is it, Living Springs area? I think the wetlands would be north of me.
So given your location, you wouldn't have had experience with people raising concerns about your activities, whether it's spraying, if you do that, those sorts of things, or noise or anything?
No, I don't spray. I use insect netting instead to mitigate pest problems. I have had no complaints. There are quite a number of people on the rail trail that goes down Moores Lane. They don't bother me.
Yeah. How much land do you have? You made mention of it in your thing.
I lease under a hectare. This is because of the nature of growing salad greens. You don't need too much space for that.
Right. So you can make a living off that one hectare.
Yes, I'm almost matching my former policeman's salary, which is another goal.
Mm.
The potential of, what you can do in future with the soil is just astonishing, especially when I concentrate on direct marketing, which is a challenge in itself, but you capture the entire dollar.
All right. Well, that was all I had for you in terms of questions. But thank you very much for coming and talking. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Very good. Thank you. Liberty. Good morning.
Tina Koto katoa. Ngā mihi nui kia koto katoa. Ko Mākud Te Maunga, ko Willamette Te Awa, no America aho. Ki o Tahi and Lincoln, toko kainga inaiane. Ko Kathleen Tako Inua, ki kai pako aho. No Rira, Tina Koto, Tina Tato, Kato. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so you prepared a written statement. I'll just ask you to take me through that.
Yes, I've prepared this statement this morning to update my previous submission, which I actually left back there in my chair. Because I've been listening to the hearing this week via Zoom, and I've read the more recent submissions from the proposer of PC 69, and I wanted to update my original submission, which I made in April.
Thank you.
So I'm not going to read this. I'm not an expert witness. But I'd like to speak to the points I made. And I'd also like to apologize for calling it my space instead of our space, very selfish of me. Some of the auto corrections have been very difficult.
Thank you.
They don't think our space is very grammatical, I'm afraid. But first of all, I'd also like to thank all of you for your service to the Selwyn district and your patience and attention during this hearing. It's been pretty amazing looking on Zoom. And thank you very much for arranging the camera and the microphones. It's very helpful. My original submission made 3 points, basically around climate change and flooding, around traffic and greenhouse emissions, and around the fact that the application is outside of the planned urban growth boundaries. This morning, I'd just like to update the issues on climate change and flooding and on traffic and greenhouse gas emissions, because there's been a lot of new evidence presented. And most of that was done, I think, in response to the council's own request for further information to the applicant. I pointed out in my original submission that the effects of climate change and flooding had been underestimated in their original application. And I'd like to say that continual underestimation of risk modeling can be one form of climate change denial. Subsequently, councils received substantially altered development plan, many more documents on flooding and stormwater, and on greenhouse gas emissions. And you've heard from Mr. O'Neill in particular this week about these issues. If I may summarize, according to Mr. O'Neill, there are no models that are sufficiently up to date and robust that can provide solid estimates of the impacts of climate change on flooding in the proposed 190 hectares during the development period and into the future. And we heard this morning the statement that you can't use the past to predict the future because the future is changing much more fast, much more quickly than even scientists had anticipated. Rather than admitting that these issues and problems of modeling should mean the development should not go ahead, it is proposed that it's postponed again, that flooding and stormwater should be considered at each stage of the subdivision planning. And this attitude means that there's this assumption that somehow climate change issues can be solved, that somehow in the future we'll be able to deal with the problems. However, we have learned that climate change is occurring much more quickly than expected, and the southern part of Tifariki, along which would be the northern border of PC 69, has already been delayed due to the need to mitigate a number of unexpected groundwater issues. I live in Verdekel Park. I've only lived there since May, which Verdekel Park is 10% the size of the number of units as the proposed development. And I see the construction going on there every day. It's across the street from where I walk. And I have heard about the repeated changes needed to the construction of the stormwater and the reserves and the groundwater planning due to the shallowness of the groundwater that they are experiencing during that construction. And you've heard about this from Calvin McCusker, who gave the high levels of groundwater as a reason to dismiss the soil. Flooding is the #1 natural disaster in New Zealand. Flooding costs councils in terms of damages to infrastructure and impacts on the local economy. You would all be aware of the cost of floods at the end of May this year. And I drove up and saw the flooding effects around Glen Tunnel, for example. And these floods did not impact a subdivision with more than 2,000 housing units. Imagine what the cost would be if that occurred. Imagine what might even happen to your insurance costs as a council. The second point of my submission was that the original development plan underestimated the impact of increased traffic and did not address greenhouse gas emissions. Subsequently, you've heard more. There's been at least 4 more iterations of traffic modeling, particularly concerning the junction at Lincoln University at Springs Road, Gerald Street, and the Ellesmere Junction Road. The amended transport plan originally estimated 14,000 car movements daily, and these were expected to be generated by the proposed subdivision size of 2,000 at that time. At an average of, 7 trips per day, or 0.7 per hour in the peak periods. However, the basis for estimating this were data collected in the UK from the Kent, the Isle of Wight, West Sussex, Somerset, Suffolk, East Midlands, and etc. villages in the UK. In the RFI, the council asked that this model be reconsidered as whether or not it's appropriate for the plan development. And subsequent models provided by Mr. Smith and Apley have tried to refine their model. Mr. Fuller this week said that he still believes that this model from the UK is okay. And I've copied parts of his statement and appended them to mine so you can read his statement without flipping back through his paper. Even Mr. Fuller points out that using the same estimate as the one used in Rolston, which was 0.9, would lead to traffic problems for the council, not just for his proposal. And he also used a 2-hour observation period to quote validate. That means he already knew it was going to approve his use of 0.7. His sustained use of 0.7, which contradicts the 1-hour period. So if you collect data between 7 and 9, you're going to have lower number of cars in the early part of that period. And if you average across the 2 hours, you're going to get an average that's lower than if you just collect data during the peak period. Mr. Smith's data is collected and reported during the 1-hour period, not a 2-hour period. Mr. Smith spoke on Tuesday about changes in the estimates of trips per resident and corrections to errors and other modeling, as well as calculations based on the new roading model you've had submitted. You can see I've copied some of these tables into my appendix 1 or appendix 2. The changes appear to be in all one direction, with each new model showing a lower volume at the Springs Road, Gerald Street, Ellesmere Junction Road, despite the changes to the roading plan by the removal of such roads as the Whedon's extension through the university and the extension through Tifariti, and the dependency on 2 new sets of traffic signals on Springs Road. Due to the multitude of variables that are involved in trying to predict the future, even experts who are working on the same project can easily contradict each other. Mr. Fuller on Tuesday morning described the need to install signals at various points along Ellesmere Junction Road, Springs Road, and Gerald Street as inevitable, even without PC 69, due to increased traffic volumes. And I know that some of these changes are already planned. However, Mr. Farrelly, in his greenhouse gas emissions report, predicts a gradual decrease in volume due to 1, improved public transport, 2, increased numbers of people working at home, 3, increased number of residents being retirees like myself, and or students who do not need to drive to work, 4, the new areas for for convenience businesses, services, and amenities to be provided locally in Lincoln and in the revised PC 69. And 5, new employment opportunities locally associated with the already planned and consented growth. Therefore, if Mr. Fairley's analysis is correct, it appears that there may not be an inevitable need for more traffic signals. I offer this analysis to highlight how the evidence of experts can be contradictory. Regardless of the exact number of trips, there will be plenty more than there are at present. And my original point about greenhouse gas emissions remains. Over 1 kilometer of road, this would be 110 tons of additional greenhouse gas emissions at one intersection in 1 year. That's 1 kilometer of the road. Over the number of intersections and the kilometers in the Lincoln area alone, this would be far more than the emissions that Mr. Fairley currently attributes to the dairy farm. And this excludes the emissions associated with construction, which constitutes 20% of New Zealand's emissions. Mr. Fuller dismissed the issues of greenhouse gas emissions by saying that the people would A, be driving wherever they lived, so it didn't matter if they lived out here or wherever, and B, by saying construction will happen no matter what. There is no evidence given by Mr. Fuller to support his bias about the lack of desirability of infill housing. I would briefly like to just deconstruct his statements. These are the statements he made orally. The CCC submission highlights the plan for infill housing. Contrary to Mr. Fuller's comments on infill, my brother's worked with planners in Portland, Oregon. He's been to New Zealand several times, consulting in Auckland and Wellington, and Portland has had an urban growth boundary since 1972. This has significantly improved the livability of Portland over many years. There are no areas where there is long-term significant urban decay with disused industrial sites or empty warehouses, because the land is valuable and because it's inside the growth boundary, and growth outside that urban sprawl is restricted, the land becomes repurposed and reused, and this helps maintain healthy neighborhoods. And Portland has been rated for very high livability and lower costs of housing for many years. It is possible that infill housing in Christchurch will have similar results. And it will mean then if infill housing replaces subdivisions like the proposed PC 69, the amount of driving will be significantly different. People won't be driving into Christchurch from Lincoln. They'll be living in Christchurch where they work and where there are many amenities within walking or cycling distances. In addition, housing stock can be upgraded and remodeled. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have new construction. So it is also possible that there will be lower greenhouse gas emissions from construction in the infill model. As I said, we can't know the future, but Mr. Fuller doesn't know the future either. PC 69 is planned as medium density with a minimum of 12 units per hectare, while Mr. Fairley recommends 15 units per hectare. It seems likely that the following issues will motivate the developer to increase the density to at least 15 per hectare, a 25% increase. And this will be due to the fact that the amount of land for available units has been reduced by the requirements for the stormwater, the roading changes, the changes to the reserves, the fact that they're going to have to put school, that they have said they will set aside land for schools. They have to have additional costs to pay for the roading changes and the changes they will contribute to council for the development of Springs Road and so forth. In order to maintain profitability, it will likely that the density will be increased, and this will be shown in the subsequent applications for the stages of the subdivision development. So if you approve PC 69 now, it's likely you will be asked in future to approve much increased density. The increase in density will further increase greenhouse gas emissions as compared with infill development in Christchurch, with a lower cost and travel associated with infill. In conclusion, there are more points that can be argued as shown in my original submission, but it is a dispiriting exercise. It seems no matter what the consideration and challenges, these paid experts can modify their data and models to support any number of revisions to PC 69. They seem to be assuming it's inevitable that it will be approved. As they are being paid by the proposer, it also seems unlikely they would be able to admit that the proposal is unsuitable for development. While the experts keep on with their blah, 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 and their paid to be rosy view of the future, climate change is here. And as a grandmother and a citizen, I worry about the future of my grandchildren and their friends and all the young children I see in our community every day. PC 69 should not be built on this land, as it poses a risk not only to the future of children and their families, but to the economic health of Selwyn District, and it increases greenhouse gas emissions while removing irreplaceable agricultural land. Yes, people need places to live. Those places include Tifariki, Rosemary, Flemington, Christchurch, Barrington, Cashmere Hills, Trebleton, Wolston, Rangiora, and all those places identified in our space, but they should not include this plan. Given that the proposal is outside of the planned growth boundary for 2048, I urge the council to decline PC 69 outright. Thank you for the opportunity to make this submission. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate it. Now just it's really fascinating me. It might keeping matter. It might just be mine, but I don't have page 4 of your written. So we don't need to do that now. We can sort that out afterwards.
You all have it?
No.
Oh,
But that's
that's
not
the
a problem.
warehouse stationery this morning. I have page 4.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We can get it if you can make it available. Drop it.
I've emailed a PDF copy.
Yep, no, that's fine.
Here.
No problem.
Should I give it to
You
you
can
now?
give that one to the commissioner.
No, I'll wait and you get that,
Okay.
and I'll get the complete set from the.
If you're gonna ask me questions about my original submission, I'll get my copy of that.
All right. I'll just have a look and see what I have got to us.
I'll just,
Thank you for that, both your submission and they're very comprehensive, and I don't have that much to ask you in terms of clarification. But there have been obviously changes, as you have identified, there have been changes through this process in terms of what is now before me for consideration. And one of the issues that you raised particularly was in terms of the flooding and the proposal originally for some of the land around building sites to be, to be flooded essentially. You know that what was proposed as a living X zone where that was to happen is now being.
I know, I understand, I've looked at that.
Yeah.
And the new model for the living Z zone, I've looked at that as well. I understand they've made a number of changes. However, those changes are ephemeral in terms of the rate of climate change. Just like the plans for Tifariki are not working out the way that developer planned, Nataku. Increasing in their original plan, they said they would increase the height of building sites and increase the required height of foundations, but just let some properties flood every 10 years anyway. I mean, that's very, very cynical. Clearly, the developer is not going to live there. They don't want to live in a place where they already said they're going to allow it to flood. And I think while we were going through our consenting process, I received an email from the council saying that in the new plan, our particular area might be need to be revised because we might be at greater risk of flooding than we imagined. Our family spent months emailing the council during lockdown to find out if we should raise the height of our foundation. And in the end, the modeling was so unclear that they allowed us to proceed with our planned foundation height. But we have installed a big swale in our own yard, in the front of our section, quite deep, and special groundwater pumps, stormwater excess pumps on our section due to the advice we received. All of these things increase the price of housing. They increase our insurance costs, and we are quite a bit north of we're at the northern end, northern side of Verdeco Boulevard. So we're quite a ways away from the land proposed. I mean, taking me about 25 minutes to walk to where most of the Carter's development would be. And there's quite good modeling available from satellite imagery now that shows the flooding could actually come up to the property we have. All the models show that the land proposed in the Carter's subdivision would be subject to much higher risk of flooding. And that is without taking into account the very high groundwater that exists there, not only in winter, but in summer, as the experts have testified this week. Flooding is the #1 disaster, natural disaster in New Zealand. I spent the last 12 years of my career studying the mental health of children affected by the earthquakes. And I read about the effects of natural disasters on the mental health of communities. And we can see the effects of the pandemic on people's mental health. And, but I've tried to just limit my discussion to more concrete issues. But there's a model on my original submission. There's a link to a model that you can enter the address of your own house. It's a model of the whole world. You can check the flooding for your own house, for your parents' house, for your children's house. And check them on yourself.
Okay, and the modelling you're talking about there, that's the modelling you spoke about in your
Yes, and I included some images there. I noticed they didn't the color didn't seem to be retained, but I think if you look online, if you go to the submitters page and click on my submission, you'll see that the color modeling shows the flooding very clearly over the. Now, I realize that developers will install drains and change the geography of the landscape and so forth. But there is evidence from around the world, take New Orleans, for example, that even after massive flooding, massive billions of dollars to change its state infrastructure, the same area is flooded again within 10 years.
a number of questions in terms of your additional submission, which is, as I say, thorough. I think in what you presented today, you have some of the questions I had. I no longer need to ask. Just check make sure there wasn't anything else in particular I've noted. Now, that's a little bit distracting, but I've just checked off and I'm happy that I've got a full understanding of your evidence. So thank you very much for that. And thank you for taking time to do that presentation.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. That's isn't it?
Is it a crooked in there? Getting ready for the test today.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a short morning break. So we'll be running about 10 minutes late. We'll come back just after 11 o'clock. Mr. Rennie. Morning. Mr. Rennie, you're here in two capacities, one personal capacity and one is the
Chair of the Waihori House Trust.
yes. Okay.
So perhaps I speak first from the from Waihori House Trust submission, in part because my submission I adopted theirs. So I'll just make some more logical to go that way around.
Would it be comfortable? Thank you.
So I've outlined the background to Waihori House Trust and what it is in our submission, so I won't go over that other than to say that we are a community organisation. We're not an environmental organisation as such. We are a community organisation. We were established in early 2000 with, as part of the process that developed the community strategy for Lake Ellesmere Te Waihora and its tributaries and environs. And we have, the trust was basically set up to monitor and help implement its strategy. The strategy was revisited and reviewed in 2015, and we continue to work in accordance with that strategy. We tend not to make a lot of submissions on resource consent applications or hearings unless we consider they are particularly significant ones in terms of the interests of the Te Waihora Ellesmere. And so this is one instance where we've felt that the scale and location of this particular plan change proposal is one that the trust felt that it should express its views on in keeping with its desire to see best management practice and to care for the lake and its tributaries. And I guess, so that's sort of the preambular part of it. I'm chair of the trust and speaking on behalf of the trust, which is presentation. The trust, most of the members of the trust, or many of the members of the trust, have had multi-generational relationships with the lake and its catchment. Two of our executive committee, our office holders, have farmed, or their families have farmed on the banks of the L2 for over 150 years. My family has farmed on the banks of the Selwyn for over 150 years, so we know this area quite well. We've got generational stories about the places and a sense of what the place could be, and of degradation that we and others have caused to it over time. And we're keen to sort of see that repaired and improved. And in that context, we are particularly concerned about this plan change because of the location in relation to the springs that are critically important to the life of one of the major tributaries to the lake, the L2. And we have been concerned from reports of our members and over the last few years about the deterioration quality of the L2, and much of that appears to be attributable to the development of new subdivisions in Lincoln Township, the addition of sediments and so on to the L2, L1 and the L2. I'm using L2 captured by the L1 and L2 because it's with the L1 flows into the L2, so I say L2, I'm sort of trying to capture the entire catchment. And the springs are known to some of our members quite personally on this particular site, and they are very concerned about the potential impact of the development on it. Hence our submission, and we usually take a neutral position in our submissions. We want to be sure that certain things are looked at. We are aware that you are in the best position to make an assessment of the application, because you get to hear everyone's evidence. You have to look at all of it, you have to read all of it, so you really get a better chance to see it all than any of us. So we usually sort of neutral and seek to have certain matters taken into consideration. Now, in this particular case, we have opposed it because we felt that the plan change, if it goes through, enables and encourages developments which we think would be significantly detrimental to the to those springs and the ecosystems around it, and the subsequent DL2 water quality downstream. And we kind of feel enough is enough in terms of what's been happening. Our major concerns, as set out, are in terms of the lack of detail in some of the identification where the wetlands and springs are, and I have read through some of the evidence provided by the applicant in this hearing, and I see that there's still considerable lack of detail there. There's not, the wetland fields haven't been fully identified. We are concerned that some of the ground truthing surveys seem to have been done during dry seasons, not during wet seasons or when you would expect to have a lot of water around. And we have had some very dry seasons in the last couple of years around here, leading up to the flood that we had this last year. So we're not convinced that it's the best time to be doing the ground truthing of those wetlands. We know there are some conflicts in the data. At times, Mr. Taylor accepted the Canterbury Maps information, at other times he was quite sceptical of it, and other times he outright rejected it. So we weren't quite sure how much confidence we could have in that sort of information. Either from Mr. Taylor or from the other data available. So we feel there's a real concern about that sort of information. Our other concern here is that this is a planned change. So many of the, much of the evidence being put forward is talking about this will be dealt with at the subdivision hearing, and it will be dealt with by the regional council and so on. But the plan change is significant because while you can separate it from the subdivision activity, the plan change encourages and enables more readily that activity. So we see that as really important to recognise that the plan change should not be, in our view, divorced from the ultimate outcomes of the effect of its implementation. So we feel that in the current state there's just simply not sufficient solidity in the information. And that's reflected in the fact that the outline development plan seems to be changing quite readily throughout the process, and it's really hard to get a grip on it. And it would be really hard for us to go back and reassess and know exactly what is proposed at this particular point, because the change has been going on during the process. So, in a sense, that sums up the thrust of our concerns. We are particularly concerned about cumulative effects of sedimentation, and we note that best practice procedures are plainly will be followed for any development that takes place on the site. Our experience with best management practices is that it doesn't necessarily work all that well, judged by the sediment plumes end up down the rivers anyway, that our members have observed. Our members have commented that the L2 used to sparkle. It doesn't anymore. It used to be a really clear spring-fed stream, which is brilliant. It just doesn't look like that anymore. It's I guess if we were tangawhina, we'd say it's morally has been severely diminished. We're not tangawhina, but to us there's a clear loss of the natural character of that spring, and we see this as further cumulative degradation of that stream is likely to occur. We have some concern also over light effects over time and how that might affect. If you're down towards the lake now, you can already see a bit of a glow from Lincoln. Just see that being exacerbated. And one of the features of Te Wahora Lake Alpha-Meadows environment is the dark sky. It used to be one of those features. And that's important both culturally, but also for the ecosystems down there. The other thing we're concerned about is the cumulative effects of contaminants after the development of the subdivision. There will be some ongoing sediment loss, undoubtedly, but We note that the Hallsville catchment, which flows from Christchurch City, has been identified in the recent groundwater surface quality report from Christchurch City Council, which was released about a month ago, as being the most contaminated catchment in Christchurch City. And that's flowing into the Hallsville, which ends up down in Te Waihora. We're not aware of similar data for this area, but we can see the sort of contaminants coming into the waterways from these sort of areas. Similar to we are concerned that will be future impacts on this particular area will be exacerbated by the scales of the development of this one maybe. So I think that those are my key points that I wish to make on behalf of the Waihora Avenue Trust.
Thank you. Just in terms of the concern, and it was a question I'd had for myself to ask you, in terms of the light and noise, and you touched on that in terms of the night sky, but you also said it affects on ecosystems as well.
Yeah, there's some species that are light averse, and lights also tend to attract other species. For instance, some of the insect species, moths, midges, and things like that. And those are some of the building blocks of the ecosystem. So you don't want your building blocks, your basic building blocks, being diminished if you want a healthy ecosystem. I have to say, I'm not speaking from expert.
No.
This is just our
It's just
trust
your
experience, and we run every 2 years. We have run at Kensett this year a Living Lake Symposium where we put together all the scientific information on the lakes, and so built up an understanding of a lot of the science around the lake over many decades.
In terms of Te Waihora, obviously it's identified as a significantly impacted area in the planning documents, and the planning documents work around trying, our aim at trying to protect it. I don't know whether you can comment on it, but I am quite interested in the contribution of residential versus farming, if you like, to the key issues in the lake.
Yes. To date, we hadn't had a major concern about, for instance, the metals and so on, the SLAS report. We were aware of some minor contaminants from urban areas, but SLAS report has been a bit of a surprise to us. So it looks like we will be looking more closely at some of those contaminants in the future. We try as a trust not to get into the issue of playing urban rural.
No.
But I appreciate there are different effects from each, and certainly the nitrification and so on, the drawdown of water from farming operations, especially the more intensified operations, have a major impact on the lake. But there's also been, I think there has been a genuine shift in attitude amongst most farmers, and they now are working to improve their practices, and some of it's required by the regional plans, land water plans, but there's also a genuine attitude change that we've detected out there. And there's some quite strong farmers groups now doing repair and restoration, things like that. Things we started over a decade ago are now being done by a lot more groups. So they're actually being taken in those areas. The potential for, there's some concern about the potential from sewage, urban sewage disposal and discharge fields, and we're not entirely comfortable with all the science around that at this stage. And ultimately, ultimately this subdivision and others and they can contribute to those discharges into the environment. We've got some data recently that in the townships like Lincoln, surveys carried out by Lincoln University have shown that about 60% of the population of the township have not visited the lake. About 30% of the population have got no interest in the lake. About 30% have visited, and really they show a greater appreciation for its values than the others. And so one major thrust of our trust at the moment is to try and get new populations to actually connect with the lake and to get them down there so that they actually understand that they are actually in the catchment of this amazing lake. It's got a water conservation order on it, it's nationally significant, it is internationally significant for its bird life. It's got the most different species of birds of any body in New Zealand. It's on the international flyway. It's really important to Tangawhina for its cultural values and fisheries values. It's quite, if you haven't been down, I suspect you have, but if you haven't been down there, definitely go down there at night and just enjoy the night sky. And also go down there during the day, walk to the mouth of the L2. It's quite a bit of planting that's gone on down there, part of the Billion Trees program, but other work has been done down there. You'll be able to see where the L2 comes out and comes from, nodes that come from up here and gets affected by what happens in the
Now, indicated that you've kept up with some of the evidence, etc., through the hearing. Some of it, yeah. And there's been a series of changes to the outline development plan. I'm not sure whether you.
I haven't kept up with it.
No, I mean, it's difficult to keep up. I accept that, but I just wanted to probably identify a couple of things which are proposed to see if they, well, just to get your view. You're not an expert, but just from the trust perspective, what your view of those are. One of the things which you may have caught up with is that there is a specific section in the ODP now which addresses water bodies and freshwater ecosystems.
I haven't caught up on that.
Right. So it commences with a description of the, yeah. Thank you. That'll be helpful. So if you look at page 3, the bottom of page 3, marked in red.
Mine's not numbered.
No, none of them are, but I'm the wrong one. I've done it manually. Yep, that's it. That's the one. Yeah, so just at the bottom there, this is where it starts, and you see there's a brief description of the environment. Notes what's happened to it in the past. But then comments that provides potential for higher ecological value to be re-established at the site through restoration and enhancement, and identifies potential protection of reserve space and native plant and naturalisation and stream enhancement of the spring-fed drains, increased biodiversity catchments or connections with wider catchments and those sorts of matters. So you'd be encouraging those provisions in the ODP, whether they...
Absolutely. I think there's a slight danger. I've noticed it in the 11 sort of this that to compare sort of restored creek areas the urban development with what she described as the improved pasture sector at the moment. I think it's important to realise that because of the requirements under the land and water plan, a lot of those areas will be required to be fenced off to implement farm environment plans anyway. So not, the degree to which there will be a significant improvement may not be as significant as might seem to be the case. If you just looked and said, oh, could it be wonderful restoration under the urban development, At the moment, it's just approved pasture. Once the farm plans that should be being implemented on those places are implemented, then I suspect there will be a lot of difference. It will depend very much on what was in the plans, and we don't know what will be in the subdivision plans detail of that, or in the detail of farm plans. So it's really a bit difficult to compare. But the current setting is not necessarily what would be there. But we certainly fully support any moves to do any restoration work.
And there's the creation of an ecological management plan to, you know, and those sorts of things, wetland delineation, spring head restoration, all of those sorts of
We
issues.
support all of those.
Yeah, very good. And stormwater management, of course, is
That's the thing that we still have some concern over. I saw them refer to best management practice and guidelines, and simply our experience, assuming all the subdivision works are currently operating towards best management practice, is just simply not working. I believe there was an article recently in the local media expressing concern from council's point of view about some of those issues.
from your experience, I don't know whether you can tell me this or not, but where you had the sediment discharge from sites into the L1 or L2, that they would largely be at construction stage with that.
That's our understanding of what's causing this.
Okay. And construction stage obviously is subject to particular construction and sediment management plans which need to be prepared, but you're saying that hasn't avoided the issue in your experience.
Yeah, the plan change enables this stuff, and this is a problem with having a sort of separation between the plan change and the actual subdivision activity itself, is that you can't really assess the full outcomes of the plan change until you see what comes through. There are rules in the plan change that somehow get to a higher than current best management practice, and preventing sediment from entering during construction. We would really strongly support those sort of rules, those sort of provisions to reduce sediment. I'm not entirely sure what could be done in terms of reducing metal contaminants and those sort of things coming off the properties. But
There's the first flush treatment and those sorts of things. And I know from the evidence in this and other matters that I've been involved with, there's quite a move at a national and regional and local basis to reduce zinc, reduce copper, all of those sorts of key contaminants. Right, well, that was all I had for you in your role as Chair of the Trust, and I appreciate that information. Now you can put your hat on as a private individual.
Private individual, yes. First of all, basically the Trust's position on the water and wetlands issues, I'm at one with them, so I'm fully in tune with those. I guess my problem from a personal perspective is goes beyond the Trust's interest in terms of things like the need to retain productive land. That's not a Trust concern so much. So this is where I start to move away from that. And it's, if we look at the effects of climate change and the latest COP26 outcomes have not allayed this at all, there are estimates of up to about 3.6 billion climate refugees globally who will need to be go somewhere. They're not all going to come to New Zealand, but we'll certainly see an increase of people in New Zealand. And the big problem that people are seeing and identifying is loss of food producing land into the future. Especially the need to provide food close proximity to urban areas, because we want to keep those supply chains short. And every move to expand over reasonably highly productive land is not really looking into the future that we're facing. So that's the sort of starting point. I know you've had evidence from a number of people on the high productive land issues in the soils and the debates over what is and what isn't the soil. So I won't go down that path. I'm not an expert in soil science, and I think you've heard from Dr. Armand and others who are in this space. There's a general principle that's all the way out as a concern. And I think if we look at the National Policy Statement on Urban Development and the recent bill in Parliament, which may or may not be passed by the time you have to make your decision, so it may or may not be something you need to come back and seek further submissions on, but it will be passed. We're certainly giving both parties in support of it by the time any subdivision proceeds here. And it seems to me, purely from a planning perspective, the directions we're getting to are to intensify and build upwards rather than to spread out. So it's up, not out. It's sort of the overall direction of the policy statements. There's some quite clear directions in the regional policy statement about avoiding, and I have read with that regards views on implied repeal, which could equally be applied further by saying what the enabling housing, which I think it was 3x3 legislation that's in fourth house, could impliedly repeal any move to spread out, saying we're going to provide some more housing. And I think the estimates are that there'll be 60,000 to 70,000 new houses appearing in Christchurch as a result of that legislation that goes through. Now, that will be going upwards. And that sort of leads on to the question whether you really need a 2,000 household subdivision going outwards. Lots of space to intensify in towns like Lincoln, and just don't see the logic of planning and looking into the future of further sprawl. That even you can solve all the issues about transportation and services and those sort of issues. So I guess that is one of my concerns. The other concern I have, and this is the flow-on concern from a lot of these subdivisions, is that one way or another, the people who live in these subdivisions are going to need water. And their water has to come from somewhere, and the council has to provide that, the subdivision goes ahead, and the council has to get that from, in this region, usually from the groundwater, and has to go through a consent process and so on. And we are in a region that's over-allocated in its water resources already. We can't take more demand on the water resources. And I just simply cannot see the logic continuing to promote more water-intensive housing uses. These will be more intensive than, say, intensified built-up housing. I would like to think that there would be a rule and plan that would at least require houses to capture their own water, rainwater, for use, and that is those sort of rules are in plans overseas in water short areas. And it's just unbelievable we don't do that already here. But there has to be much greater attempt to, in plan changes, to mitigate the demand on our on the natural water resources in a water resource short area like Canterbury. And I don't get the sense of that coming through in the plan change at all. And I think this plan change could be a model for doing that if it was to go ahead. But I actually don't think it should go ahead for the reasons I've already given. I think it should be an out, not out. I guess from a personal point of view, that's my main concern. This is just not the way we should be heading in our plan. I'm not a Lincoln resident. I don't have any sort of fear of not in my backyard so much. This is simply it's just not good planning. The other aspect I have with this is that we have at the moment a proposed plan change. New district plan going through the processes in Canterbury, Selwyn, sorry, and this just seems to undermine that process. We can take a much more logical, strategic look at the whole of the needs of the area through that proposed district plan change, and this doesn't really fit with this. And I do appreciate National Policy Statement Policy 8. I think it is. But I think the fact that council is even considering this shows that we have been responsive to the application. Doesn't the policy statement does not say that significant new urban development proposals should be treated as controlled activities or permitted activities. It just says that the council has to be responsive, which means the council just has to consider it. So my reading of that is if you have a rule in plan that says something is prohibited, and the National Policy Statement says, well, you need to actually have to consider it and to be responsive. And having this hearing, the council has been responsive, but it just doesn't stack up. This particular proposal.
Do you know about the proposal to transfer water takes to council on this?
Not on this particular one, but I transferring is a fraught issue generally, and ultimately you still got water demand. If you've got more people, you've got more demand for water.
Well, I don't think we had any further questions, but thank you very much for both of your appearances.
Very welcome. Oh, shit. All this.
I was worried. Morning, Ms. Burrow. So thank you for providing this. I've read your submission and in your hands is how you want to proceed, but I'm assuming you want to take us through this document.
Yes, I will speak to it.
Certainly.
I'm just conscious that sometimes it's hard for people I've been watching online and it's hard to pick up what people have been saying. Just by way of introduction, I'm Nancy Gorry, and today I present my submission as a long-term resident of Lincoln. In the past 40 years, I have observed the changes that many of the applicant experts have referred to in their evidence. I come here out of concern about matters that I consider will impact the well-being of the present and future residents of Lincoln. Lincoln is not just an arrangement of houses and streets, but a place where ordinary people live, work and raise their families. It has been a good place to do this and I've really appreciated it. And I would like to see this continue into the future. I believe that developers have a very significant responsibility to ensure that they do the very best they can to enhance the community that they intend, and I've put in quotes, dropping hundreds or thousands of sections into. I consider that by working with the community and acknowledging expressed community visions, the process can be a win-win situation. In Lincoln, there is a vision statement that would have informed the Lincoln Strategic Plan. Lincoln, a vision for our future, community participation-based envisaging project for the future Lincoln Village 2001. I've just mentioned that because I've been listening to the things that people talk. I have a lot of knowledge that a lot of people obviously, and that's just comes of living in a place. So, but I just mentioned that one. And that's attached in as Appendix 1, and that gives, it's an abstract of what was done. But that's basically has formed the basis for many of the features in Lincoln today, the way things are being undertaken.
Okay.
I consider that I should make it clear that my background has also influenced my submission and informs the reasons why I am submitting on 4 particular aspects of proposed plan change 69. I trained as a town planner at the University of Auckland in 1973, and for 8 years worked as a planner, then district planning officer in the Ministry of Works, Dunedin. In that role, I was involved in overseeing planning across the Otago and Southland. So this kind of development was bread and butter coordination of all government input and investment into communities, and a lot of liaison with councils about and on combined planning committees as to how we were going to do this kind of thing. And I also spent time in head office Wellington and district office in Christchurch. In 1981, I moved to Lincoln, consequence of marriage. From the mid-80s until the mid-2000s, I was involved in a number of community groups and organisations in Lincoln and was a member of the Lincoln Community Committee for a number of years. During that time, a number of plan changes occurred in Lincoln, rapidly expanding the town's size, and I made a submission on a number of these, and they were just one after another, and there's a reason for it that comes up later. So I was seeking to give input that would enhance the long-term well-being of future residents. Examples of what I sought to be included in these plan changes were connecting roadways and blue-green access ways between subdivisions, esplanade reserves and strips on the L1 and L2 streams, investigation of land suitability for housing due to chemical residues in the soil, etc., etc. And those are the numbers of some of the plan changes I made submissions on in the 90s, around that time. Following the completion of my Masters in Resource Studies at Lincoln University, I have been involved as the research assistant in a range of resource management projects at Lincoln and Waikato universities. For these reasons, I do look critically at proposed plan changes in Lincoln and make submissions that ask for changes that I think will be of benefit to the wider Lincoln community. It is on this basis that I make my submissions today. I'm not providing expert evidence, rather I would consider myself an informed person. Coming now to my first submission, I'm jumping to 1.5, speaking to my submission. And as I've laid out my
Oh, I see.
yes, if you just go down to, I'm not going through that first part, but just want to.
Just have a quick look at that first part and then.
Yeah, I'm skipping that, and each time I'll skip that. I'm very pleased to see that the applicant has removed the living X zone from plan change, but I still have concerns regarding potential flooding within parts of the remaining residential zone. And I've included that under my point 2 in the decision I want council to make. A number of the applicant's experts have indicated that the current ODP is based on what appears to be initial preliminary investigations, and that the final layout, actual details, and mitigation of any effects and impacts of the development will be provided in the AEE at the subdivision consent stage. Some of the experts indicated they had not done in-depth investigation into the suitability of various aspects of the site for the intended purposes, but stated that that would come at the subdivision's consent stage after plan change is granted. This raises the which comes first question. Do you need to know if the land really is suitable for the intended purpose before or after the land is rezoned? The applicant proposes 2,000 sections. That number could well change based on ground suitability. Well, it's already may well have changed because they've removed the living X zone. Based on ground suitability, areas required for the protection of the spring heads, and that's increased in stream reserves, etc. So the Lincoln community and SDC, on our behalf, don't actually know what they're going to inherit. That is, how many houses, and therefore the traffic flow, the impact on infrastructure, and pressure on existing community facilities, resources, etc. My concerns are, one, given the limited amount of detailed information available, how susceptible is the site from a natural disaster viewpoint? Now I've done research on natural disasters. Flooding is recognised in the area. The L1 and L2 streams are linked to Te Waihora Lake Ellesmere, and this water body is subject to fluctuating lake levels as well as sporadic mechanical opening of the lake to the sea. In addition, there is the issue of sea level rise due to climate change. Second concern, will parts of the site be susceptible to liquefaction in an earthquake? Does the site have a varying TC rating, earthquake rating? As the Christchurch earthquakes have shown, building on land that is unsuitable, has an unsuitable ground condition, causes damage to property, distress and social dislocation in the affected communities, incurs major costs for ratepayers and taxpayers via the required restoration of services by local councils or relocation of residents by government, for example, the Christchurch Red Zone. And thirdly, financial hardship due to insurance retreat, something that is already happening overseas. Increasingly, insurance companies globally are withdrawing from insuring housing or are increasing premiums to match what they perceive as an undesirable disaster risk level. I have become aware of significant changes within the insurance industry and the growing uninsurability of properties impacted by natural disasters. And there are articles on that even in relation, it was one of the New Zealand publications in insurance. With the increasing frequency of major climatic events, potentially due to climate change, I would expect that the fine print in insurance contracts will contain a clause exempting such claims. And we always have to read the fine print in anything we sign. For that reason, it is desirable to further refine the living zones and plan change 69. Mr. Thompson, in his presentation and subsequent questioning, indicated that some land does liquefy and move towards a spring. He probably was talking in a general context, not site specific, but that's what tends to happen, I assume. He also indicated that at this stage his assessment was theoretical and he needed to check aspects. And then Mr. McLeod also made reference to flood levels needing to be available with regard to infrastructure at the subdivision site. Mr. O'Neill, in his paragraph 5, also refers to the need for detailed information. I consider this additional detailed information as essential in order to determine the suitability of land for various zones and land uses. So I consider this is the time when it is still possible to avoid placing urban development where natural hazards such as flooding and liquefaction has been observed or will potentially occur. So the decision I want the council to make: 1, the applicant provide additional detailed information and a detailed map of the land suitability for residential use with respect to natural hazards such as flooding, earthquake activity and sea level rise. And it's not confined just to that, there may be other natural hazards, but I'm just specifically mentioning those. Secondly, upon the provision of the above information, the applicant to review the location of all other residential development in areas that are potentially subject to flooding, so as to exclude all flood-prone areas from residential zoning. And that's my submission 1. Submission 2, 150 metre buffer zone. And jumping on that one too, speaking to my submission on page 4. The current Lincoln sewage treatment plant was built in the 1980s. It was on rural zoned land, farmland, and no housing was located close to it. At the time, it was considered that a 300 metre buffer zone was desirable, and that's Ministry of Works guidelines from the 1970s, 80s. There was a period in the 1980s, early 1990s, when there was a moratorium on the development of land in Lincoln due to lack of capacity within the sewage system. We moved to Lincoln, there was no new subdivisions, but hardly any houses. I think there were 11 houses sold in 1 year. It was almost impossible, so it's nothing new. Having no sections related. I was part of an SDC-initiated working group that looked at options for the expansion of the system. In 1994, the Lincoln Sewage Treatment Plant was a one-stage oxidation pond. It was then upgraded by the addition of 3 aeration tanks. In 1999, the aeration tanks were upgraded to sequential batch reactors and an aerated pond. At that time, discharge of effluent into the L2 stream was considered undesirable, so treated effluent was piped into Christchurch City at times acceptable to the city. So it was held in the pond for 12 hours. They could only pump for 12 hours. The pond was used as a partial treatment through the sequential batch reactors and in the pond, and then what came out was pumped into the city and went out through Bromley. But I acknowledge, so the system has been upgraded and expanded a number of times. Now, I'm not an engineer, and SDC engineers have much more detail on how the system operates and the upgrade process. In 1991, the RMA was passed and allowed councils and individuals to rezone land by way of council plan or private plan changes. Consequently, a number of private plan changes were proposed that rezoned land in the vicinity of the Lincoln Sewage Treatment Plant for housing. Rylands was plan change 45, and Tauwhariki, which was Lincoln University in Waitahu. Apologies, I've misspelled Waitahu. There were concerns within the community as to the desirability of allowing housing close to the Lincoln Sewage Treatment Facility, as the facility generated noise during operation and odour on occasion, as well as the potential to be a vector for aerial-borne diseases. And it's interesting to note that the Canterbury District Health Board has made a submission on the odour. This issue, along with other concerns, led to an appeal to the Environment Court. I participated in the mediated settlement in the Environment Court. I actually signed it on behalf of the Lincoln Community Committee. That settlement imposed a 150 metre buffer zone, and I've stipulated a copy of the Environment Court decision prior to the hearing. The settlement. I presume you've got it, but I've got
Yes, Judge Jackson's decision.
Yes, but I've got another copy if you.
No, I've got a copy. Thank you.
My concerns are, I believe the buffer zone of 150 metres around the Lincoln Sewage Treatment Plant should be retained for 4 reasons. Firstly, the health and well-being of adjoining residents. I understand that the prevailing wind at the site is from an easterly direction. There are figures, but they were given in mediation and that was confidential, therefore I can't give them to you. But the council could supply you with those numbers. So residents on sections immediately adjacent to the ponds would, if there was no buffer zone, at times be subject to odour nuisance. I understand that SDC has figures regarding wind incident at this site. Secondly, the financial impact on all Lincoln residents if they're required to relocate the pond to another location. It is interesting to read the comments of SDC's engineer regarding the need to retain a buffer pond in the event of an emergency, such as a break in the pipeline to the Pine Central wastewater treatment plant in Rolleston, or if in future waste treatment has to be reinstated at that site due to capacity issues within the wastewater system. Now, I realise I listened, parties have got together and had been having a chit chat about how they're going to solve it, but I wasn't here to put my hand up and say, me too, but there's obviously been discussions and things going on behind closed doors, and I'm not party to them, so I don't know what they're all coming to. Have you had any response from them yet?
There was discussed this morning, and yeah, so it's very much in summary. It's been agreed, and I'll just say that the agreement between parties doesn't bind me. I sort of have to make a decision. But it's a 100-metre setback from the pond. A no complaints covenant in a specified location of those properties which were within 150 metres of the pond. And it's the written approval for from the applicant for any upgrade works which may be required or consenting that may be required in the future.
I find it very interesting that they're asking that they're not allowed to complain. That only the one that the first landowner presumably that bought the section, because any subsequent landowners it's completely different. And it
It
doesn't.
normally transfers through.
Would it transfer through?
Comes through the subdivision process.
Is that quite normal?
It's not uncommon. Because at the time when the developer owns the property, that's when they can enter into the covenants, and then when it goes through the process, that continues to go, to trickle down, if you like, through the titles.
Is it a covenant or
That's a covenant that we're talking about. Yes.
so that a lot of covenants expire after a certain time limit?
I don't know, and I don't know whether we need to get the details.
Oh,
of
okay,
it
I'll
now.
carry on.
Yeah.
I've got limited time.
No, thank you.
We
Right, so you were at
get up to
2.6, 3 probably. I think you'd finished 2.62. And so we're getting on
right.
probably just over
About
complaints.
complaints from residents living closer to the site may lead to the pond being removed. Without a pond in an emergency such as a pumped breakdown or a break in the Lincoln Pines Rolleston pipeline due to natural causes or human error, I presume there would have to be an emergency discharge of untreated or semi-treated effluent into the L2 stream and ultimately into Te Waihora Lake Ellesmere. I consider this as environmentally and culturally unacceptable. Fourthly, COVID-19 has highlighted the potential for vector-borne diseases to impact humans, so I consider a buffer should be retained until such time as the possibility of such an event happening via a wastewater treatment facility is removed. COVID-19 is being found in wastewater samples. Some Lincoln ratepayers have paid for upgrades and expansions of the Lincoln wastewater treatment system multiple times. SDC have in the past been confronted by some very irate people at public meetings. I consider that this investment by the community should be protected, and the decision I want from the council. For these reasons, I ask that the 150-metre buffer zone be retained around the Lincoln sewage treatment pond. I believe there are ways that this can be incorporated into Plan Change 69. For example, the same requirement was placed on the Te Whāriki subdivision when it was approved. In that situation, the developer created stormwater treatment ponds within the 150-metre setback from the sewage treatment plant. The same approach could be applied in this situation. Multiple 100-metre setbacks from spring heads are accepted by the applicant. All I ask is that one 100-metre 150 metre setback be accepted in this situation. Now, I noticed in another point, which is integration of my submission 3, there was talk of, but it's a bit confusing because some of the experts are saying there's no vehicular access in Te Whareki, but Mr. Who is it? Not the road engineer, sorry. Actually, on the plan, it actually shows the latest plan that was given out as the I'm taking it that this is actually a roading link, so it must be going in through a wastewater pond. So by way of negotiation, there could be a bit of a trade-off that Te Whareki can put some of its wastewater into, if you had a 150 metre buffer around the pond, then some of the wastewater treatment from Te Whareki could go onto that land along with a bit from this plan change, and a road could go through there. Because I've walked along there and it's not very wide, but it would seem that engineers can do almost anything within reasonable cost. But you could actually relocate wastewater from and in a way it would be a much better system rather than everybody doing it on each their plots. You could maybe be able to get a better wastewater treatment system by putting it there.
Wastewater or stormwater?
Stormwater, sorry, not wastewater, stormwater. Sorry.
Okay.
It's stormwater treatment, yeah. But it takes a bit of imaginative thinking and working at things, but there are ways to do things. It's not all set in concrete. And I thought Te Whareki did it well, and it's ended up being a recreation area. And if you look at the location of it, you could put it could be that you have the sewage treatment plant, but around it is stormwater retention ponds. And that would mean if there was an emergency, then maybe it'd go out of the pond into the stormwater retention ponds and then into the river and give even greater protection to the lake and the stream. Let's just think imaginatively. That's it. So I move on to my next submission.
Yes, thank you.
It's integration into the existing town. We're moving to 3.4, speaking to my submission. Well, there is a direct access, but I was just slightly confused. Some of the
That's potential.
potential, which I hope could be worked out. My concerns are as follows. Firstly, timing of road access to Ellesmere Road. There is an indicative vehicular access onto Ellesmere Road for Moyers Lane, but from the evidence presented and subsequent questioning, it appears that the Moyers Lane connection will not be created until a substantial number of sections have been developed. This means the main access into Lincoln will be via Springs Road. If it is feasible to develop this road access, then it should be provided at a much earlier stage in the development. I think from memory, was it 1,500, just over 1,500 sections would have been, yeah, before it was going to be a fair way through, like 2/3 of the sections would have been released, or I can't remember exactly, I think it was in, yeah. But it's a fairly long way through the process. Secondly, feasibility of Moyers Lane. This connection has been indicated on the ODP. While there is a road reserve that could be used, I question the feasibility of creating this link, given the susceptibility of land to flooding, high water table levels, geological ground conditions, substrate conditions, and the sensitive nature of the wetlands and stream margins. Regarding this connection, after hearing the various experts, I'm concerned that no evidence has been given as to the feasibility of creating an access to Ellesmere Road via Moyers Lane, given the ecological significance of the stream corridor at the northern end, as indicated by Ms. Drummond, the requirement of Mahanui Kurataia Limited Statement Appendix 1, Maitahi Subdivision and Development Guides, Earthworks, 3. Earthworks should not modify or damage beds and margins of waterways except where activity is for the purpose of naturalisation or enhancement. And then I put the, and also the geology of the route. SDC Development Engineering Technical Memo of 8th of October, in Appendix D of the application documents, recommends subgrade needs to be properly investigated. And he talks of the issues that they've had in Te Whareki and Vertico about, and I suppose, having watched roads being built, I wonder at, Ms. Drummond said how sensitive it was at the northern end of the property, and I wonder how it can be done without causing damage, but I'm not an ecologist and I'm not an engineer. I consider the feasibility of a link to Ellesmere Road needs to be investigated further, and if it's not possible to make a road connection via Moyers Lane, then the applicant should consider creating a road junction from Collins Road to Ellesmere Road. And this may be a lot easier because Collins Road is formed and you're not trying to go through what the map has shown as a very wet, low-lying area. So an additional access to the site is essential for safety reasons and to reduce the traffic flow on Springs Road. The third point I make is the peak traffic times of the morning will coincide with traffic coming to Lincoln University and associated research facilities. In an emergency, such as a major accident on Springs Road south of the last Te Whareki road, there will be no direct vehicular access into Lincoln, and residents would be required to go the long way round using roads between Lincoln and Springston or Green Park. There are not a lot of, it's crossing the Liffey Stream or the L2. There's not a lot of bridges. I mean, there's a few crossings in Lincoln, but the river just gets bigger and bigger the further down you go, and the council hasn't crossed it in a lot of places with bridges. Fourthly, a number of the experts have mentioned and spoken positively of the fact that there is no vehicular access into Te Whareki subdivision and other parts of town. I personally think this is a serious drawback to this plan change and could even be considered by some to fail to create a well-functioning urban environment. From my point of view, one road access would be a minimum. Just because the adjoining subdivision hasn't made provision for a connection into the adjoining land doesn't preclude it from being done. For example, Te Whareki had limited vehicular access points into the existing Lincoln town, so the developer bought an existing house at the south end of Westbelt, demolished it and created a roadway into the subdivision. This created a more direct access to the town centre, library, Lincoln Event Centre, domain, schools. I consider that such an option should be investigated by the applicant, as many of the sections of the southern end of Te Whareki are not yet fully developed and built on. If offered a very attractive price and the possibility of an attractive section within the proposed subdivision, people may be willing to sell. However, I think what I heard Mr. McLeod refer in question to the possibility of modifying the stormwater treatment pond to Te Whareki in order to get a good connection, road connection. If this is correct, then I think this should be seriously investigated. And that's what I was talking about before. Let's do some jiggling as to where things are located. And let's try and get the developers to look at the overall benefit for the community rather than this is my patch and I'm not going to help you get what you want. You know what I mean? Let's work together. This subdivision is going to be there for 100 years, so let's try and get it right. The The fifth point, the assumption is that people with a wide range of ages and abilities would use the accessways, cycleways into the existing town. So vehicular access is not necessary or desirable. But my walk along the Te Whāriki walkways adjacent to a planned change area would suggest that there is a significant height differential between the Te Whāriki site and the planned change area. One of the experts did indicate that Te Whāriki has been built up at the southern boundary. I'm presuming that's to address the sloping topography. I question if it will be an easy ride to the shops and the school. I consider pathways need to be an attractive gradient so people will actually use them. I have regularly biked around Lincoln for shopping, recreation, and as a commuter to the university. But I admit that on a cold, wet day, I do not like biking, and sometimes a bike is not that convenient. So I question if households, i.e. a parent with 2 to 3 children, will be keen to trade a dry, warm car for a walk or bike ride in the rain to work, school, the shops, or sports practice. For these reasons, a vehicular access into Te Whāriki should be created. I can understand where the urban design experts get their image of what a sustainable community could be. Both my daughters live in large cities in Europe, and biking or going by train from your multi-storey apartment block to work is commonplace. But in Lincoln, it is highly unlikely that there will be an alternative mode of public transport other than the bus service that uses the main road through Lincoln. Now, one of the experts considered Lincoln didn't have a good bus service. Sorry, but I beg to differ with the expert. Monday to Friday, we can leave Lincoln by 6:09 a.m. and return by 11:30 p.m. And we can go to Burnham via Rolleston, leaving at 7:17 a.m. and return by 9:43 p.m. Both of the routes have weekend timetables. Plus, there is a bus that is solely for school children that goes into Christchurch on weekdays. So I reckon we're very fortunate, and the university and Crown Research has enabled such a good bus service. An option I'm putting forward, which won't be very favourably received, I suspect, would be to defer the hearing until information has been provided that shows the ground conditions and geology is suitable for the construction of a road connection to Ellesmere Road from either Moyers Lane or Collins Road. And I have asked hearings before to be deferred for matters to be investigated, which I think is significant. The decision I want Council to make: if it is found that it is not physically feasible or ecologically desirable to create a road connection via Moyers Lane or Collins Road to Ellesmere Road and into Te Whāriki, then plan change 69 be declined due to traffic safety, connectivity and ecological grounds. So my second one, now that is not what I asked for in my submission, but as I've listened to what I've heard the experts say, and as I looked at the material that's been provided, I personally feel that if you can't get onto Ellesmere Road and you can't get into Te Whāriki because it's not feasible, then all the traffic from the development is going to have to go down Springs Road, and there seems to be no other way. So I see those connections as really crucial to this plan change. The gradient, my second point, the gradients so that if you can find a way to do those things, get an access to Ellesmere Road and something to Te Whāriki, then the gradients of accessways and cycleways be designed to meet internationally recognised safety and accessibility standards. Move on to my number 4. This is relatively short, I'm almost done. And this one, I've just got reasons, 4.2. The plan requires an estimate of 20 metres and set that out there. I note from plan 11611, which was in the advocated one of the plans, I've put it there as an appendix at the back. It's appendix 3, this plan.
I've got appendix 3.
Okay. In that plan, There is an unformed legal road on both sides of the L1, L2 stream. I'm assuming that this is a standard 20-metre width created at that time, it was 1971. In a later plan, DP 68631, dated June 1995, it's shown as Moyers Lane. On plan 11611, it is shown as forming the edge of the stream and then doing a right turn across the L1 and L2 streams and proceeding onto the currently formed section of Moyers Lane. It is not clear from the plan change information what will happen to this unformed road reserve. The northern end may well be used by the applicant to form the road corridor into Moyers Lane if it's feasible. We rode through there. Given that the plan change will, if granted by SDC, rezone the land residential and integrate it into Lincoln Township, the Esplanade Reserve's rules will apply to any land in plan change 69 that borders the stream. Now, I'm not sure exactly. I'm guessing that it doesn't, but I'm not quite sure from the plan. I'm assuming that no part of Plan Change 69 borders the stream, so that leaves a legal road along the margin of the L2. I consider that the legal road should be turned into an Esplanade Reserve so that the stream margin can be protected. Presumably, SDC can close the road and turn it into Esplanade Reserve. The existing legal road, or Esplanade Reserve, if SDC changes the land designation, should not be incorporated into the stormwater treatment area, but be retained as a separate entity. And its stormwater treatment is different to an Esplanade Reserve from a safety purpose. The applicant's plan suggests that a greenway will go right down to that unformed legal road, and I'm presuming they'll put that down as a way to create access to the unformed legal road. But I don't know. Esplanade Reserves exist within Lincoln to provide a buffer between residential development and the L1, L2 streams, as well as provide for recreation and public access way. The future residents in the Plan Change 69 area will benefit from access to such reserves. I make comment about Springs Creek. I was thinking it too needed to be protected by an Esplanade Reserve, but I recognise an Esplanade Reserve, you have to have, what is it, a 3 metre, there's particular width, so I don't know how wide the Springs Creek is, so it may be applicable, it may not be, but it's obviously going to be protected during subdivision. The decision I've made is just create an Esplanade Reserve 20 metres along the eastern boundary of the plan change area, in the area currently designated as unformed legal road on the plan 11611, where it adjoins the L1, L2 streams and on any plan change 69 land that has a direct frontage onto the L2 stream, and that one be applied.
Thank you very much. It's very comprehensive indeed. We've had some discussions through your presentation. I'll just check whether there's any further questions. So how far are you from the ponds? From the wastewater treatment plant?
I don't live anywhere near it.
No.
I used to live, Lincoln was the North Belt, East Belt, West Belt, South Belt, and I used to live inside the 4 belts.
Right.
And Lincoln's just gone like that.
Okay.
And we moved after 26 years inside the 4 belts, living right in, one block from, about half a block from the centre of town, moved out a bit further to one of the newest subdivisions.
Okay.
So I'm not personally affected.
No.
I suppose people might laugh at this, but I think that I've really enjoyed living in Lincoln. It's a good community, and I'd like to see that it stays that way. So when there's an opportunity that I can use, give input, and we're entitled to, and we ask for it. And I think that in some way I can contribute to enhance the community and ensure that it remains a really good place. And it's been a fantastic place to bring up our kids. They've loved the stream, and that's the stream and the Esplanade Reserves, the walking, people come and they just so enjoy it. New people come, they just can't believe what a good network it is. It's just a fantastic asset. And as one of the chairman of the Lincoln community said, the Liffey and that river corridor is the jewel in the crown for Lincoln. We're so privileged to have a water body like that. So I suppose that's why, goodness sake, after 20 years here I'm back and asking that an Esplanade Reserve be created and that the sewage not be tipped into the river of emergency. It's a precious resource.
Okay, well, your information has been, as I say, it's very thorough, it's been very, very helpful. We appreciate you taking the time and effort.
If anybody needs a bus timetable, this is Lincoln. And look, this is just amazing. If you ever move to Lincoln and you're on a pension, you can go into town on a bus from dawn till dark.
Well, it's useful actually, because I hadn't understood that. Thank you. Right, Louise and Ronald, please. Good afternoon to you, Brad.
Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning.
That's
Good
yes, it is happening.
I'm speaking on behalf of my husband and I, and we've lived in the Selwyn area for over 30 years and watched the development of Lincoln, and now reside in Lincoln. We just only want to touch on two subjects on our submission. Next, land usage and infrastructure. We have great concerns that land of this quality will be utilised for housing. As in our submission, we stated we value and recognise the importance of the soil, as only 2% of New Zealand soils are of this quality. The vein that ran mainly through our property at Coast Walk was of this quality and produced seed crops for the northern hemisphere spring. The crop was of such importance and value, people would fly in from various parts of the world, check the crop and leave. Lincoln Agricultural College, now university, was developed by our forefathers due to the excellent soils in the area. We also consider this must surely conflict with the new environment statements to preserve our good agricultural and horticultural land for future generations. Why can't we follow Europe's example? In the middle of Frankfurt, there are pockets of land in the midst of dense housing, which has amazing walkways through it, and the farmer drives his tractor from the barns adjacent to apartments through this large rural block. This community do not complain about aspects that farming causes, but embraces the opportunity of open space with walk and cycle ways between these large paddocks. We consider it as vital to keep, if only small pockets of green belts between Rolleston, Hamilton and Lincoln, which this land can be the future food baskets. Infrastructure. We challenge the quote from one expert, infrastructure follows where there is demand. As I say, we've lived in Selwyn for a long time, so we've watched Lincoln grow, and it took a long time for a supermarket, obviously because they wanted the population. But that medical centre has always been overworked between the university. We've got two now, but it's still an issue. If this was the case, we would now have a second supermarket, as our current one is definitely overtrading. We consider planning is needed. Look at Longhurst, for instance, designed from day one. School, medical hub, shops and sports fields, open spaces,
mixture of housing, close connection to motorways, and has a great feel to community. Plan 69 does not incorporate any of this. It needs to be somewhere like Rolleston, where there is a motorway at their door for easy commute to Christchurch, plenty of schools, sports grounds, several supermarkets, shops, and many more amenities, which Lincoln does not currently have. We're not against development, just in the right place. We support the housing in the retirement village going in off Edward Street in the near future, and any other developments currently in progress. Selwyn District Council has stated in the local paper, any expenditure in infrastructure that was planned in Lincoln has been held back until 2027, 5 years away, which in this case means they need time to complete the infrastructure for such a large number of housing. Lincoln, the council need time to accommodate the size of the Carter Development Plan 69. Thank you.
Thank you. That was all you wanted to identify particularly? Okay. Have you been watching or keeping up with the hearing as it's progressed at all?
No, not at all. I didn't actually know it was actually.
Oh, didn't you? Oh, right, yeah. It's live stream through YouTube, I think it is.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm not suggesting it would be a good watch necessarily, but I just wondered if you managed to sort of keep up with some of the evidence, because obviously I've heard a lot of evidence in relation to the productive soil issue, and some of that is from the applicant, which you may have seen, which is the conclusion that essentially it was 4.6 hectares of land that was valuable land, if you like, that was being lost. And then I've heard some other evidence that it's more than that. Now you're saying you found down at Coast Ford, was it?
That's correct, yeah.
And what's the soil type down there?
It was Paparoa loam. Okay. Down to very good drainage soil, very fertile. Various crops and right around the world were grown on that particular part of our property.
So you didn't have problems with poor drainage?
No.
No.
You raised some issues in relation to flooding. Is that just sort of a general concern that you identified the 1 in 100 flood event? Which at the time of your submission was one, I think it was the week before.
Sorry.
Sorry, in your submission, you identified flooding. Flooding?
Flooding.
Yes, sorry.
Yes, because there is areas there that lie quite low. And there has been seen that there's water there. Yeah.
It's been ponding.
And the other issue, and you've touched on it here, is the, so you've made it quite clear you're not opposed to growth, it's just that needs to be growth in the right location.
Exactly, yeah.
And in your view, because the growth has been focused in Rolleston in terms of the parks, the amenities, and all of those sorts of things, that's the more appropriate area for developing it, or for a proposal such as this, is it?
Well, they've got all the infrastructure is there currently. Whether it be access to Christchurch via motorways. You take infrastructure like swimming pools, playgrounds, grounds for sport. They're all there. And here, there is basically nothing of that. We talk about going to Lincoln University and utilising their land. I'm sure that the Lincoln University people wouldn't be too happy about that.
Of course, there is the sports fields and the pointing that way, the direction is, there are, of course, sports fields in Lincoln.
If you're talking around the community centre, it's not a lot.
So, yes.
So it is now. You know, it's rugby season, there's a lot of
And
clubs.
netball, they go to Kayak and Rolleston because there's not sufficient courts.
My worry is that they're actually sort of trying to piggyback on the facilities that we have in Lincoln now. And Lincoln now is basically stretched to the maximum. It doesn't, if they say that there is a shopping area, etc. Well, sorry, for that number of houses, we're going to need another supermarket somewhere along the line. Same with the school. So, as I see it, there isn't enough facilities even now. Tiwariki area hasn't even been finished. And even with that coming on, the number of people that are going to be coming into the Lincoln is going to increase dramatically. And facilities, again, if you want to go to the doctor, supermarket, it's difficult to get in. Or sorry, not the supermarket, but the doctor. You could wait now anything up to 2 weeks to get an appointment with your doctor. That's a specific doctor.
Where are you, how far are you from this site, Jimmy Adams Terrace? Sorry, I just don't know the way.
We overlook one of the ponds and the big mound towards Moore Lane.
Okay.
So we go to Raw Paddocks, the ponds, the wetlands, and
We're in Liffey Springs area.
which is a wonderful facility. In the lockdown, the children that came there and rolled down the banks and had picnics and rode their bikes and played, wasn't it, with their parents, and that's so well utilised.
What about traffic at the moment? Because you've identified traffic as a...
Traffic at the moment is acceptable. What our main concern was that they were looking at a roading going between Liffey Springs Drive and this new subdivision. But at this stage, I believe that has been taken off the table. So we're not quite so worried about it now.
But we can see from our place across the paddocks that Ellesmere Road at peak times is very busy anyway. So that obviously will taking traffic through there into Moore's Lane onto Ellesmere will be a huge volume of traffic, especially, and obviously the opposite way in Springs.
And one of the comments in the final page of your submission was the council needs more breathing space, basically. I think was the words that you used, or that may be mine.
Breathing.
That might be my wording, but you were talking about the you're talking about what's been going on basically, and what council has been doing. market, but yeah.
which today we have been happy about, but now this has come on board, which we are aware is not totally in council's pet quarters. It's taken away from them, isn't it? And it's under a new structure.
Okay, but this is the point that I identified. You say this is, you talk about the growth. You say the council needs breathing space for this exponential growth to ensure that it continues. To ensure that it continues to make decisions based on robust and frequently updated information.
Well, that's what I'm saying here. I think they need to, and especially if they're putting on hold what was going to be the development through Gerald Street and Edward Street, the plan, and they put it back to 2027. Well, they're actually saying that themselves, aren't they? Because what was to be progressing is being put on hold.
I'll just double check to see if there's any other questions I have from your
Okay.
submission.
Yeah.
Have you kept up with any of the changes? I think we had that discussion. Not.
I've read them online,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm not sure whether there's anything that, in terms of the changes that have been made in relation to, for example, identification of, not location, but the identification of potential educational facilities and those sorts of things on the.
I read that where there was, if it was required,
Yeah.
that they may allocate land so a new school could be built, but I haven't read anything further than that.
Okay.
Is that what you're?
Yes, those are the things that I'm referring to in the updated ODP. Now states that the provision of new educational facilities can be provided within the block or in the wider area, but subject to assessment.
Right.
All right, no, I didn't have any further questions specifically, but thank you very much for that. It's been helpful, and both in terms of your written submission and taking the time to come and speak with me, it's helpful. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Ross.
Good Tonto, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak to Plan 69. I confess it's the first time I've engaged in this kind of process, so I'm a little intrigued about how this goes. I know a lot of you have had a lot of submissions about all the range of topics that, a lot of things that we probably agree with around some of the issues around land use, etc. I don't want to dwell on those things. I really want to focus partly from the perspective of my family. So my wife and I, we've got 3 boys. We live in Lincoln, obviously. We work in Lincoln, my wife and I, and our 3 children go to school in Lincoln. We moved from overseas almost 4 years ago, and one of the reasons, well, my job was based in Lincoln, but one of the reasons why we liked Lincoln and decided to live there rather than Christchurch, which is actually where I'm from, is just it's a great place to bring up children. It is safe, kids can get around with bikes. A little bit of that, how things used to be. Seeing kids just going around, mucking around the Liffey. And that's something which is becoming harder and harder to come by. In New Zealand, it's that classic New Zealand upbringing, I think that most of us got to enjoy. And so Lincoln is a little bit of that, that still remains. And we have seen that change, even over a relatively short period of time we have lived in Lincoln. And I see that Plan 69, while I'm not fundamentally against the growth, I mean, people need to live somewhere, you can't say, oh, go somewhere else. I was shocked when I read through how it made absolutely no provision for improving the amenities. There was no provision for improving what is already a woeful state of traffic. It was basically, we're going to plug in and use the existing infrastructure and make no improvements whatsoever to take into account the fact that we're going to be adding at least another 2,000 households. So that's really what motivated me to the initial submission. And so really the initial submission, we're really focusing around road safety. So as a family, we try and bike as much as we can. We only have one car. That's one of the attractions of keeping things as local as we can, although our children have activities, both, especially Foster Park and Selwyn Aquatic Centre. And it's just, we do have to drive outside Lincoln. And through that, we noticed that traffic is just getting worse and worse. So as you're not sure, be aware, that road from Lincoln through to Foster Park, Selwyn Aquatic Centre, especially around Selwyn Road, is deadly. And there have been fatal accidents in the past. A couple of years ago, partly due to sunstrike and just the sheer volume of traffic going on roads on the opposite side. The other aspect, which was obviously when it comes to families with children, is around organised recreational and educational facilities. At present, they are already overstretched, but they're within a plan. There is a plan for the current expansion of Lincoln. Going over and above that, there is no plan to account for these extra households that are all going to move to Lincoln wanting to access exactly what we're accessing. So actually, I feel sorry for those households who will be going and expecting something, but it'll actually not be possible to be delivered because it has not been accounted for in Plan 69. Furthermore, that has all those downstream effects. And so I guess my additional, I'll cover that in sort of additional comments. So after reading through the assessments of the Selwyn District Council, I guess really the transportation section, I think largely agreed with a lot of the concerns. Section 7 though does, of the Lincoln Structure Plan, says it might be difficult to model these complex traffic flows. So just the lived experience is that Lincoln is divided town. So Gerald Street, trying to get across Gerald Street or Edward Street, most times during the day actually now, is quite difficult. If you're going to go do a right-hand turn, you have to wait quite a lot of time. That's fine, it's 5 minutes, but we're not living in Auckland. That's not really, in Auckland you've got traffic control. Christchurch you've got traffic controls, which make breaks to the traffic. At Lincoln at the moment there's nothing. We've noted we've lived both sort of, I guess, centrally in Lincoln, but initially when we first moved, we lived Liffey Springs Drive, which is right down the Taitapu end of Lincoln. If you want to go safely across the road, not jaywalk, you need to walk 1 kilometre down to the nearest pedestrian crossing to get across, to get back. So there's the Pirate Ship Playground, which is well known to kids in Lincoln. You can be on one side of the road as crow flies, you're 100 metres. But to cross safely and legally, you have to walk 2 kilometres. And that's, again, a lot of high volume traffic. I experienced the same thing working at one of the Crown Research Institutes. We have offices on both sides of Gerald Street. You cannot legally cross the road as a pedestrian, unless you walk a kilometre down to central Lincoln, down by the shops, and then walk all the way back. So there has been a pedestrian island that was recently put there, but that's the sum total acknowledgement of the fact that there's a huge volume of traffic and people do need to cross the road. And I think as others have pointed out, there is no way of crossing Springs Road safely, so you cannot go technically, legally, if you require a pedestrian crossing from Lincoln University to New World. So these are all things that are existing problems. Plan 69 will just exacerbate them, and there's no mitigation, which is really disappointing to see, because we know that it has been estimated by Selwyn District Council's own consultants in the matter that Carter's have underestimated the vehicle movements. And even if they hadn't underestimated it, it's already too much if there is no plan around how that's going to be made better. I think the people before saying as well, there is no real plan to make things better until 2027. So really, we cannot have more people, but there are already going to be a lot more people living in Lincoln with the existing plans. Adding more people without having the appropriate upgrades for infrastructure, it's just, we're making Lincoln dangerous for people to get around. So I refer back to the idea, a lot of people come to Lincoln because they want it's a good place for kids to grow up. It's safe on the streets, thank goodness, except for the traffic. The high volumes of traffic. So we are just waiting. It's a question of time before there is an accident within Lincoln. We already have accidents on the roads outside of Lincoln, which are not made for the volume of traffic. Regarding the green space provisions, I really just want to comment on the Selwyn District Council report on that, saying that well, actually, there are plenty of green spaces. There will be more green spaces made available. It does suggest, I've noted the people before, so I talked about the use of Lincoln University sports fields. These are off access, these are not publicly available. They're not easy to get to if you are in most parts of Lincoln anyway. And so, basis for saying that is that one of my children plays for Selwyn United Football Club, and there is no football field publicly available in Lincoln. So the Will's most popular game, you cannot go, you cannot do proper training or anything like that in Lincoln. So you have to go down to Foster Park. Anyone who's been down to Foster Park on a Saturday knows it's chock-a-block. That's all right, that's good. Foster Park is in general a good facility, and it's really good to see it being used. But Lincoln University have been approached to allow people to train. Just doesn't have to be necessarily to make an individual Lincoln team, which I understand is a bit controversial, but just Selwyn United, having Lincoln-based people, Selwyn United Football Club training at Lincoln University, that has been turned down several times. And again, we come back to the traffic. So if you want, or your children want to participate in football, and many people do, you have to drive to Foster Park. Obviously, swimming is the same thing. Everyone wants their kids to learn how to swim. The closest, most convenient place to do that is Selwyn Aquatic Centre, more traffic. And you'll also, of course, know that how Wollaston is going move more and more, so that means more and more traffic. People from Lincoln are annoying people in Wollaston and in Prebbleton because we have to drive to get to these facilities. The Lincoln Domain and the Event Centre are fantastic facilities. We use them. We've got other children who play cricket and rugby. They're great, but we also, through that, know it's really hard for them to just find spots for the kids to train. So there's always a bit of a scramble trying to find spots. So there are alternative places within Lincoln that are used for trainings, but already they are at capacity. So again, adding not quite double the number of households within Lincoln, those people coming in with their expectations, it's going to be very hard for the existing facilities to meet them. Lincoln doesn't really have much larger facilities than other towns and villages within Selwyn District. So anyone who's do the drive around Selwyn for sports, and you see there are lots of really good facilities, but for towns that are much, much smaller. We've got a fantastic facility here, the Taitohu is much more than Lincoln. So the expectation about what can be delivered with those existing facilities, and it was noted in Plan 69 that people could use the existing facilities within Lincoln. That's going to start making it untenable really for people, kids, especially who want to learn, grow up playing sports. It's going to be very, very difficult. So as noted, though, of course, that there are plans, but again, you've got to drive to them. So the proposed park at Wedens Road, the Birches Road facility out by Prebbleton, and also the one opposite Broadfield School, you've got to drive. Again, come back to that traffic. So unless there are plans for major roading upgrades or other means, cycle paths or whatever, that people will actually use, we're just going to make the whole traffic thing a problem and just come back to traffic safety. Lincoln is not safe on the roads. Other aspects are safe, but on the roads, no. If you're to cross the road, you are at times taking your life in your own hands. So they're just really the final additional comment. That's just as, I guess, one of others brought up as well as the proposals for government to allow 3-storey buildings without any conditional consenting. So I'm sure you'll be aware that probably needs to be accounted for. So I think in future, we're looking at this, that needs to be modelled into the estimates for the numbers of people, traffic movements, etc. So that's it. Sorry. All right.
No, it was very useful. It's always great to have evidence. I mean, expert evidence is very important, but it's also important just to hear from residents as to what their experiences are and what their aspirations are and why they're here and what they value about it. And I think you made that very, very clear. So I'll just check, but I don't think I really have any further questions. You used the phrase tipping point, I think, in your submission, that was reaching a tipping point. Yep. Okay. How long have you been there? Been in Lincoln again?
Apart from 4 years, I studied many years ago at Lincoln, but lived in Christchurch at the time. So at this time around, nearly 4 years.
Yeah. And in that period of time, you've seen changes.
Yeah, it's very noticeable. So just the typical example would be we carpool with some other kids to go to football training, and to do that we would need to cross First Edward Street and back out again, then pick up someone else on that same side and we'd go back out, doing a right-hand turn, and that's usually sort of either 4 or 5 o'clock, and just that waiting time to get a clear slot.
Yeah, so 5 minutes, you said.
Yeah, up to 5 minutes. If you're having to, again, that might be okay, might be acceptable in large areas, but that's not really, I think, what Lincoln is. That's not really what I think most people would think is acceptable in a small country town. And part of that is just there are very few, apart from the pedestrian crossings, in the middle of the town, there's really nothing that stops traffic flows. So you've just got people coming through all the time. So whether mitigations need to be in terms of allowing people to transit past them without going through the centre or other kinds of things, but again, that is missing entirely in the acknowledgement that adding a further 2,000 households will have an impact. In fact, I think quite notably a lot of the submissions on behalf of councils for these aspects have said, oh no, there'll be no problem.
Yeah, there are quite a few upgrades proposed to the roading system as part of this plan change. I'm not sure whether you've familiarised yourself with them.
Some of them, I think they're focused on Plan 69, that specific area. I don't think they take the whole overall impact on roads across the district. So again, we come back to the, others have spoken. Rolleston is really the hub for Civil District. That's where the bulk of the facilities are. That's the way it's been designed. People need to get there. So while you might allow people to get through easier from the proposed Lincoln South development, I don't think it's gone far enough to actually address what happens outside, once you get outside of Lincoln. So again, that's where you've got the real, especially winter time, the sun strike, it's really dangerous. A lot of those roads, you've got the strange situation of again, combination of poor visibility due to low sun, nothing getting in the way of the low sun, and you know, signs saying 80 kilometres an hour, followed by a stop sign, which is one of those interesting features of Southern District's roads. It is dangerous, and I just don't see that there's been any. Maybe there are things which I'm not aware of to address those kinds of things. That I acknowledge is also Rock and Cortah's area. But from a lived experience, it needs to be addressed. And having more cars is going to make it worse.
Right, that's been, yeah, it's been valuable again. Thank you very much for your
Thank you very much.
The Vidico Park community. Right, 311. Right. Right, welcome to the hearing. Thank you for attending. Now I've been provided with a document is it essentially repeat the submission was a little bit.
It essentially repeats it, although it also states our position after reading the initial colours response. But
Yeah,
I
right.
will speak to it.
Yeah, no, very good. Appreciate that. So just start whenever you're ready.
Manaki whenua, manaki tangata, haere whakamu. Ko Freelipti tuku e no ataria ahau, ko Lincoln tuku kāinga i nai. As a new community, the residents of Vidico Park are learning how valuable collaboration and community relationships can be. We appreciate our local landscape, the large treescapes to the north and south, and the view of the Port Hills and the Southern Alps from the east and west. We use the roads and tracks with our families, enjoying the benefit of semi-rural lifestyle while greeting people we pass as we develop and foster new relationships. We appreciate that the developers of Vidico Park, Liffey Springs and Te Whāriki have taken inspiration from the local environment and ensured community well-being as a fundamental aspect of their design. Although we are a new community, I am often overwhelmed by the sense of belonging I feel when I talk to my neighbours. We have found our foundation, our place in the world, our home, our tūranga waiwai here in Lincoln. Our original community submission received 84 signatures, and since then new residents have contributed their ideas and support. Today I speak representing over 100 adults and their children in opposition of Plan Change 69. As a community, we fear that Plan Change 69 threatens aspects of our home. We worry about the lack of proposed amenities, meaning even more competition for the currently stretched services. We worry about the impact on Springs Road and how this may prevent our families from walking or cycling to school or to visit their friends. We worry about the loss of the rural landscape, our southern tree line, the beautiful natural springs and the large green pastures. We worry about the risks of future flooding, the possibility of issues with wastewater, and how it might impact on the well-being of our families and the local school. We worry that this subdivision puts profits above community well-being, resilience, and the local ecology and environment. We worry that it will be a drain on amenities, the character of Lincoln, without contributing anything back into the wider Lincoln community. We would welcome quality urban planning in line with infrastructure growth, which takes into account climate change and strives for social, environmental, and ecological excellence. Plan Change 69 fails to meet these criteria, and we are opposed to it in its current form. On behalf of the Vedeco Park community, I would like to raise 8 key areas that I will speak to now. Area number 1, amenities. From our analysis of the OTP, we believe that the developers have failed to design a suburb that is focused on the well-being of its residents. They have presented a plan that leeches off the local amenities without offering any benefits to the existing Lincoln Township. Lincoln will effectively double in population because of this subdivision, and the developers experts only talk about the need for Lincoln South residents to travel into the centre of Lincoln. We argue that when doubling the size of Lincoln, the amenities should at least be doubled, and propose that developers include new types of amenities that would be useful to the wider Lincoln community. Examples of these could be a community pool, outdoor splash pad, or dog park. We also urge the Commissioner to ensure that the developer plans in advance for retail, including grocery, medical, educational, and leisure zones. This will ensure they are positioned correctly to suit the community needs, and that appropriate parking can be set aside for them. Currently in Flemington, there's an unplanned preschool going in a reserve near residential houses. The surrounding residents are very upset and have made submissions against this change. Many of the residents feel cheated, and some people are moving. Situations like this arise because of a lack of foresight and effective planning. If the developers of Plan Change 69 want their residents to have a well-functioning community, they need to start with an effective plan. This will also help new residents to develop their own sense of belonging and connection to their community. The developers have the opportunity to plan a community that has commercial and leisure hubs that bring the whole Lincoln community together and help to foster relationships and ongoing stability and resilience. People want access to amenities, schools, and essential services near their homes. It is our position that the OTP has failed to plan appropriately for sustainable, connected, or long-lasting community. We ask that the developers explicitly plan retail, medical, educational, and leisure areas using best practice urban design methods. 2, traffic, specifically for Vedeco Park. We are concerned that the proposed plan change would put too much pressure on the entrance to Vedeco Park and mean that we do not have a safe place to cross. It will also create an unnecessary delay in turning in and out of Vedeco and Te Whanake. Plan Change 69 puts immense pressure on Springs Road. It was not foreseen in the long-term plan, and is therefore Vedeco Park was not designed to cater for all of the increased traffic. We ask that the developers address the level of service rating and our safe crossing concerns. These could be addressed by adding slip roads for safe turning, adding a pedestrian cycle island for safe crossing, redoing modelling that reflects these changes, and ensuring that the modelling accurately reflects car movements of the area using real-world evidence-based data, not hypothetical utopian ideals. We ask that developers explicitly create a plan to ensure Vedeco residents are not cut off from the rest of the Lincoln due to the extra traffic loading on Springs Road. Traffic in relation to Springs Road. In the initial proposal, we were opposed in part. We are now opposed to this in full, as supplementary data from the developers has put more pressure on Springs Road. even the developer's evidence acknowledges a lack of connectivity and a heavy reliance on Springs Road. The proposed traffic movements on Springs Road will make it dangerous and congested. The traffic plan has fundamental flaws that have not been appropriately addressed by the developers. The developers have not provided safe crossings for people from Te Whāriki and Vidiko Park across Springs Road. They have not accurately modelled the route people use to travel to Christchurch from Lincoln. They have not considered the impacts on Prebbleton. They have not considered the intersections north of George Street and their safety. They haven't modelled the inclusion of safe crossing areas or made a proposal that allows for suitable traffic movements in and out of the subdivision. They have not accurately represented the number of traffic movements of residents. We ask the developer how many of the other large-scale subdivisions rely on only one road in and out. And we suggest that if you cannot easily get in and out of a place, it may not be suitable to such a large-scale subdivision. Point 4 is in relation to emergency services. We do not feel that our concerns regarding the lack of emergency services to cater for such a large-scale development have been addressed. We ask that the Commissioner ensure that the police, fire and ambulance services have the capacity to cope with this large unplanned subdivision. We also note that the volunteer fire brigade are first responders in Lincoln and the surrounding areas. We worry about the vast increase of population without sufficient resources and the impact this will have on our friends and communities who work and volunteer with these emergency services. We ask the Commissioner to consider these vital emergency services and their capacity when making their decision. Point 5 is in relation to section size. We oppose the developer's response in relation to section size. We had hoped for more larger scale sections and they have opted to instead remove them. Larger sections would reduce the loading on the current infrastructure, lessen the risk of flooding and complement the surrounding areas. Larger sections would also minimise the amount of construction, maximise green spaces and allow for lower emissions over the course of the development and into the future. We also note that the Greenslades, current owners of the land, made a submission on the 10th of June saying that they support Plan Change 69 because their farm is not viable near the houses of Te Whāriki due to complaints about farming activity. If this is true, that suggests that far more farmland will become less viable due to the scale and density of the proposed subdivision. We argue that turning the Greenslades land into a subdivision with residential section sizes will cause issues to the surrounding farms. This could be negated by offering larger sections such as those in Vidiko Park. We ask that the developers increase the section sizes to reduce the impacts of the development and limit impact on the surrounding farms. 6. Water. We continue to oppose Plan Change 69 in part due to a lack of information, assessment and modelling. A matter of great concern to us is the proposed wastewater management plan, and we fear that this may prove to be at best a smelly disaster and possibly even a public health risk. We want to explicitly point out the proximity to Te Puna or Aririra and argue that these risks are unacceptable. We ask the Commissioner to mandate that more assessment and planning be undertaken to ensure the natural springs are protected and that both stormwater and wastewater can be dealt with safely, efficiently, effectively, legally. Point 7 was the Whedons Road bypass. We are content that the bypass through Whedons Road and the roads coming into Vidiko Boulevard have been removed. The council have deemed them unviable and the responses from the developer appear to support this. We note, however, that the developers' experts continue to use modelling or illustrations that include these routes. The concerns from our original submission remain unchanged. We ask that the developers explicitly confirm that they have removed it from the plan and will not add it in the future. The final point is traffic through the south of Vidiko Park. We are pleased as well that these proposed roads from Lincoln South through to the south of Vidiko Park residential sections have also been removed from the plans. We note that the developers can continue to use modelling or illustrations that include these roads. We understand that the general business zone is currently in the process of applying to become a retirement village. and we query whether it is suitable to run traffic through a retirement village and whether the plans of that village would even make that viable. We ask the developers to explicitly confirm that they have removed roads linking with Videko Boulevard and to thoroughly consider the impacts of running busy roads through a retirement village. In its current state, Plan Change 69 offers a theoretical, marginal improvement on dairy farming emissions at the expense of traffic jams, health hazards, and a lack of amenities. Rolleston Industrial Developments has failed to plan a subdivision with amenities that would promote a good quality of life. They have created a bottleneck that will stem from Lincoln South all the way through to Prebbleton. They are overloading Springs Road, putting the safety of our children at risk and impacting our ability to walk and bike to Lincoln. The developers have failed to ensure that the emergency services will cope. They propose to transform green farmland into a concrete jungle, handing off the problems of the current owners to their neighbours. They are threatening the health and safety of our community by increasing the flood risk and hazardous solutions to wastewater. Plan Change 69 has the unique opportunity to create a well-planned community for the future. It should be setting goals for low emissions, community well-being, climate change resilience, environmental sustainability, and ecological protection. We ask that the Commissioner to ensure that Plan Change 69 does not go ahead in its current state. We encourage the developers to plan for the well-being of their new community to ensure future resilience. And we ask that the developers consider what they will contribute to Lincoln, not only what Lincoln will provide for them. The Videko Park community is a newly developing community, and we appreciate all that Lincoln has to offer. We understand the current housing issues, and we support new, well-planned developments. We understand that there are many considerations when building a new suburb and hope that both the Commissioner and the developers will take our concerns on board. The Videko Park community is happy to work alongside the developers to further ensure that our goals are aligned. I orea te tuatara ka patu ki waho.
Thank you very much. Now just on that final point, so that's the controversy. You made it quite clear that the community is willing, in fact, would like to have the opportunity to engage with the developer and ensure that through the next process, should I be minded to grant or to approve the plan change.
Yes, we've also contacted the developer and told them that previously, but we haven't.
Right, so you've raised a number of issues and the presentation was very thorough. In terms of the particular traffic issues that you have, are they just related to getting across the Springs Road?
So our key issues is that the Videko Park was developed in line with what we thought the growth of Lincoln would be. So we have one exit and entry points for the whole subdivision, which is approximately 200 houses. And the way that you get in and out of our subdivision, there are no slip lanes. There isn't any provision for Springs Road to be really busy. And we currently travel a lot by car, by bike and by foot. And crossing Springs Road at the moment with young children is quite terrifying. And I can imagine that doing it when the traffic is greatly increased would be impossible. And from their plans, although I haven't seen all of their updated submissions, I cannot see a place where we could safely cross. And I'm also conscious that if they do put safe crossing places in for the people of Videko Park or in other areas, that will also impact on the modelling that they have and potentially.
In terms of traffic delays. Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, there are areas that the signalisation in particular, and the train changes to the traffic or to Springs Road itself. There have been some changes proposed in terms of signalising the
So further
layout,
down.
etc. Yeah, and those sorts of things. So there may be, and I'm just thinking about things at the moment. There may be that could potentially improve your ability to get across Springs Road.
So I guess you would say that there would be a short period between the light turning green and red where you have an extra 800 households on the right turning, that we could potentially take those moments to run. I'm not entirely sure.
I'm not suggesting or encouraging you to do that.
Okay.
But no, I'm just trying to work through, and there's been a number of changes and updates through the process, and at the moment, right. So you have the one way of getting in and out of Paducah.
Yes. So that way is kind of nearer to the Southfield entrance of Te Whāriki. There's no way that we can get through. There's no connection between Videko Park and the current business zone area, especially for cars. I know I could imagine that my children will bike to Araneta Springs Primary School. We currently bike to preschool, so I think it's coming. Currently, with a lot less traffic, it's very dangerous. I can't imagine how adding more traffic would change that if we don't have an island to cross. And I also could imagine that if it stays like it is now, my children would be able to bike there by themselves at one point. But if that traffic increases exponentially, then they will never have the ability to do that. And that will mean that in our family lifestyle, we will need to commute by car. And I think that that is really sad for the families of Videko Park, because one of the things that we brought into with the subdivision was being connected with your environment and being able to get to places with bike and walking, which is what Lincoln South is saying, but they're really kind of making that impossible for us.
Do you see the benefits and additional, from your perspective, and the additional pedestrian and cycle routes that are proposed through this project?
Yeah, I see some benefits in those. We use the ones in Te Whāriki quite a lot. We really like them, and I talk to a lot of people about how much we like them, although I do not believe that they will be used as intended by the developers. I currently live in a multi-generational property with my retired in-laws, and I have 2 young children. We love exploring Lincoln for pleasure. When it comes to shopping or going to the doctor, I cannot see that happening in an easterly wind. And I understand that it's nice to create a community around the ideals of everybody walking and biking, but it is actually quite a trek to get into the centre of Lincoln if they're not proposing to have those amenities there. And I don't see myself pushing a sick child to the doctor in their buggy. That doesn't seem to be how the people of Lincoln really work. So I do appreciate them in terms of recreation, but I don't necessarily appreciate them in terms of effective means of transport.
Okay, I'll be having a look at the Videko subdivision. I haven't had the opportunity to yet. Anything within the subdivision that you would like me to sort of look or note in particular?
I guess the key within our subdivision, I guess the key thing would be whether they plan to direct traffic into it. And our biggest concern with that is that the roads weren't designed to have traffic. And even now, if you have somebody parked on the side of Vedeco Boulevard, it effectively makes it a one-lane street. We only have footpaths on one side of the road. And increasing the traffic load a lot would make it quite a dangerous environment for the people of Vedeco Park.
Right, so I think you said that because it was, your understanding it was designed to be the outside of the town, basically. It wasn't designed, the roads were designed with that in mind. It was all essentially for internal movements and getting.
And when we bought the subdivision, we did look into the likelihood of there being developments around us. We chose our section specifically because it bordered Lincoln University. And we chose Vedeco Park specifically because the long-term planning said that that was the edge of urban sprawl. And it is designed with that in mind. And I think the connectivity issues that the proposed subdivision has tends to reinforce that idea as well.
Well, that's been very helpful. I appreciate your time, Henry. Thank you. Now, we've got one more schedule. We haven't got a submitter at 1:55, so it's 2 o'clock. Oh, is it? So, good afternoon. Welcome to you both. I've seen you sitting there for a while. We've run a wee bit late, but it's the nature of these processes. And I see that you've prepared the summary points for hearing. So if you're happy to, if you just wanted to take me through that, and I have read what's been filed. So I have that sort of understanding of your concerns, but yeah, take me through this, it'd be helpful.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and thank you for this opportunity to speak here this afternoon. I'm Tanya Heffler. This is my husband Charles. We're residents of Vedeco Park, and we've been residents of Lincoln for the last 3 years. We'll be speaking today on behalf of our family. We do want to stress at the outset of our presentation that we're not opposed to development per se. In fact, we have been able to build our own house in Vedeco Park, where we've been living for some total of 5 weeks now, because of development and because of new opportunities being created in Lincoln. Having said that, we do want to emphasize that we are in favor of well-planned development that conforms with the government's policy intent, that does not place unacceptable pressure on infrastructure, that contributes to the well-being of residents, and that fits in with the semi-rural character of Lincoln. We have prepared the notes, Commissioner, that you've seen and that everyone has received. Considering that we are already over time, and I'm sure that everyone would love to get to lunch, I'm not going to take you through that word by word, but I have identified the most important points.
That's perfectly appropriate, but don't feel pressured to, I don't want you going away from here feeling that you haven't had the opportunity.
No, not at all. Thank you very much. All the points that we've raised in our original submission, we've added a table to that and added our response to the documents that have been submitted by all the parties in this matter.
That's very helpful.
We think it's quite important to, before looking at the specific issues, to look at the bigger picture in Selwyn. Selwyn is currently dealing with an exponential interest in development. In Prebbleton, there are currently 3 plan change requests lodged with the council, which proposes to collectively add in excess of 1,500 sections to Prebbleton. Lincoln has this plan change request, which proposes to add 2,000 sections to Lincoln. Rolleston currently has 9 residential plan change requests lodged with the council, which proposes to add approximately 7,000 residential sections to to Rolleston. There are also 3 plan change requests in relation to West Melton, which will add in excess of 750 sections there, as well as plan change requests in Leeston and Darfield. These numbers have all been taken from the Selwyn District Council website. All of these plan changes compete for finite resources in the form of infrastructure. Roading, schooling, council facilities, and other amenities take years to develop and require resources ranging from financial resources to the availability of tradespeople and resources for construction. All of these plan change requests would add unplanned residential development opportunities that are not provided for in the operative Selwyn District Plan. In our view, there needs to be a holistic view of the impact of all of these plan change requests on the Selwyn District. Failure to consider the collective impact will only lead to exacerbating pressures on resources and infrastructure. A narrow view, considering only one plan change request in isolation, may have considerably negative impacts downstream. For example, the collective impact of the traffic of the Lincoln South development, in addition to the proposed 1,500 sections in Prebbleton on Springs Road, leading to the SH69, or the collective impact of these developments on the capacity of Lincoln High School and other schools in the area, considering that Lincoln High School currently also caters for students from Prebbleton, or the impact of Lincoln South, together with the Rolleston plan change requests, on the capacity of council facilities based in Rolleston. I trust that the Commissioner will keep in mind that the Lincoln South development will not only impact on Lincoln, but also on the surrounding townships and the infrastructure that have been put in place by the council in a considered process, not only in Lincoln, but also in the surrounding area. Looking at the Lincoln South development, we note that the website proposes to add up to 2,000 residential sections, and the website states that the subdivision will ensure one large master plan that covers the next stages of South Lincoln's development, rather than several unrelated and disjointed subdivisions. The website then also states that the Lincoln South development maintains Lincoln's character and rural feel and incorporates the feedback and desires of the local community. Unfortunately, in our view, the ODP adds very little coherence or value to the residents of Lincoln or to the ratepayers of Selwyn, as far as infrastructure, traffic, amenities, and rural character is concerned. As far as these aspects are concerned, the developer relies heavily on existing infrastructure and amenities that have been added as part of other developments, for example, playgrounds, or from part of the long-term planning of the council. And this may force residents to live with problems in the short to medium term until the council do get to a point where they can add those amenities as part of a long-term plan. It does this without offering much in the sense of added commercial areas, and proposes to shift responsibility for the maintenance of the most costly and cumbersome part of the development, the wetlands area to the east of the development, onto the Selwyn District Council and onto ratepayers. Our primary position is that we do not support Plan Change 69 to be approved in its current form. If it is approved, we would like the issues we discussed today and highlighted in our written submission to be taken into consideration. We would like to highlight 4 issues today. First is traffic and transport. We recently completed and moved into our own new family home in Bodega Park. Our daughter started Araria Springs Primary this year. She absolutely loves cycling to school with her dad. And as she gets older, I'm sure she would want to meet up with friends at local playgrounds, and in time would want to cycle to school on her own without any parental supervision. The current ODP will add significant amounts of traffic onto Springs Road without proposing to add any safe crossings for pedestrians or cyclists from Bodega Park to the centre of Lincoln. One of the main reasons why our family decided to settle in Lincoln was the prospect of being able to let our daughter have the freedom to travel around town on her own once she is older. the additional traffic that will be introduced by the Lincoln South development, which the developer's own experts acknowledge 75% of which will be channeled via Springs Road, make us reconsider whether Lincoln will stay the safe area that was so attractive for us to begin with. We do know that the experts on behalf of the developer introduced changes to the ODP earlier this week, specifically in relation to traffic and transport. While we have not had much time to review the new information, we would like to note that the additions to the roading plans do not address any of the concerns raised in our submission relative to pedestrian and cyclist safety crossing Springs Road from Verdayco Park, nor does it address the entry or exit from Verdayco Boulevard into Springs Road. To the best of our knowledge, the proposed changes have not been factored into traffic modelling presented by the developer, so it would have little effect on the level E designation to the Verdayco Boulevard Springs Road crossing, or the F level for the entry into Lincoln University, which my understanding is the level of traffic that you would expect in a central business district of the city. And this entry is just a short distance down the road from Verdayco Boulevard and the Springs Road crossing. We ask the Commissioner to require Rolleston Industrial Developments Limited to do updated road traffic modelling and to develop appropriate solutions for all Lincoln communities bordering onto Springs Road to ensure safety of pedestrians and cyclists and better traffic flows for vehicles. Point number 2, the lack of amenities in the ODP. With the exception of the large area to the east of the Lincoln South development, which is now proposed to be a wetland area, which would also transfer the cost of maintenance and upkeep to the Selwyn District Council and to ratepayers, the ODP contains very little in the way of community amenities. To us, it is very concerning that rather than speaking about the playgrounds and amenities that the Lincoln South plan will add to the community, Mr. Compton Morant, and I do apologize if I mispronounce any of these experts' names, his evidence rather refers to the fact that the new playground in Te Whariki are within 10 to 15 minutes walk for the majority of future residents. This is at paragraph 22 and again at paragraph 36.3 of his submission. Does this mean that the development intends to add another 5,500 to 6,000 residents to Lincoln without adding any playgrounds for children who live in this area? This cannot be acceptable. Our daughter currently attends, previously attended preschool in Lincoln. I understand that her old preschool now has a 7-month wait list. I also understand that most of the kindergartens and preschools in Lincoln now have wait lists. This means that people moving to Lincoln may be forced to keep their children in preschools where they move from, or place them in preschools outside of Lincoln until places become available in Lincoln. This will reduce the community feel of Lincoln and add greenhouse gases for traveling from the development, because people need to travel for their children's schooling. Yet no provision has been made in the ODP for dedicated preschool facilities. On that point, our daughter is currently at Lincoln Primary School, Araria Springs Primary School. There is only 2 and then I confuse them. She's at Araria Springs Primary School. They recently, this week I believe, accepted or enrolled their 300th scholar. They have capacity for 750 children, to the best of my knowledge. And this capacity is without Te Whariki being completed, without further developments that have already been approved in Lincoln having been started. And this is without taking into consideration any of the children that would move to the proposed Lincoln South development. I think it is not only reasonable, but inevitable that a new preschool, a new primary school would be required in Lincoln if the Lincoln South development proceeds. As previously mentioned, the Lincoln High School is currently zoned also for children from Taitapu, is my belief, as well as Prebbleton. With all the new residents that is proposed for the Lincoln South development, it is probably inevitable that a new high school will be required. Since we've arrived in Lincoln, we've been privileged to have access to excellent GPs We started out at Lincoln Medical on Kildare Terrace, but we changed to We Care Lincoln when it became too difficult to secure a same day or sometimes even a next day appointment at the practice. We Care Lincoln, while offering a dedicated same day service between their Wigram practice and their Wigram practice, have recently become more difficult to secure appointments at the last minute. For an adult, this is not necessarily a problem, and it's quite manageable. But for small children, it is incredibly important to be able to see a GP as soon as it is possible when they are sick. We have been in positions where we've had to drive to Wigram, which adds greenhouse gases because of the need to travel outside of town for medical facilities to be able to see a doctor. And even situations where we've had to wait until the next day to see a doctor, even in Wigram. Yet, the ODP does not make provision for the commercial space or any space needed for medical facilities, and it does not appear as if any consultation was undertaken with the Canterbury DHB to ensure that facilities was available. It cannot be acceptable for the developer to take the position that interested parties can apply for exceptions for preschools and medical facilities to be developed without any attempt to even identify the possible needs of the community and possible areas where these facilities may be needed. These facilities often require dedicated car parks and other facilities to enable appropriate access. They bring additional traffic into the areas where they are located and therefore would be better placed on wider, more main access roads. We would suggest that it is bad planning and definitely not in the interest of the community for these facilities to be planned in an incoherent manner after the fact, when there is a golden opportunity right now to make sure that the development caters appropriately for all future residents. On the whole, the ODP actually creates the impression of a developer that is not particularly interested in the well-being of the community or interested in ensuring that the community has the facilities it requires to function well and to meet everyone's needs. The ODP is very much contrary to the image of coherence that's being created by the Lincoln South website, and that has been presented in this hearing by the developers, planning and urban design experts. The lack of amenities that forces residents to travel to neighbouring towns or into Christchurch to access services and employment also contradicts the developer's claim that Lincoln South will have minimal impact on greenhouse gases, allegedly because of reasons such as that the development is no more harmful to the environment than dairy farming, or because apparently people in higher density housing who are more likely to be first-time homeowners will have the extra capital to spend to build passive housing. And apparently most residents will work from home and cycle to the supermarket for their weekly shop and then cycle home with all their shopping bags. I have to say that we found the evidence of Professor Renfit this morning compelling and logical as far as greenhouse gases are concerned. Lincolnites already travel. We travel to the swimming pool in Rolleston or the sports clubs that are available in Rolleston, to medical facilities in Wigram or preschools in Prebbleton because there's too much pressure on Lincoln amenities already. Adding the Lincoln South development without making sure that the necessary amenities are included will only exacerbate the problem. We ask the Commissioner to require Rolleston Industrial Developments Limited to conduct all required consultations about educational and medical facilities for a larger Lincoln before approval is granted for the plan change. We would also ask the Commissioner to require Rolleston Industrial Developments Limited to incorporate appropriate designated community facilities, for example, playgrounds, schools, whether they be preschool, primary or high school as required, and medical facilities in the ODP before the plan change is approved. The impact on Lincoln's character. Character comes in different shapes and sizes. Christchurch character is currently being shaped by an interesting mix of new built and old buildings. Cities are vibrant and house bustling communities where something is always happening. This is not Lincoln's character. Lincoln is a semi-rural town that has experienced a lot of growth in recent years, but where people still know or recognize each other in the supermarket, where kids still meet in preschool and then usually end up knowing most of their classmates on their first day in primary school. Lincoln has managed to retain the feel of a community-orientated small town. While further growth is inevitable, allowing growth on the scale and speed proposed by Rolleston Industrial Developments Limited will surely change the character of Lincoln from that of a small town to a lifeless satellite town of Christchurch, where people travel for work, travel for access to facilities, and travel to Christchurch or Rolleston for access to larger retailers. Allowing the exponential growth of a small town like Lincoln without the necessary infrastructure and amenities to support it will dramatically change the character of the town. We ask the Commissioner to require Rolleston Industrial Developments Limited to bring the planning, urban design and landscaping of the proposed development in line with Lincoln's current character. This may require the Commissioner to limit the number of sections that are approved as part of the plan change and to require the availability of certain amenities to be incorporated in the ODP before the plan is approved. Our final point relates to water. As previously mentioned, our daughter attends Ararira Springs Primary School. She's in year 1 this year. This means she has another 7 years ahead of her in primary school. Ararira Springs is located very close to the Lincoln wastewater facilities. We're not convinced that the plans proposed by the developer are appropriate to ensure that the areas surrounding the wastewater infrastructure, including the school, will not be affected by odours of potential contamination if the infrastructure is not able to deal with the additional houses of the Lincoln South development. This is an area where we would prefer to err on the side of caution, especially knowing that any infrastructure upgrades that may become necessary in future will fall onto ratepayers. We're also concerned about the high water table on parts of the proposed Lincoln South development area. In our view, building in areas where the water table is only 0.2 meters below the surface level is not beneficial to community resilience and exposes the community to natural disasters. Recently, insurance companies stated in the media that they intend to start applying risk-based pricing for flooding risk to residential properties. That means that insurance may become unaffordable or unattainable for owners in areas that are subject to a high risk of flooding. Underinsurance or lack of insurance in New Zealand exposes homeowners to more than just having to recover from floods. Broadly speaking, without home insurance, homeowners will also lose access to EQC insurance, leaving such homeowners exposed in the case of natural disasters, including earthquakes, tsunamis, and landslips. If a natural disaster were to happen, homeowners and communities will struggle to recover. In our view, land planning must be done in a way that keeps the area's exposure to natural disasters in mind. Anything less exposes the communities to undue risk. I've read the evidence of Philippa Atchison Earl and urge the Commissioner to give weight to the points raised therein. We ask the Commissioner to ensure that the water-related aspects of this plan change is properly addressed and planned for before the plan change is approved, and that the development not be approved in areas that are disproportionately at risk of natural disasters. We believe that the Lincoln South development is an opportunity for smart, forward-looking and environmentally conscious planning to take place. In our view, the current ODP does not meet these goals. At the moment, the Lincoln South development appears to be characterless and does not encourage communities to get together, kids to play together, and neighbours to know each other. There is not enough communal areas, not enough amenities, and the traffic introduced by the development will be in some areas comparable to that found in a CBD, all within a semi-rural township. We request that the Commissioner consider the wider picture and the impact of Lincoln South, together with other plan change requests on infrastructure and amenities in the district. We request the Commissioner to consider the desirability of such a large development in Lincoln and give serious consideration to recommending that the development be approved in part, if at all, and only once other issues addressed by the community and set out in the Section 42A brief of the Selwyn District Council are addressed. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Now that this document that entirely necessary what you're saying, sort of fish through to find it, but you've covered a lot of information there. Are you happy to make available a copy of what you've spoken from, or?
Absolutely. If you'll just allow me to fix the typos, I'm more than happy to email us as well.
Yes, so that can be done through the Selwyn Council. It would just be helpful for me, and of course that would then become publicly available. But you've read it in public anyway, so no issues there. That was very very thorough. I mean, one of the issues that, the developer has obligations on them in terms of the development stage particularly, and it's not like, as you may well know, but there are development contributions and those sorts of things which all come from a development such as this. So there is a contribution in those ways, and those financial contributions can be used in various ways. They can be for specific projects that are directly related, or can be wider. So there is that contribution that comes through that part of the process. But perhaps it's a common thing from a number of submissions in terms of what's seen as the current pressure on infrastructure in terms of schools and parks and those sorts of things. And the other thing that I think you've touched on and others have too is the interrelationship between Lincoln and Rolleston, which I hadn't quite anticipated or understood that, so much of what you need to do is, in fact, requires a trip to Rolleston.
Yeah, that, from our experience, we travel to Rolleston probably every Saturday and Sunday during the school term for extracurricular activities. It is, and sometimes during the week as well.
All right, well, I'm going to get some questions, but I don't think I need to ask them because that has been very, very thorough. No, I don't have any further questions, but I really appreciate the work that's gone into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, take a break. So, I don't want to be too long, so I don't want to be extending the other end of the day. It's 20 minutes enough for you.
Yep, it should be ready there, so, yeah. It's pre-ordered.
Okay, so should we try and get back by about 5 past?
Yeah, we should do it.
We'll go as quickly as we can.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Hope. You've been here a bit through the course.
Pardon?
You've been here a bit through the course.
Oh,
of
I came this morning just to see what was going on.
Indeed. All right.
Right,
So-
so my name is Gordon Hope and I live on the farm in question. And in other words, PC 69, Leslie and John Greenstone, my daughter and son-in-law, so you know who I am. I don't hide behind anonymity, I can tell you that. I support the change, but not for that reason only. But if you're not going forward, you're stagnating, and that's what happened. That's what happened to Lincoln. If there's something to go forward to, it'll stagnate. It makes sense for the with the proposal because there's natural boundaries with everything you look at. And so that's in my original submission. I believe that's the right way to go. We're also prompted to write in support after reading all the submissions, 255 of the damn things. And I think as council worked it out, about 85% against and 15% for, which is rather top heavy. And some of the submitters against it have gone to great lengths to supply you with all the technical data and things like that. Well, I'm not going to do any of that. The submitters, the Rolleston industrial people, they should have all that supplied to you. Council staff should have it as well, and so should you, Mr. Commissioner. You should have asked for it. None of you did that when you aren't doing your job properly. And some of the submitters, you know, they got to length in citing the extra traffic, which is true. Lack of infrastructure, which I don't think should worry them too much. Liffey Springs Reserve, and I think that's been taken out now, but if it hasn't, it should be. And it's outside the national policy statement on urban development. They also say there's not enough doctors and police and schooling and loss of good productive land and also the loss of village feel, whatever the devil that means. Village is not a term we use very much in New Zealand. It's an English term. But we have the village of Prebbleton, we have the village of Irwell, but I don't know if there's any other villages around in this area at all. They've also gone about, there's not enough police and schooling and doctors if this goes ahead. Well, with the developments already going on with the Deco Park, Steve Ferretti, Barton Fields, Flemington, Rosemary, Green, whatever it is. All those aforementioned things have to be addressed long before PC 69 comes into being. For my return to the loss of wood farmland, well, the good farmland is roughly west of the homestead now and go across the road and next door to Verdeco Park. That's good land there. Going the other way is only fit for growing livestock. You might think it's all good for growing vegetables, things like that, but the land is too wet. And every Tuesday, there's no bowls on Tuesday, so it's why it's Tuesday, I pull a pasture meter around behind my bike and I go into every paddock measuring the grass growth. I don't know if you know about pasture meter, Mr. Commissioner, but it's like a box without a base and it has two sensors on either side and you pull out and it measures the grass. It gets transferred to a monitor on the screen in front of me on the bike, and at the end of the day, I take that screen and it's all downloaded, the information downloaded on the computer and it's all printed out. Now, that doesn't tell lies. It tells you the grass growth. It tells you where the good land is. It's there every week, and anyone can see that information. So to say that it's all good land, you could be growing vegetables, is nothing but a load of hogwash. Wouldn't work. Some of it would, especially where on the other side of the road where Rebecca Park is now, when I've been here 4 years. And Watties were growing peas and beans there. Well, they don't grow many peas and beans on houses. And so that's a great shame to lose that kind of land. And some of the land that in the proposal is that kind of land, but you've got to have houses somewhere. Now, this loss of village feel is a interesting thing, because what does village feel mean? Bloke if I know, does anyone know? So I looked up in the dictionary to see what village means, and I've got a concise Oxford dictionary. It's a great big book, weighs half a ton, and village in there says it's larger than a hamlet and smaller than a town, which doesn't tell you much. And then I've got a Webster's dictionary as well, which is just as large. And that says that it's a village, is houses in a rural setting and other buildings of a community between about 100 and a few thousand people. Well, how can Lincoln be described as a village feel with a few thousand people? What is a few anyway? 3 or 4, 5 or 6? Just anyone's guess as to what it may well be. Now, Leslie and John know heaps of people. Leslie's been involved with school rugby for 20 years, and she knows people. John has grown up there, and he just knows people. He knows who married who and whatever. There's no need for longer than a computer with John around, because he knows people, what happens. And we went out to the Flaming Rabbit and to the pantry for meals. And in the Flaming Rabbit, it was full. Leslie knew one person who was in the rugby team 4 years prior, and John didn't know anybody. And in the other, the pantry there, neither of them knew anybody. And the same in the, we went out to the Thai restaurant in New Subdivision in Lincoln there, behind New World. They didn't know anybody there either. So what is, you don't know. This lack of village feel is nothing but a load of hogwash, really. Because how can you know all those people, especially when they're all new people to the village or to the town or whatever you like to call it. So after reading all the submissions, you sort of get vibes about it. Then I looked to where people come from, their addresses. A lot of them there were in the new subdivisions themselves on this good land they're so concerned about preserving, which is, there's a word begins with H with that, but I won't use it. It's not right. PC 69 is all about future growth of Lincoln. In spite of the present subdivisions going on in Lincoln, we need more houses. It's called growth, which you have to have. If you don't have growth, you're not going anywhere. People have gone about the good old, we had things in the good old days. Well, if they're so good, we'd still have them, wouldn't we? But it doesn't work like that. And with sections now costing over $500,000 in Lincoln, it makes a house package $1 million. And so you can't have the sections costing about the same price as the house. That's just not right. So more land has to be made available, and PC 69 fits the bill. It's for future proofing. As I said, the PC 69 is about somewhere to live. Now, if a couple sleep together, provided not the same sex, of course, after a little while, planned or unplanned, a little mouth will come along and need to be fed. And then it'll grow up and want to go to school, and then it'll want a house. And it could well be in PC 69 because the other border subdivision will be filled up. All the people objecting come into the world, including us all here, as I've just described. And now there's people objecting to this, now seem to want to deny their children the right to build a house and live in Lincoln. I don't understand why they want to do that. There's a lot of process for having your children in the same town. So I've got two sons, one lives in Malaysia, one lives in Australia. Which I haven't seen for 2.5 years, haven't seen their children growing up. We used to go across once a year anyway to see them all. But with this COVID, this thing, I haven't done that. But see, if you don't have them even once a year, it's all right to see them growing up, but it's not the same as if you could go and babysit them or come along and see you. And with the price of houses and the lack of sections now available in Lincoln, it'd be very difficult for people to, and the people, anti-Semitic will be very difficult for their children to have a house in Lincoln and do that sort of thing, to see their children. Because you only have one shot at it. The government also wants to have more houses, or more land released for houses. And PC 69 fits that bill as well. So I expect, Mr. Commissioner, you will grant this application, not as it's presented, because I wouldn't be there. But there has to be a few modifications and recommendations, which I expect you will do. You have an enviable task, and as I've just said, I expect you to grant it. So I hope you have a happy Christmas and a good Christmas dinner, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
No, thank you for coming in and speaking to me. Now you said there just at the end of that you had a few modifications. What did you have in mind when you said that?
Well, there's no provision for that I could see for a playground, a dog park, a new school perhaps, or something along those lines. The submitters also said it's too far to walk for the bus or whatever. Well, for crying out loud, bus companies, if there's the need for it, there'll be a bus company put something there for people to jump on the bus anyway. Because in Kuala Lumpur, where my son lives, when he first went there 40, 50 years ago, there were 3 million people in Kuala Lumpur. Now there are over 5 million people. And we think we may have traffic problems here. We're crying out loud. You've got to go and see a different city. They have sky trains, they have bus lanes, they have, I've got a photograph, just got dead right of the sky train working, the bus underneath it, and 3 layers of traffic that are going around about. That's what you have to do. That's what happens. And there's a lot of those motorways there. It's that term merge like a zip works extremely well there, and you just push in there. If you don't push in, you don't go. And there's 2 or 3 lanes of traffic going this way and 2 lanes coming into it. Merge like a zip. You know, you've got to do that. We're not good at it. We've got to beat that other place, don't we? So that's got to happen. And the people who've also about the traffic noise and traffic and greenhouse gases, well, only one submitter that I recall mentioned only in passing about electric cars. They're all talking about gas guzzlers and all those sorts of things, which is a misnomer now anyway. So it could be electric cars, it could be hydrogen motivated, I don't know. But that's the sort of thing that I had in mind.
Did you farm the land?
No, I've never farmed that land. For 10 years, I was a contractor, agriculture grain contractor out of Southwich. If you want good land, that's where you go. You go to Southwich. And I've been farming most of my life, and worked on other farms and managed farms for other people. So I don't have half the alphabet behind my name to show how smart and clever I am, but I have 60 years of experience and observations. And you know where the stuff grows. I've just come back from Kuria, where we're playing bowls. I came third, by the way. And it's magnificent down there, where they've had extra growth and extra rainfall down there. It's better than what we have up here. So you can't beat the rainfall to make things grow, but talk about good land and poor land. Well, as I said in my original submission, no towns were built on poor land for crying out loud. Who's going to make a garden on poor land when they first came out of the 1840 wherever it was? They want to go on good land where you can grow your vegetables, have fruit trees, and there's no supermarket to whip down to every day to get your vegetables.
You said in your original submission you wanted to see more information about the proposed.
Oh, about the
business.
proposal for a sort of business park.
Yeah.
I don't know, I think that's been altered, has it?
There's three now proposed.
Yeah, right, so that wasn't in the original one, so I'm just interested to know what it was, where it may well be, and that could be also part of the recommendations that you may have made and may make. So that's what that was about, really.
Thank you for that. I just said anything else. Yeah, I think you've covered those points. So
I didn't want to give you, as I said before, any of the technical stuff. You'll have it.
no, indeed, no, I appreciate that. It's,
Yeah, because otherwise it could be coming out of your ears by the night, so you wouldn't have anything for that.
I think it's pretty near to that anyway. So.
Yeah.
But you know, I appreciate you coming in and having that view, because as you've said.
Well, I was supposed to leave it this morning and we had that stuff there. You didn't have that kind of information or that kind of view. That's what happens in towns. That's what happens. Like you can have all the technical stuff and it's got to be taken into consideration when you make your final decision. And you have to do that. But you have to know how towns work and how people work and how they are.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that.
Thank you
Appreciate
for the opportunity.
Who's next, Mr. McLennan, is it, or Roger?
Just hand this up. Just a few more notes. Good. Good.
Is it McLennigan? Is it?
Yeah, McLennigan. Roger. Yeah. Good Irish name.
Yeah. No, indeed. All right. Well, welcome, Mr. McLennan.
All right, well, just first off, thank you very much for the opportunity to be present at this hearing. I actually think you've got a very difficult job to do, to balance all of the submissions. So first off, a little bit about me. I've been a Lincoln resident for almost 50 years. I moved in here in 1972 and I've always lived in Selwyn. Previously it was Ellesmere County out to Kalinchi. I was born on a cropping farm on beautiful Whanganui soils. I'm very much a person that believes in the community. To me, the community is what makes people good. And so, you know, I've been part of the Lincoln community for a long period of time. I've been a volunteer firefighter for just on 43 years. I'm like member of the Lincoln Tennis Club. And, you know, I like to support the community wherever I can. I think the council should also be working for the community. But at the moment, you know, there seems to be a total lack of town planning. And I see the developers being able to do whatever they like. And I think that is a real disgrace to see some of the way that they're putting housing along roads, they're building over the cycle lanes. That, to me, is not good planning. In my submission, I raised concerns mostly about the loss of productive land. And you would not see that. You would have also heard from other people that have concerns about the loss of this productive land. And I've read some of the evidence presented by Catherine McCusker, and I disagree with some of her points. She noted there in section 11 of, and also in the appendix, that the Wakanui soils are modelled. Sure, they are modelled, but she fails to recognise that the modelling of those soils is a legacy of the past soil formation that occurred 10,000, 3,000 years ago, when we know that this whole area was basically swampland, flax has grown, but since European time, we've lowered the lake, we've put in drainage systems. So, that modelling is a legacy, not what's currently happening. And this makes, if you think about the drainage that occurs, this makes the Wakanui soils highly versatile. You would have seen from Professor Cameron's presentation how the Wakanui soils are highest yielding soils. My family farm was on Wakanui soils. I know how good they were for cropping. So I think they're actually very versatile. And I note one of the paddocks on Greenslave's property now, which is on the eastern side of Springs Road, has been planted in maize on these Wakanui soils. And maize is a plant when it's seeded, it requires quite a specific soil temperature to germinate, greater than 10 degrees Celsius. If these soils were wet, you wouldn't have the germination of that seed. Catherine Cusker also indicates in table 1 of the appendix that the Wakanui soils are palic with a dense subsurface rise. That's true for palic soils, but both the Wakanui and the Templeton soil are classified as immature palic soils. They don't have this dense subsurface horizon such as the Fragipan that occurs in these palic soils. It's just due to the lack of age and the texture of them. She also comments that the Wakanui soils are summer dry and winter wet. Well, to me, most of the eastern coast of the South Island and the North Island are summer dry and winter wet, just purely because of the climatic conditions that we live in. The Flaxton soils, they are poorly drained, there's no doubt about that. But the Flaxton soils have also got about 40 centimetres of beautiful silt loam above them. And then if you go onto a clay boundary, that makes them ideally suited to drainage. And I note there that Lance Roper's vegetable cropping farm, just around the corner on Collins Road, is actually on those Flaxton soils. And to a certain extent, saying that the Wakanui soils and the Flaxton soils are not suitable is like telling the market gardeners of marshlands that their soil is not suitable for vegetable production. I don't know if you're familiar with Christchurch. The whole of the market gardening area originally was in marshlands, and that's a swamp, but it's been drained. So, these soils can be altered from their existing state. And so, again, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay. We'll just wait there for a minute. Fragipan.
Fragipan, yep.
Fragipan, well, I think Fragipan's a flower on the front. Fragipan, what is that?
So, Fragipan is a very dense, compact subsoil that develops when you have wetting and drying conditions such as summer dry, winter wet, typically on our Laurisio soils of Banks Peninsula and the rolling hill country and the upper plains, and also down to the southern South Canterbury region. That it is very dense. Often you'll find they're utilised for cropping, particularly down in the southern Canterbury, South Canterbury region, and improved by deep ripping. But it is a feature of the development. These are soils that have developed over a long period of time, maybe up towards 20,000 years. And so it's a combination of windblown silt, this wetting and drying that causes a fragile. But if you come onto the Canterbury Plains here, and around this location, the soils are a little bit younger. And so they haven't quite developed that subsoil. The Templetons are getting a little bit closer. The Wakanuis tend to be, because of that wetter conditions when they're forming, there is no dense subsurface. A lot of textural layering in the Wakanui soils.
I'm not sure whether when you introduced yourself, you said what you did. So you lived on a cropping farm.
I had, well, born on a farm, but then I started work at Lincoln University.
Right.
And had worked at Lincoln University in the soil science department for a period of 46 years. And I teach for, well, I've been teaching 40 years, mostly on soil management. But I haven't got all the titles to my name.
You've got the experience.
I've just got the experience. I go out with my spade quite often. And I've dug soils, not on Queenslades, but around on Lance Loper's property, and look at those, discuss those soils with other horticulturists.
Did you ever get into dairying, or were you?
No, it was purely mixed cropping. So we had ewes and lambs, often sell ewes and lambs in tow, and then shut up for white clover production in those days. That was where the big money was.
Okay, you've been a resident for 50 years in Lincoln. And obviously, there's a lot of change in that period.
Oh yeah, and I don't object to development, but it has to be good development and within the town boundary. So I've seen huge changes in that. And as you get more people, you get more facilities, such as the supermarket, such as restaurants. But I am really concerned that we are burying a lot of our beautiful soils under housing. I live in Eastbelt, which is right in the centre there, within the four belts.
Most of the housing, or some of the big developments that have occurred to the north, they're different.
Well, as you go further north, you are getting into very good Templeton soils. So as you come south, okay, obviously the plains got a slight gradient, so you are influenced more by the water table. Yeah. You know, I like to see Wollaston development because Wollaston are on those Lismore soils, like the older soils, stony soils, and much less versatile. But again, I like to see development that's not just willy-nilly. They've got the same problem where they've allowed housing to be built along the roads and the cars back out over the cyclanes.
That was very helpful. Thank you for that. Thank
That's
you for
right,
taking time to talk.
Again, thank you very much and good luck. I think you've got a really difficult job.
Thanks for reminding me.
Right, cheers for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, people.
Brings us to you, Mr. Thompson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sue. I just introduced Mr. Mitter, Manuel Singh, is here just in case you have any questions as the proponent of the Allendale land proposed rezoning, which of course is being sought through this hearing. That there are implications, connections between this hearing and Mr. Singh's land and zoning intentions, which will be heard during the proposed district panel too.
Right. It's identified for residential and growth overlay or rural residential, is it?
It's a urban growth overlay. It is identified as a rural residential area, and Mr. Singh has sought that the area be rezoned for residential purposes.
Right, and is Ms. Neuenhausen going to go first?
Well, it's up to you, really.
Yeah. I mean, that would be the usual order, I guess, wouldn't it? Did you wish to speak at all, or are you?
I'd rather have one speak, but if you have any questions for me,
okay,
I'm happy to answer.
Very good. Okay. All right, so we might hear from you.
I've prepared a summary. My evidence, if you have completed.
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Lee Neuenhausen, I'm Senior Air Quality Consultant at Golder Associates New Zealand. I don't have anyone online. So, I have nearly 20 years' experience in a wide range of air quality systems. Scope of my evidence is an assessment of odor effects in the Lincoln South and Allendale Lane land, specifically the need or otherwise for housing to be set back from the former Lincoln sewage treatment plant. Much of my evidence is the same as that presented for the applicant for the Lincoln South land change 69. I do not consider a key or odor-related points of technical difference between the Lincoln South site and the Allendale Lane site. Therefore, I refer permission to my evidence and update provided in a summary of evidence for the applicant. Following my presentation of evidence of house the applicant for PC 69, which included recent information provided by Mr. England, Mrs. England, vendor, Nonkeka and I met and agreed further information was required to evaluate the current odor effects from the use of Lincoln Pond. The use of the Lincoln Pond, and Mr. England was to provide this information. Subsequently, I understand the applicant and the SSC have agreed a setback distance for PC 69 of 100 metres for housing, as well as side agreements relating to complaint covenants and SSC's future consent application for pond use, and have agreed that it is acceptable for both parties. The agreements were made prior to any updated odor effects assessment following the recent information on pond use, current pond use. Despite any agreements between council and the applicant for PC 69, my opinion remains that the lesser setback may be appropriate. However, any setback depends on the actual use of the pond, and sufficient information to fully understand the current and expected future pond uses is not currently available. In my evidence from Mr. Singh, I consider the potential odor effects in the Allendale Lane land and whether there's any reason for a setback to housing for Allendale Lane land. This assessment was based on the understanding submission 209 sought for Allendale land to be rezoned as part of PC 69. Based on Mr. Thompson's outcome, I now understand this to be out of scope. However, I retain the opinion that based on current information, 150 metre setback is not expected to be required for Allendale Lane land, and any potential future setback distances for this land can be based on avoiding reverse effects rather than any side agreements that are made independent of this assessment.
So have you had a chance to, so it's a bit unusual, isn't it? Because we've got, I haven't actually heard your evidence, apart from the applicant read it. I've read it, obviously, but then we had that issue that arose with the further information and essentially adjourned it. So have you had the opportunity in preparing this evidence to consider that information, or is there still more to come?
I haven't got any information from Mr. England, and I don't know whether that will be forthcoming prior to the end of this year.
Right.
Due to the other agreements.
Right. So your opinion here is based on the evidence that you, on the information that you had at the time that people were written brief.
Yes, and my statement in the statements that are prepared for Tuesday, and that if the current use of the ponds was, the use of the ponds over the last 17 months was representative of future use, that a lower setback than 150 metres is required. With the main point of me being here today is to point out that any agreements that the applicant has made are not necessary from a HODA point of view, and coming up in future plan change hearings, that point might also be made again.
No, I understand that. Yeah. Ms. Appleyard was quite clear about that, that it wasn't necessarily representative of the experts' opinions, and not, if you like, not binding, not that it is anyway, because you're, I'm sure when you get to the proposed plan hearings, that you'll be presenting your expert evidence again in a different. Hopefully with more, better informed.
We may be back.
Yeah, as a Thompson just thought it would be useful for me to be here.
Oh, no, and I appreciate that, and that is useful. So the evidence that you've prepared and your summary is based on what you understood was happening, and now there's the further information that's come in, which we don't know what impact that's going to have in the end.
I think the key point for this evidence is I don't see any difference between the Allendale Lane land and the Carter Group, sorry, the PC69 land, in terms of how you assess owners. There's no particular wind patterns or anything else that would mean that you need to consider it differently. The tanks are closer to the Allendale Lane land, but given how I understand the use, I can see this as a concern. And so there's nothing particular that needs to be explicitly considered separately.
So the wind direction, the non-issues of wind direction, those sorts of things.
Given the size of the pond, I don't think so. The range of wind conditions that would affect all the sites around it. The low frequency of use, understood low frequency.
So this is closer to the tank, it's closer to the pond as well, the Allendale.
I would say that's similar to the ponds. The Allendale Lane is to the east of the ponds, rather than to the south of the ponds generally. But the absolute distance from the edge of the ponds is the same. This location is closer to the tank, but I understand they're only used for deliveries for short periods of time. This thing's used, they weren't used very often at all due to challenges cleaning them out. Even though the Allendale Lane land is closer to the tanks, don't think any odor effects resulting from those.
So slightly closer. So the ponds, it's essentially the same distance.
Yes. But there may be small variations depending on the boundary, but
that's about 20.
So any,
I'm not sure where we have this in my head from, but is it about 20 metres from the pond or from the boundary of
the edge of the pond is about 20 metres generally from the boundary of the South District Council land. That we discussed.
don't have any more questions for you, Ms. Greenhouse, but I appreciate you coming out and having that discussion about, about where you've got to and what, what's happened. I mean, these things do arise, don't they, from time to time, and you just have to deal with them. So, yeah. So I'm clear that the evidence is that if what's happened in the past is what's going to happen in the future, then you're comfortable with the 150 metre setback is not necessary. And indeed, if it remains the same as the past, that's not, or your understanding of what was happening in the past, your opinion is that no setback is necessary.
And no setback is possible. I don't fully understand the level of aeration in the ponds to fully make the conclusion, but it definitely is a possibility with the information we know.
So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thompson. Thank you. I have a short summary which you've had. The book has been changing quite a bit the last couple of days. So I have prepared a supplementary statement, which unfortunately my laptop is now getting fixed up. So if it's okay with you, it's very short, I will read it. I thought there was a photocopy and over here, but there isn't, so I'll read it out, send it off to Emma or Grace, and they can flick it onto the applicants and to yourself, if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So by way of introduction, new information has come to the submitter's attention during the course of the hearings, which a written rather than verbal response may assist you and save time. The new information relates to two matters raised in the submission by Mr. Singh and covered by evidence. These were access and transport integration and the setback from the liquid sewage treatment plant. So as far as access and transport integration, as stated in my evidence, the amended ODP no longer shows a road connection linking the Plan Change 69 site and Allendale Lane. Now this, in my opinion, reduces the statutory effect of the amendment sought in the ODP narrative in Mr. Singh's submission. So you will have that original in this short summary of my evidence. You'll see his amendment sought, which refers to Living Springs Drive. And that is dependent, that's amendment is dependent on and related to a road link that was shown in the original outline development plan. So what I'm leading to here is there is an alternative wording that I'll be putting to you. So the amendment that Mr. Singh refers to a connection through to Liffey Springs Drive, and this has no longer been sought. However, what is still being sought is recognition of the need for a local road connection between the Plan Change 69 site and Allendale Lane. The Allendale Lane site is identified in the proposed Selwyn District Plan as an urban growth overlay, rural residential, and submissions have been made on the proposed Selwyn District Plan to rezone this area for urban residential purposes. If a connection to Allendale Lane is not provided for in the ODP, then I should strongly consider it needs to be made very clear in the narrative that such a link is expected to be provided at the subdivision stage of the Plan Change 69, if it's approved. Now, in commenting on my evidence, Mr. Phillips states in his summary evidence that the narrative already provides adequate comment on this matter. So he states in paragraph 18 of his summary, and this is a quote, the realignment of the road on the ODP adjacent and closer to this boundary also provides an opportunity for future connectivity. I also note that the ODP text requires that, quote, "The transport network for this area shall integrate into the pedestrian and cycle network established in adjoining neighbourhoods and the wider township." So that's a quote from the narrative, and there's evidence. Now, with respect, I do not consider this to be sufficient. I consider a more appropriate amendment would be to the second paragraph of the access and transport section of that narrative as follows. "An integrated network of roads will facilitate safe and efficient distribution of internal traffic, provide access to properties, assist in connecting the open space reserves network both within and beyond the site, and provide for an opportunity for road links into adjoining neighbourhoods." And that's already there. So the bit that I suggest should go in is, "This includes provision for a future road link that will enable a connection with Allendale Lane urban growth overlay area." So that is the amended wording.
Right, so that's different than what you've had in your evidence.
Yes, it is. So it recognises the fact that there's no longer a connection on the outline development plan, but the narrative needs to be clearer that it is expected that when the subdivision consent is lodged and assessed, that some sort of local road connection is made possible into Allendale Lane. Now, it doesn't, so we're not worrying about that going through the Livy Springs. In fact, I think the plan is that that will be connected through a pedestrian cycleway network, which will probably link into the Plan Change 69 one. But that would, the wording would make it clear that a link is still expected, even though it's not on the ODP itself.
And if it wasn't the nature of your wording, that wouldn't raise issues of whether what was happening was in accordance with and generally in accordance with the ODP.
Well, our evidence, which we presented at the zoning hearings, is that Allendale Lane is probably sufficient to service a future residential development. But in my opinion, it's not good planning. I think there ought to be, it'd be just one long cul-de-sac. And ideally, there needs to be a link through into this Plan Change 69 area to provide alternative access going in and out of Allendale Lane. So it's an integration issue, really, within the transport network. And I think that just needs to be recognised in the narrative. If not the ODP, of course, if you so decide.
All right. So do you want to take me through your original summary, or are you happy with?
I just need to update my original summary with reverse sensitivity, if I may. It's drawing, of course, on campus evidence here. So
that's your 50 paragraph 55, or is that?
Yeah, well, paragraph 55. I'm really, in my summary, it's really an update of paragraphs 5, 6, 7, and 8 in my summary. So just on that, just by way of update. So Mr. Singh, continues to support the removal of the 150 metre setback from the Lincoln sewage treatment plant, and it's the reason similar to those actually set out in the original application for Plan Change 69 and expert evidence in fact the applicant's legal submissions. Now, at the hearing, the council produced new data suggesting that the assumed use of the Lincoln site, the wastewater treatment plant, and therefore potential odour effects may have been underestimated. And as a result of expert conferencing, I understand that the applicant has changed their position and offered an alternative rules package, including a setback of 100 metres. That's my understanding. I note that in the summary of evidence, Mr. Phillips states that in the event of the doubt remains, that's on the future use and upgrades of the treatment plant. And in the light of applicable regional policy statement and district plan provisions concerning infrastructure, that he says that a precautionary approach would warrant the retention of 150 metre setback. Now, Ms. Nieuwenhuizen's evidence is that even with the new assumed uses, a setback is still not needed, or alternatively, a 50 metre setback could be considered. Now, I respect her responsibility is to, she may change her mind on that once she sees new information. I also note that the applicant's legal submission raised questions over whether the Lincoln sewage treatment plant is a legally established use. There is expert odour advice therefore, that a precautionary 150 metre setback is not necessary. I don't want to actually pursue the legality of the site. I think that would become as a plan, I think we counterproductive. I think that will be sorted out. However, I think that the important thing here is we don't know what the conditions are of a future consent. So there's uncertainty of how that consent will be issued, when it'll be issued, and what conditions will be around it in terms of mitigating any potential odour effects. So there's some uncertainty around that. But the fact that it's not consented, I just don't think we want to pursue that. That's just the technicality of it. I accept, of course, that if the applicant no longer wishes to pursue the removal of this rule, and that is the end of the matter, really. It will be pursued by Mr. Singh as part of a rezoning submission. However, if the Commissioner recommends the 100 metre setback, I consider it as important that the recommendation records that the setback was not arrived at based entirely on expert odour evidence. I also consider it as important to record that the operation of the Lincoln sewage water plant will be also subject to a consent, and conditions of that consent are not yet known. Nor has a Section 32 evaluation been undertaken to justify the rule, bearing in mind that since the commissioning of the Rolleston treatment works, the function of the Lincoln plant will have changed. So what I'm saying there is that the rule in the operative plan is probably outdated, given A, the consent ran out in 2013, and B, we've now got a new sewerage network system, of which Lincoln's still a part of, but the role of Lincoln has changed from being well, as I understand it, from a primary treatment area to one which is more supportive. And I think that in that context, that there needs to be more justification for that, for whatever setback is chosen. The PC 69 decision on odour setback will undoubtedly be raised at the rezoning hearings of the Selwyn district plan. And so, really, that's really what I know. And whatever the final decision, the final outcome was not entirely based, if at all, on expert evidence produced at this hearing. So that's,
and you'll be providing that in writing.
Oh, but right, yes, so this will be, as I said, I've got my copy here, so I'll submit that straight away, and we'll have this.
When are they looking at the rezoning hearings now? It's been a bit of a work feast.
April, May.
Okay, so still around there.
Having human growth next week, and then I think they'll probably wait to see what happens with the legislation and then decide whether to carry on. And
Oh, right, that's all.
evidence is due till February.
February 4th,
Yeah.
February the 4th.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
when
evidence.
evidence closes.
Yeah.
Always a good time to have evidence exchanges.
Yeah,
In January.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
So I appreciate, sir, that you didn't have this in front of you. I mean,
No,
we're
no,
happy to elaborate.
No, indeed. you might be able to help me. You've referred in your evidence to the policies in Chapter 6 in terms of infrastructure, identified that wastewater treatment wasn't specifically, I think, referenced in terms of the strategic infrastructure.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm just trying to work out the info with Chapter 5 here too, where we have that specific. There is a specific. It's wider region though, so does that not apply because this is.
Yes, I know that Mr. Phillips raised that in that policy, Chapter 5, the answer yes. Now, I cannot recall whether that policy applies to the entire region or the wider region. I think it is the wider region. Yeah, rather than the entire region, otherwise it would be a conflict.
Policy 5.3.6.
Yeah. But I relied more on the policy framework for Greater Christchurch and refer specifically to strategic infrastructure.
Okay. Because that policy 5.3.6, as you know, refers specifically to existing sewage, stormwater, and potable water supply infrastructure to be developed and used.
That's correct.
3.6 is related to the wider region.
The wider region, so it's the area outside of Greater Christchurch.
That's outside of Christchurch. It seems odd, doesn't it? That applies outside Greater Christchurch, so not a direct policy that applies.
Yes, I think it reflects the fact that there were different circumstances which, led to the preparation of Chapter 6, sort of without too much consideration for Chapter 5 or other chapters in the argument.
I was just going to ask you, and whether you want to comment, or if I ask you, you will comment. But I was just, I was just looking this morning or last night. I was looking at this issue, and I raised it briefly. In fact, it must have been the night before, because I raised it briefly with Mr. Phillips in terms of a scope issue in relation to that rule, or whether there is one, in terms of the relief that you are seeking. And I haven't thought it through, haven't analysed it, but I want to explore it with you at the moment. I couldn't see that rule expressly referenced in the submission.
There is a catch-all in the submission that we supported the change in entirety, so we're relying on that in order to provide the evidence. Because we supported the original application to so that rule would not apply to the plan change 69 site.
Because you supported it in entirety?
Yes.
Okay. And the rule that was proposed as part of PC 69 was obviously or the change that was proposed was in essence in the form of exempting the application of that rule to this particular land.
That's how I understand it. So, but it would not seem to make much sense if it was exempted to that part of the environment and not another part of the environment. It's sort of hard to have half a rule, you know what I mean?
So half a rule, as you've described.
Or half a whole.
Half a yeah, and so that what was put forward didn't in any way change anything in relation to your client's land.
Not directly. But I think the assumption is, if I may just elaborate on that, that if you found, or evidence found that the rule wasn't necessary, then it would, at some stage, either through this plan change or plan change hearing or through the subsequent planning process under the review, the rule would have to be amended somewhere else.
Yeah, and I can understand from your client's perspective why it needs to be, because when you look at your figure, one of your figures, it's pretty significant. And as I say, I'm thinking through the scope issue, I haven't reached any view on it, but it's whether it could be seen as incidental or inconsequential. I'm just not sure at the moment, but I will have to think that through, but I'm not sure that I can put much more to understand what my thinking is, or what my issues are on that matter. One of the other things was the so I've read the evidence, of course, as you know. And just a couple of things really, that's helpful as your evidence normally is in terms of identifying factors and identifying relevant policies, etc. But I was just interested that in your merits assessment in paragraph 17,
Yes, page 6.
8 and 9.
8, is it? Sorry, pardon. Paragraph 16, 17.
17.
17. Yeah.
I mean, most of those issues are self-explanatory in terms of the immediate surroundings, urban character, communities, services nearby, etc. And they're all matters that go to ultimately to the rezoning, which you're not now seeking. But I was just interested in that third bullet point that you had as a matter of merit, that it had fragmented land ownership and small parcel size even by rural residential standards. I just wasn't quite sure what you were saying in terms of that issue as being in fact going to the planning merit of the rezoning.
So most all the sites are a hectare. Maybe I think there are two big ones, and the rest are quite.
It's 2 about 4.5 hectares.
Yes.
I think 2 about 2 hectares. And then when you get in Bellender, the first 2 ones are kind of about a hectare.
Okay. And that they're all in separate ownership.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just wondering why that would contribute to the planning merits of the
Okay. So the rural residential in the RPS is around about 3,000 square metres, I think. I'd have to go back and look at the policy 639. So, well, rural residential, normally rural residential is sort of 2 to 3 hectares, but they can come down to 3,000 square metres. It depends on which local authority you're in. So if you're Christchurch City, you can get 3,000 square metre sections here in a rural residential large lot. Residential large lot. But it's by rural residential standards, they're reasonably small. So when you look at the other rural residential around Selwyn, they're normally bigger than most of these lots, acknowledging there are 2 4 hectare lots.
So that was the size of the sections, because normally, because fragmented ownership can be one of those issues that creates difficulties in actually implementing it, as we well know. So that was why I was asking about that.
Yes, the point being made in that particular one is that it's probably heading towards more urban than rural residential. It's in terms of its environment. Yeah.
Now, I'll have a look, obviously, at the at Allendale on my site visit. But is there anybody in that area that does anything more with their land than what anything in terms of productive uses, or is it all just straight residential?
Just all residential, really.
And I had some questions about your wording, Mr. Thompson, in relation to the additional work, the ODP, which we've spoken about, and I'll get your information on the changed one on that. And the reverse sensitivity ones, it's one of those odd ones, unfortunately, isn't it? Because we're stuck with a situation where we're all a bit punching shadows or whatever, and that's why my discussion with your housing was limited, because we just don't know really at this point in time.
Yeah, in my experience, I'm sure those other around me as well, is that odour is, Kathy may disagree with this, but noise is quite, you kind of, with noise, you have noise contours, noise measurements, noise monitoring. I'm not an expert in odour, but I kind of, over my experience, odour is, you may comment here, it's probably not, I don't know, there's something a bit harder about it as a planner. Noise.
Say it's something that doesn't smell right.
Exactly. Whereas with noise, 50 noise contour around the airport, or something around Ruapuna, or something around the go-kart track, okay, there's a contour there. But an odour setback, look, I'm not an expert obviously, but it's always struck me as being a little more harder to sort of get one's head around as a planner. That's why odour experts are very important. Yes.
Yeah. No, it's not as, it doesn't make it's not as directly measurable, is it? Because you're going through the factors with the frequency, intensity, duration, all those sorts of.
Yeah, and that's.
Honestly, you guys, that's right.
And it leads in a way into that in paragraph 62 of my evidence. You may have got there, but where I sort of mentioned where the Act talks about effects and defines effects, and so and really I think one of the issues here is the effect of low probability, high impact, high high probability, et cetera, et cetera. And my view was, until we got the more recent information, that it was low probability and perhaps low to medium impact. You know, it's that kind of a judgment call. You know, so for example, you've got a problem with Bromley at the moment, which is causing a hell of a pong across Christchurch. Now, the probability that having a fire there is very small. The impact is quite high, but no one is complaining because people know what's going on there. And I think that is the test, is the odour or potential odour or probability or risk, whatever you want to call it, going to be such that future residents are going to be affected to the extent they will put pressure on the council either to spend money on that plant or, the worst case scenario, get rid of the plant, which would, you know, be a huge expense for the council, one which we want to avoid, of course. So I think that's a kind of a, you know, risk. It's a risk assessment more than, say, noise, which is, you know, we're saying before, a little bit, see that real position around it.
And the reverse sensitivity effects are one thing that's the main focus here, obviously, but then there's the underlying amenity effects as well, which gives rise to the reverse sensitivity effect.
Well, yes, that is it, isn't it?
Just your figure 5, just so, so that's your figure 5 on page 12. And that's overlaid on a potential subdivision scheme, basically.
Yes. It might be worth just noting there that saying you had 50. I mean, I haven't put that on there because, well, it isn't able to be time, but a 50 would have a far, obviously, according to my measurements, which is not as precise as that, but would have a far lesser impact on the subdivision options. Probably only lose half a dozen sections or something like that. Slightly different configurations.
And the 100 will sort of take it down to that road, the approximately the road that runs.
Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah.
So Tufariki does have that's subject to that rule, isn't it? So that has setbacks.
I'm not sure on that. I have
I think it was discussed previously, I think, use that area for the
stormwaters. Yeah.
Presumably because of the setback.
And of course, and with Plan Change 69, that's the size of the area, there's a lot more flexibility. When you get a small site like this, really more flexibility to adapt to a constraint like that. Whereas I'm sure, you know, there's probably move around things in a larger area, like Tufariki, and also PC 69 compared to this area.
So you've got the indicative stormwater basin and detention, etc. Yes, I appreciate it's all that indicative. Okay, so in terms of the, I don't know whether it's worth talking through, but the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement on its policies that you've identified here in terms of the strategic infrastructure, the definition of it. I was just thinking to myself, when I read through this, and yeah, I understand you're addressing the Lincoln one with itself, you said a strategic infrastructure. But when it's linked in as part of the overall wastewater treatment scheme, you know, my view would be that it probably would be in that strategic. Would you?
Yeah, look, I wouldn't want to underscore its importance. No, you know, as a planner, I think these things are needed with the community. That it's what I'm not clear about, and this is where the further information would be useful, is just the nature of the function and role of this particular piece of infrastructure in the wider sewage network. And you know, I understand that the council has growth pressures in Lincoln that they want to use this plant for. But to me, the option, I haven't seen a paper on the options for dealing with the wastewater from an expanding Lincoln. Because my understanding at Rolleston is, I think, 120,000 people equivalents. Is that, you know,
that's what they're aiming to get to.
That's what they're aiming to get to. Now, why Lincoln? I'm not sure what the growth, the assumptions are for allocating that particular capacity to different townships, and whether Lincoln, you know, how much of Lincoln would end up there, how much of Lincoln's wastewater ends up in stored in within the system itself. All those kinds of things to get to grips on the importance and significance of this particular plant. I don't have the information on that. And whether in fact the LTP, what the budget and financing arrangements are in the 10-year plan, or even their infrastructure 30-year plan, where Lincoln sits within that, what's been committed and what hasn't. So, yeah, I just don't have that information.
All right, I probably don't have any more questions or any further questions arising from that now discussion, but I still do have an issue, and it's one that we'll need to work through in terms of the PC69 itself too. It's just, you know, what we do, because I haven't got the information. I have no idea what the information is at this stage either. The further information which I'll hear from Mr. England on tomorrow. So it may be that we need to reserve, or I need to reserve the right for you to comment or make some address that issue when it's a bit clearer. But
yes, I understand.
So yeah. So I don't have any further questions, and I thank you very much, and thank you for coming. And thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Yeah, we'll adjourn and
We won't be into that, we'll be into why.
We'll get underway. We'll get underway. Good afternoon, Mr. Scott.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I don't have a written copy of my submission. I'm just supporting what I'd originally submitted.
That's fine.
So I'm Ralph Scott, 9 Glebe Close, Lincoln. I've studied in Lincoln studied or worked in Lincoln for more than 48 years. I've dwelt here for 16 years. I've seen a change from a country village with an agricultural college to a town with a university, and the changes in the town seem to be exponential and be getting bigger and bigger. Most of the effects of the plan change, if it's permitted to go ahead, cannot be mitigated. I submitted on the loss of valuable agricultural land, and once that's gone, that's gone. Change in Lincoln character will happen. The magnitude of the effect of the change will continue, I presume. However, I've also submitted on road congestion and the compromised water quality that may result from the additional population and number of residences. But what I really want to speak about today is the impact of the potential increase in population and number of households on the roading network in Lincoln. And I think that the impact of some of that can be mitigated. I think that my main submission is that currently we are struggling with a lot of issues in Lincoln, as it has grown very rapidly in the last few years. And these issues are not being addressed, mainly because Selwyn District Council does have a plan for the upgrade of the township of Lincoln, particularly Gerald Street. And so they are resistant to doing very much about improving crossing points in the main residential streets in Lincoln, especially Gerald Street, and Edward Street and James Street to a lesser extent. And as a resident of Lincoln, I know that it's very difficult to cross Gerald Street at busy times where there's not a pedestrian crossing. And also it's very difficult to get access onto Gerald Street if you're turning right at any of the busy times. So my submission is that if this plan change is permitted and the ensuing subdivision occurs, that it's essential that these issues are addressed as part of the conditions of that plan change, so that it enables an acceleration of the improvements in Lincoln main streets, so that these issues are mitigated. I'm very aware, having ridden down Gerald Street, that it's not safe anymore, and recently there have been a number of accidents, and fortunately none have been fatal. And as a result of that, many people who might like to use cycles to go from the township to the university, for example, or to the CRIs, don't, because it's not safe. And I think that the additional population that will ensue from the results of a successful plan change will make that so much worse. And I think it's essential that, tied into any approval of the plan change, is an address of the issues, not only on Springs Road, which will be massively impacted, but also on the streets of Lincoln, which will also be impacted by the increased traffic that will result from the increased population. And really it's a matter of accelerating as soon as possible the issue, the things that are planned, so that it becomes a safe place to walk and to drive and to get access onto these streets. Part of our problem is, of course, that Gerald Street is a main thoroughfare with people coming from Banks Peninsula and this part of the district and going south and going to the Ellesmere district. And so all of that is going to get much worse. So I'm appealing to you that conditional of an approval on the plan change, that the traffic issues in Lincoln that exist now and will get worse are addressed as part of that permission. I think that's really all I need to say. I imagine we need to have traffic lights, traffic controls, more pedestrian crossings, more safe crossings. There'll be more children, more people hopefully wanting to use pedestrian and cycle access. And I think we should enable that as well as we can. Thank you.
Okay, so that's beyond Springs Road and beyond.
Yes, definitely. Springs Road is going to have its own issues because of the massive increase in traffic that'll result, because it seems that much of the traffic from the, I'm assuming a subdivision will result obviously from the plan change being enabled. And so Springs Road will become much busier, will impact on crossing Springs Road on the roundabout at Springs Road, which will presumably become a controlled intersection. But that population is also going to go onto Gerald Street and into the town or the other streets, and the amount of traffic increase is going to be massive. And Lincoln already doesn't handle that traffic load that it's got now with the growth that we've seen.
So, Glebe Close, whereabouts is that in terms of Lincoln?
Glebe Close is relatively central. It's the first street on the right if you go down West Belt heading south. So I purchased that property 16 years ago, a bit more than 16 years ago, when Lincoln was a much quieter place. It wasn't hard to cross George Street at any time, really.
So you're on the other side of George Street?
I'm on the south side of George Street, yeah, but I work on the north side of George Street. I work for Plant and Food Research.
Okay.
So I walk to work most days. I used to cycle, but I don't cycle now. It's not safe. I'm probably better off walking anyway. But Te Whariki wasn't developed when I first moved there. So neither was Heathridge, neither was what used to be Plant and Food's land, Duncan's Block, which is now what that's called, it's Melbourne Racecourse. What's that?
Ascot.
Sorry?
Ascot.
No. Anyway, it's to the north and west on James Street. North and east, sorry, on James Street. But that's all developed since I've been living there. Sorry, Flemington, that's what we want. So I've seen the changes, but very little change in the roading network to accommodate those changes. Now, I know you can't have an impact on what's happened already, but you can have impact on what ensues from this plan change if it's allowed to happen. And I think we're recognising that the impact of that will be very large on Lincoln. It's like increasing its size by probably another 30 or 40%.
And the changes that you've experienced in the 16 years that you've been there, the major change has been more, or in the latter part of that 16 years, have they, or is it?
I guess so. As I say, Te Whariki was all developed since I used to have a dog, and I used to walk a dog around the streets, and there was nothing there when I first came. I probably grew crops on what's now Flemington. These changes have happened. Yeah, it's become exponential, I think. As it's got bigger and more rapidly. And I know it's become a more desirable place to live. So, you know, I can't be the last person here, I know that. But I also know that we need to plan these things better, perhaps, so that the infrastructure can handle the changes that we're seeing. And my concern is to date that hasn't happened.
So my understanding from most of the evidence I heard yesterday was that there's only essentially one. I think there's a pedestrian refuge that's been put in recently on Gerald Street, isn't there?
There is one by the supermarket. That's correct. Yeah. I actually belong to Lincoln Envirotown Trust as well, and as that I'm the representative on the Lincoln Community Committee. And the Lincoln Community Committee has been appealing to Selwyn District Council to try and get more safe crossing places on Gerald Street. Particularly, I believe we need one between the library and the other side of the road there. But there has been no movement on that because of the planned upgrade of the town centre. And that upgrade was, the work on that was done quite a few years ago, and it's already out of date, and I'm concerned that by the time they get to that, that will be ineffectual.
Okay, so you're focused in this discussion on the roading issues.
Yeah, the congestion that is going to ensue and its impact on the road users, pedestrians, cyclists, drivers.
Okay. Just a couple of questions on your early ones. Loss of agricultural and agricultural land, I think I've, unless there's anything specific that you could add, but there's been quite a bit of evidence on that.
Yeah, I think people much more expert than I have probably submitted pretty fully on that. I'm concerned as a well, I work at Plant Food Research. I grow crops. I've seen a lot of our better land go into houses, and this is another example of this happening. It's open land. It's probably relatively heavy land. It's good for agricultural use. I presume it's going to present some challenges as a residential area, in contrast to the type of land that's being developed at Ralston, for example. And we all know that the City of the Future was targeted to go there by Norm Kirk because it was poorer land and more suitable for residential development. I think that Lincoln is surrounded by superb land, superb agricultural land, and that's the regrettable thing.
Change the character you've addressed, we've raised, obviously traffic congestion is part of that.
Yes, it is. Yeah, of course.
The other parts of the character as well. It's not a particular and it's not, character is not so particular that you can really just put your finger on what it is. But,
No.
So what is it that makes the character for you?
Well,
that you're scared of losing?
I think at the moment, Lincoln still feels like a small integrated community, even though it's expanded greatly. You know, the town centre has sort of become a bit split, but it's still got, I think it's still got a heart. And I think, you know, that those town centres are still relatively close together, especially the supermarket end and the main, what were the original shops in Lincoln. And there's not very far between them. I still think it's got character, but I think as people move further out from that town centre, they're not going to be able to walk to where they want to go. They're going to be driving a lot more, and that's going to have this impact that I'm talking about on road congestion.
Have you followed the updates that there have been to the documents, the outline development plan?
I have seen them. I'm afraid as a layperson, it's pretty voluminous, and I haven't looked greatly into it, but I did notice that some of the traffic reports were negative towards this approving the plan change. They saw issues that were not being dealt with in the proposals put forward by the developer, and I was pleased to see that was being examined critically.
I've already examined it. But in terms of the waterways, you note there the importance of the L1 and L2 rivers as part of the amenity. There have been additions to the outline development plan focusing on water bodies and freshwater ecosystems. Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware of that. No, sorry.
Oh, that's right. So it's now quite a bit of the outline development plan, page and a bit essentially, addresses that issue, particularly in terms of the springs and protection of the springs and those sorts of matters.
Right, yeah. Similar to what's happened perhaps in Lincoln, Liffey Springs, where it's become a resource and an amenity feature. Yeah.
Okay.
That's good to know. I think it's just the fact that there's going to be a lot more hard surfacing, a lot more vehicles, a lot more roading, and they'll need to take care to see that the quality of water coming from those areas doesn't contaminate the waterways. As you'll know, the Selwyn River is a poster child for what's happened with polluted waterways, and I have kayaked down the L2, and it's pretty good at the moment, but we wouldn't like to see it getting worse. I think we're respecting our waterways, or wanting to see them respected more than we have in the past when we've taken them for granted.
Right, I didn't have any further questions for you. And it's been a helpful discussion, so thank you for taking time.
Well, thank you for listening. Okay.
Right, thank you very much.
Bye.
Yeah, there's Judson Farr.
We'd be delighted with one page.
I just, another button find your, forgot your submission. Well, I don't have your submission now, so, and you've prepared a statement.
Thank you very much.
And if you'd just like to take me through that.
Thank you. I oppose the proposed plan because I believe it adversely affects the environment. Firstly, the use of rural farmland in Lincoln for another subdivision. Why here when there is a huge area of land around Rolleston? That's not so much good for everything else. The proposed development is not catering for 2,500 new homes with sound infrastructure to support the size of the schools, the recreation area, supermarket, medical, petrol, or even an upgraded Lincoln Township, which is currently too small for the developing population. The biggest concern is a lack of future planning for the generations that follow. As Professor Cameron has illustrated so clearly, please keep our highly productive rural land and soils for their rightful use. I built a house in Liffey Springs when the need to move from the land arose with the tragic loss of my husband. Liffey Springs is a spiritual place. It feels like a place of healing and renewal. And on that, I often meet people here who sometimes come from quite a long way away outside of Lincoln. And they come because they think it's a special place. So I applaud the Selwyn District Council for creating this very special reserve and one that honours the natural bounty, our living springs. I think we are all on notice as human beings to protect the environment in varied ways. And to me, this whole situation illustrates the need to honour and protect the land. The thought of the use of Liffey Springs Drive as an access point for 2,500 new homes is horrifying. The need for quiet recreation in a beautiful place is vital to cope with the huge mental shift required in this changing world. This is a cry for a way of assisting our mental health. Dr. Sue Jarvis was forward-thinking in the development of Tifakari, Riki, I apologise, the first eco-subdivision and supermarket in New Zealand. A wonderful way to develop a wetland area that protected our bird and animal diversity, and it provided excellent drainage system and consequently a great recreation area. The Selwyn District Council is already leading the way in New Zealand. Why not continue to do this by developing outstanding future developments? Listening earlier today to Lynn and Ron Beese's submission, I thought they pointed out so wisely that already the infrastructure is in Rolleston, and there's plenty of land there, and there's a motorway. So surely would that not be helpful with the costs ahead? So I have no desire to stand in the way of any future development because I know it's vital. 70,000 displaced people in Canterbury in the earthquake. Of course there's a need. But this is a very unique and special area, and I think I'm just one of many voices that are calling for it to be protected for the future. So we are guardians of our beautiful country. protectors of the land for future generations. And that's where I end my submission to you, sir.
Have you been keeping up with any of the changes that have come through?
I haven't, and I apologise
No,
about
no, you
that.
don't have to apologise.
Particularly difficult time with elderly people in my family at the moment.
Right, no problems at all. No, well, I was just wondering whether any of the changes that have been addressed, particularly in relation to, my understanding that the Liffey Springs Drive connection access points no longer proposed.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, that's huge. That actually means so much, thank you. That's really, really important. We're very proud of that area. During lockdown, I couldn't believe how many people came from miles away. They weren't supposed to be out of their bubble, but that was their place to bring a picnic lunch and just spend time with the family.
And I won't take you through them, but there's been a lot of text added to the outline development plan that addresses water bodies, freshwater ecosystems, protection of the springs, and potential for naturalisation and those sorts of things. So when you do get a moment, it may well be worth you just having a look on that at the on the website. What those changes are.
Oh, thank you very much. And I guess the other thing that really hits me in the face is, oh my goodness, Ellesmere Road, the work that's going to be needed to do there to widen that road and make that a very good entry point. There's got to be some relief for the roading system that we've got in place at the moment, because it's a very significant development.
I'll just check. Right, so you cycle regularly?
I do. I actually feel safe. It was not the case in Bishopdale very early on a Monday morning. Oh my goodness. When I was building my house and living over there, I just feel so totally different in Lincoln.
Do you use some of the pathways and that have been created through the other subdivisions when you're biking? So you do it for that sort of.
Not so much for my biking. I love it where there's water and you follow around to the old Ellesmere working and stuff. That's quite lovely through there. And I do take a lot of pathways. Probably more walking as I'm getting older with arthritic knees.
So those walkways, particularly in the walkways, those cycleways, particularly in the newer subdivisions, they seem to be quite, that is quite an important feature.
They are, and it's a great thrill to see so many people out cycling from first thing in the morning. It's great.
Okay. No, I don't think I have any further questions from your arising from your submission, and our discussions have been helpful. So thank you for taking time to come.
Thank you for listening to me. Appreciate it.
Tyler Watson. Yeah. Right, we'll just adjourn briefly while we wait to see what Mr. Watson turns up. Okay, welcome, Mr. Watson. I've read your submission, and this is your opportunity now to talk to me about the matters that you've raised.
Sure, thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Maua te maunga, ko Katuna te awa, ko Pākehā te iwi, ko Watson te hapu, no te poki ahau. Ko David Rawa, ko Wendy, o ku mātua, ko Samantha Watson tō tāku wahine, ko David Lillian Rawa, ko Nathan aku tamariki, ko Tana Watson tōku ingoa. E noho ana mātou ki Lincoln. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Good evening, Commissioner and your hearing panel. My name is Tyler Watson, and it's my privilege to talk to you this afternoon. Thanks for making time for me. My family and I moved to Lincoln at the end of 2017, and we live on William Street, which is in the centre of the original village inside Four Belts, northeast, southwest. We're thoroughly enjoying living here and consider it an excellent place to raise a family due to the close proximity of the shops, the event centre, bars, restaurants, schools, and sports fields. We also appreciate the semi-rural and village feel of the town when compared to a suburb in a city like Christchurch. My thoughts for today were to go through the points of my submission and just speak to anything that's changed since I wrote it, as well as points that still remain in opposition to the plan change and points that I would like to be considered in amending the plan change. Please do interrupt with anything that I've missed or anything that's changed since I prepared my thoughts. I'm sure lots come up in the intervening time. Okay, so there's not an order of that I wrote them in my submission, but I guess they're sort of in an order that makes sense to me.
Yeah, we've just identified the point at the beginning.
Yeah, definitely. So the first one is versatile soils. Many others far more knowledgeable than I have discussed this at length, I believe. And so I just want to say that I am concerned about the issue, but trust that I think those, as I said, it's been well debated. My only kind of thought is to add to that as a concerned resident, that Lincoln is surrounded, it seems, on all sides by highly productive land. And that at some point, a finite urban limit must be reached. Sorry, I just realised you were trying to write.
No, that's fine. I'm just making notes. So,
yeah, for sure.
So if I get behind, I'll let you know.
Yeah, do. Thanks. I just wanted to suggest that at some point we must stop building outwards. Whether Plan Change 69 is the end, or whether we have already reached the edge of that urban expansion, I suppose this is something to be considered. But if it's not this one, if we allow Plan Change 69, it would be good to see if there was a guarantee of productive land being protected somewhere else, or that big picture thinking is not lost in the minutiae of a private plan change, rather than a more sort of bigger picture global spatial planning exercise, I think is the name for it, something along those lines. At the same time, I acknowledge that we are in the midst of a housing crisis and that we do need more housing supply in New Zealand, and specifically Lincoln. The evidence from the likes of Mr. Sellers shows the exorbitant prices for vacant land reached this year due to many factors, but definitely to a lack of housing stock and land to develop into housing stock. But I think at the end of the day, there are other places people can live, but it appears from the likes of Professor Cameron and others that there's not many other places people can farm in terms of the value of that soil contained in Plan Change 69. So that's pretty much it for versatile soils.
Okay.
you. So my next one is traffic. And again, there's been a lot of discussion about specific models and whether the accuracy of those and whether they truly reflect potential concerns. And I think I would again just raise that I am concerned of the massive influx of traffic that could be, will be caused by Plan Change 59 and how that is managed. Specifically, the traffic pressure in Prebbleton, north of Prebbleton on Springs and Shans Road. Mr. Fuller mentions in his paragraph 15 that the capacity constraints on Shans and Springs Road corridors exist and will be a factor for any future growth at either Wollaston, Lincoln, Prebbleton or Leeston. But I think Plan Change 69 will expedite this growth and these traffic constraints will arrive a lot faster than council has allowed for or will possibly has been expecting. And in my experience, usually roading upgrades to account for any of that extra pressure tend to be retrospective and implemented once there is a problem rather than beforehand, even though best intentions may initially try and change that. At the moment, I understand council have been trying to make those changes on Prebbleton, again on Springs and Shans Road, north of Prebbleton, for a number of years, but it's finally taking place now due to central government removing funding in previous years, and just several other road reasons that have delayed that intersection upgrade.
Okay, well, exactly your experience. What do you do?
I am a secondary school maths teacher. I work in town. Say that again.
You work in town? Or?
Yeah, I work at Ongireru Girls' School, so I commute every day. Yeah. Mostly biking or busing, but I do drive as well. My second,
sorry. How long does it take you to bike?
So I put my bike on the front of the bus in the morning because I don't have to worry about changing or anything. And then bike home. Sorry. So I used to bike on a Monday when we had staff meetings till nearly 5, and I would often beat the bus home. Sometimes it takes me about 50 minutes to get back to Lincoln. My record's 43. So about 45 minutes to drive at that time, and 50 minutes to bike.
Are there many that cycle?
All the way up to Lincoln, not many, but the cycleways are used along that route are utilised. Yeah. A number cycle to Prebbleton, just being that extra bit closer. And a number cycle actually from Lincoln to Prebbleton. There's quite a number, coming from sort of the university or southern Lincoln direction. My second concern about traffic is Gerald and Edward Street. I didn't see a great deal of detail on that in the traffic reports I read, but I didn't read all of them, to be fair. I think these roads are fairly busy already. My mother-in-law lives on Edward Street and right on the corner opposite the church, Anglican Church, which is an intersection I know scheduled for an upgrade. But I understand that council intend on lowering the speed limit through the original village centre around the grouse and those other shops down to about 30 kilometres. And I suspect that with the increase in traffic along there, that could cause a bit of congestion. There's not really any way around it, I don't think. If you try to bypass Lincoln, you've either got to go up Springs Road and sort of around somewhere there, or possibly down to Moores Lane. If this plan change goes ahead and Moores Lane is developed into a road, then maybe traffic will increase, people trying to bypass the village centre in a slower speed rate, potentially. But there doesn't seem to be, I know that the Lincoln bypass is sort of not really on the table anymore. There doesn't seem to be any way around that necessarily, but I'm concerned about the busyness of those roads and Plan Change 69 exacerbating that. Just minor aside, I grew up in Te Puke, as I mentioned in my mihi, and similar sized towns, but there was about 7,000 people when I was growing up, and same idea, very busy main road, mostly during the kiwifruit season, where lots of big trucks going up and down it. It was a big issue for a number of years, and only really alleviated by a bypass going around the entire town. So, yes, feel that something similar may happen to Lincoln as well. And plan change, and I see plan change 69 as adding significantly to that issue. Yeah. Okay, so my next one on here was water, that's what I called it, and I was mainly concerned about the impacts on local ecosystems, as well as stormwater and wastewater management. But I think those have been very thoroughly covered by a number of other people. And I know that there's several positive aspects in the plan change. You know, the hundreds of metres setback from springs, and the riparian planting, and native and regeneration of native species along the eastern edge of the block. But I think these elements are not exclusive to the result of developing the land into residential blocks. And should the current landowner wish to sell, then a future owner could still enact those upgrades without needing to develop it into residential area. And so also therefore protecting the highly productive land. And the next one is about on my submission, I call it a business area, but I was really just concerned about I suppose the increased stress on specifically the supermarket, but also other services and businesses in Lincoln. I think that's been addressed to some extent with the addition of 2 small extra business areas near VP. But it is still a concern that there's not a second supermarket sort of anywhere envisaged. I know there was one planned for the north of Lincoln, which also didn't eventuate. That's not health issues either. Alrighty, the next one is I've sort of bundled 3 of them together, which in my submission I called size, atmosphere and amenity, and infrastructure and services. And basically they all boil down to the same idea that basically Plan Change 69 is adding significantly to the size of the town, and we put stress on all of the current services and infrastructure within the town, being schools, supermarkets, roads, wastewater, stormwater, event centre, library services, emergency services. Pretty much every facet of life in Lincoln will be impacted. I know there have been a lot of upgrades planned or things put in place to try and mitigate these stresses, but they will still be felt by current residents. And there will be positives as well, of course, with a large influx of people, increased business, and increased businesses, more possibility for extending the business area from the sort of the northern village centre down to the supermarket and making that a continuous sort of main street. There's enough custom to warrant businesses developing all the way along there. But I think already Lincoln's experienced extremely rapid change in the last 4 years that I've been living there, which is not a particularly long time. But I've seen roads change speed limits, boundaries of the town push out further than they were visible before, even though those developments were planned before I arrived. And I think that just the rate, the pace and the scale of the change that Plan Change 69 brings will be quite disruptive to residents, even with the mitigating factors. I think council should either slow down the pace to push it up to finishing development by 2040 potentially, or staging the release of that land to just give residents and the community a chance to adjust to that size of a change, or potentially reduce the area to be developed. I know that change is always going to happen, but just allowing it to happen over a longer time may help people deal with it better.
My understanding is that with a subdivision like this, it's not all going to happen at once.
No, I understand that. Yes, but I read, I can't remember where, but the vision was to have it kind of developed over the next 3 to 10 years, and with the goal being that by 2030, most of the development would be in place. And so, just thinking that potentially pushing that up to 2040 and releasing that a bit slower might allow residents time to adjust, as well as I understand it doesn't solve the housing stock issue. Yeah, it doesn't really address that. Yeah, just referring back to my typical context of where I grew up, my parents, middle brother and sister, who all live in the town, are all in the process of moving further east out of the town because of the rapid growth. It hasn't been as rapid as Lincoln by any means, but it has grown a lot since I grew up there, and they no longer feel like it's the small horticultural hub that they were used to and to know. Yeah, so I see Lincoln heading in a similar direction to losing that rural identity. It doesn't have to necessarily lose it, but it would be endangered, yeah.
There are a lot of aspects to the rural identity of Lincoln, aren't there, including of course, the proper food research and the Lincoln University itself, and those sorts of things are all related to that sort of rural aspect, aren't they?
They are, and it's not it's not as rugged a rural aspect as you might find in other smaller towns in New Zealand. It is, there is a large proportion of people there who already, like me, commute and work in town and have, don't particularly engage in that rural lifestyle by many means, but I do enjoy, I do enjoy the feel of being in a smallish town, even though I don't directly engage in rural activities, I guess you could say. I think there's been a bit of discussion about which planning tool is the most appropriate for this level of change, and yeah, that's not really for me to comment on in some ways, but in other ways, I think the level of public engagement has been quite good. People have been made very aware of what's going on, but it has sort of felt quite fast for some people, I think, especially since it's the first time many people will have engaged in a process like this. There's a lot to wrap your head around, as well as the rest of your life potentially that you've got going on the side, of course. I think council's done a lot to try and make that more accessible, definitely, which is great. But there was some mention made that a different type of planning exercise would allow for more public discussion, which will be worth considering on such a big area and change. Alrighty, and my last point, which is sort of my points to amend or consider if the plan change goes ahead, and I've titled that in my submission environment, which is very broad. And in my submission, I noted that, again, Lincoln's identity as being connected to the environment and specifically the Manaaki Whenua and the university, Lincoln Borough Trust, and the general community spirit about caring for the environment and being connected to it. And I think in the spirit of that, I think that there is more scope for this development. I think, especially in light of the environmental impacts of climate change and our need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions for both our 2050 goals as a country and 2030, we need to think a bit more ambitiously. There are 97 months left until our 2030 emission goals need to be reached, which doesn't feel like very many, to be honest. So there's an extremely strong imperative to change the way we structure our society to enable less carbon-intensive living. Mr. Faraday's report on emissions of greenhouse gases indicates that the plan change will decrease the levels of methane, which is a good thing, and that new housing will probably result in lower emissions due to people living in more homes and an adoption of electric vehicle ownership, which will reduce the carbon impact of the transport commuting into town, which many people will need to do. I myself am saving up to buy for an EV, hoping to get one kind of in the next 6 months, because that's definitely something I feel passionate about and that we have to act on. My only concern is that there's sort of, in Mr. Faraday's report, a bit of an optimistic view of people adopting these behaviours and initiatives on their own. Things like increasing the use of buses and public transport, increasing their EV ownership, adding solar panels to their houses that they're going to be building, increasing the amount of tree planting, which, given the current dairy farming nature of the land, would be beneficial. The big one is increasing density. There was some suggestion of that, and I think, despite not wanting or concerned about the number of people, I think increasing density, which seems a little bit contradictory, is important and necessary. I think it would be a mistake to fill that land with quarter-acre sections, even though that would add sort of to the amenity of the place. I just don't think we can do that anymore. The new school and the idea that we wouldn't need to travel as far because Lincoln High School was, I would imagine, fairly close to capacity, so we need a new school to reduce travel. And then lastly, passive houses, which require significantly less heating, but are a lot more expensive to build. So my suggestion is that instead of leaving our future to chance and hoping that 2,000 households collectively make good decisions, I would like to see council and the developer working together to encourage people as much as possible towards these initiatives, rather than hoping people adopt them of their own will. And it could be done through a number of ways. Partnering with builders to acquire bulk purchases of things like solar panels to reduce the cost. Maybe offering incentives to those who choose to install solar panels or who choose to purchase electric vehicles. And yeah, as well as increasing density and maybe restructuring sort of the notion of how people are living, encouraging smaller footprints and closer community living with larger public spaces. As an example of what is possible with some ambition, I commend the Sunfield development in Takanini, Auckland, which with only about 30 hectares of extra land, I think they have a 221 hectare block that they're looking to develop. They're planning on accommodating 5,000 households and 250 square metres of employment, healthcare and education buildings within the same land area. I appreciate not all of the land and Land Change 69 can be used for building due to the inundation aspects of the eastern edge of it. So while it wouldn't be appropriate to make a carbon copy of their plan and to adopt the entirety of their design, I think there's many elements and principles that we could adopt and use to inform the overall vision as well as the ODP and specifics around the urban design of this development should it proceed. I did bring, I was, sorry, yeah, is you familiar with the Sunfield development? No. Okay, so I wasn't sure what to print off because they have like a 32-page document of giving all of their planning and what's going to happen there. Really, I printed off copies of the, what did they call it? Specified development project boundary, or specified development project plan, sorry, rather than an outline development plan. But yeah, so I could distribute that to people if you're interested. But thank you. Welcome to make an electronic copy of the whole document available as well. It is marketing, but rather than the specifics. But I think just the overall vision of they had autonomous, autonomous electrified buses to travel around the main, as they call the main Sunfield loop, and really encouraging carless living, very limited garage facilities for parking, as well as including the schools and trying to make everything within 15 minutes. I think was part of their sort of goal. Yeah, it's a bit. Oh, sorry, it's missed off all of the key on the side. Oh,
yeah, that's right.
That was poor. So the lighter, very light green areas are residential. Oh, why is it there? It's printed very poorly. Sorry, I did this in a rush. And the darker yellow parts are aged care, I believe. The pink parts are employment. Yeah. But I thought, yeah, I just appreciated that they made provision for all of the things that I've mentioned and my infrastructure point that would be put under increased pressure. I've managed to include in that plan. That's right. Yeah, other than that, that's me. Okay. Sorry for, oh, wow, going well over time.
No, not at all. I just checking if I have anything more to ask. I suggested rainwater collection tanks as part of that sort of matter we've just been discussing with it, isn't it, in terms of what could be done to, it's not just greenhouse gases, but
Yes, yeah. It's a whole sort of I guess a way of living. Not that everything has to change, but but many aspects, yeah, need to be refined.
just a number of those issues in some. Do you have children?
Yes, 2, Lillian and Nathan. They're under 3.
So they're not at the stage where they're cycling or anything at the moment.
Wow, actually, yeah, they're pretty nifty on the balance bike.
Show off.
Yeah, I'm meant to be purchasing a little bike next week.
Okay. And do you walk and cycle or whatever around Lincoln with them?
Quite often, yes. And yeah, as I said, my mother-in-law lives on Edward Street, which is just 500 metres max, probably around the corner. And so we go over there quite regularly. We'll take the children around, head across Gerald Street at the pedestrian crossing, which is very useful. And yeah, as well as quite a lot of the time we walk down by the stream or to the supermarket even. We don't need a lot of things. We only have 1 car, so we quite often have to, if I'm taking it to work or my wife's taking it out, the other one is walking.
Do you use the pathways that have been created through some of the other subdivisions? Do you go?
Yes, quite often, especially during lockdown. It was great to be able to link all of those subdivisions together, and you could spell out quite a long walk. When I go for a run, my usual route is to head all the way down to the back of Liffey Springs, past the town of Leonard Springs School. So it's really nice being able to link all of those communities together. Yeah, rather than having to duck in and out and double back from a main road. It's quite useful to children as well, actually, because there's a number of playgrounds that are linked within the subdivisions you can get to easily without needing to go next to a main road.
No, I think that was all I had. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for the discussion today. Appreciate it.
Right, thank you.
Right. We'll call that today until tomorrow morning.
We should have an updated ODP in the morning. Look at Mr. Boy's